Somewhere it's late. Somewhere a light is still on. I like knowing that this story is finding you wherever you are tonight. Drop your city in the comments if you feel like it. And if you'd like more nights like this one, the subscribe button is how you find your way back. Now, let's begin. There's a particular quiet that belongs to the hours before dawn. The kind where the rest of the house is still, truly still, and a single lamp throws a small circle of light in the dark. Somewhere in that stillness, in almost every house on almost every street in post-war suburban America, a woman was already awake, already working. This is the world of the 1950s housewife. And it is, in some ways, the most ordinary world imaginable. Houses, families, kitchens, coffee. And in other ways, it is a world with rules so intricate, so quietly relentless, that simply describing them takes the breath a little. Not rules that were written into law. Rules that lived in women's magazines and advice columns, and in the sharp sideways glance of a neighbor who had noticed, definitely noticed, that the curtains in the front window weren't ironed this morning. These were the unspoken rules, the ones nobody wrote down precisely because everyone already knew them. You are standing in a bathroom just before 5 in the morning. The house is completely dark and completely quiet. You can hear someone breathing in the next room, slow and peaceful, undisturbed. The floor is cold beneath your feet. The single bulb overhead gives just enough light to see your own face in the mirror, and the face looking back at you is, by the standards of this era, already a problem that needs solving. You have perhaps 90 minutes. You have cold cream, a compact, a small cake of mascara, and somewhere between 40 and 50 bobby pins. The work begins now. The alarm clock, that cheerful harbinger of exhaustion as one might put it, typically rang somewhere between 4:30 and 5 in the morning. Not because of any household emergency. Not because something urgent required attention before dawn. But because the transformation that was expected of a 1950s housewife before a single family member opened their eyes required a significant head start. The rule was simple, and, according to every women's magazine and advice columnist and mother-in-law in America, absolutely non-negotiable. A wife should never, under any circumstances, allow her husband to see her looking anything less than completely put together. This was not a suggestion. It was delivered with the gravity of a commandment. The reasoning offered by the relationship experts of the era, who were almost exclusively men who had never attempted to apply mascara in dim bathroom lighting before the sun came up, was this. A husband needed to believe his wife was naturally beautiful at all times. He needed the illusion that he had married a woman who simply woke up with perfectly curled hair, rosy cheeks, and a fresh application of Victory red lipstick. The fact that maintaining this illusion required his wife to sacrifice approximately 2 hours of sleep every single day was, apparently, a small price to pay for his continued enchantment. And I find myself sitting with that for a moment. The architecture of it. The idea that the most intimate space imaginable, a marriage, a family, a home, had to be shored up before breakfast with the structural equivalent of a stage set. The process of this morning transformation was considerably more complex than it might sound. It began in complete silence, because turning on lights or making noise might disturb the sleeping husband, and disturbing his rest was considered something close to a domestic felony. Our housewife would slip out of bed with the stealth of a practiced cat burglar, careful not to rustle the sheets, careful not to let the mattress springs creak. She would tiptoe to the bathroom, and there the real work began. First came cold cream, applied generously to remove whatever traces of yesterday's makeup had survived the night. Then a facial soap that promised to deep clean pores while maintaining that youthful glow every woman was apparently desperate to achieve. Then the astringent, which stung in a way that women were assured meant it was working. Beauty required sacrifice, they said, and that sacrifice, apparently, included the top layer of your facial skin. Once the face was properly stripped of all natural oils and any remaining dignity, the rebuilding could begin. Foundation came first, and we are not talking about the lightweight, barely there products of later decades. 1950s foundation was a substantial thing, designed to create a completely uniform canvas upon which the rest of the face would be constructed. Applied with a small sponge, blended carefully to avoid any visible line at the jaw or neck, because nothing disturbed the illusion of natural beauty quite like an obvious makeup demarcation zone. The goal was skin, but better. Skin that had never experienced a blemish. Skin that had never known a visible pore. The fact that achieving this required approximately half an inch of product was simply the cost of doing beauty business. Powder followed, pressed carefully over the entire face with a fluffy puff that lived in an ornate compact on the bathroom counter. Powder served two purposes. It set the foundation in place, and it ensured that no shininess would dare appear on the housewife's face throughout the day. Shine was the enemy. Shine suggested effort, perspiration, the physical reality of being a human being moving through the world doing actual work. A proper housewife's face remained matte, from breakfast through dinner, through cooking over a hot stove, through scrubbing floors on hands and knees, through wrangling children who seemed determined to destroy everything within reach. How exactly one maintained a powder-fresh complexion through all of this was a mystery the magazines never quite adequately addressed. The eyes required their own dedicated portion of the morning ritual. Eyebrows were considered the frame of the face, and in the 1950s, that frame needed to be precisely shaped, carefully filled, and arched in a way that suggested permanent mild surprise at how wonderful life was as a suburban housewife. Women who had overplucked during the thin brow fashions of earlier decades now found themselves painstakingly penciling in individual hairs to achieve the fuller, more defined look that had come into style. This required a steady hand and excellent lighting, neither of which was particularly available at 5 in the morning under a single overhead bathroom bulb. Nevertheless, the eyebrows had to be perfect. Imperfect eyebrows were, apparently, the first step on a slippery slope toward complete domestic failure. Eyeshadow in this era tended towards soft, subtle shades. Soft browns, muted grays, and the occasional daring foray into a dusty pink or pale blue for special occasions. Application involved careful blending with small brushes, or more commonly, fingertips, working the color into the crease of the eye to create what makeup artists called dimension, and what regular women called an extra 15 minutes I could have spent sleeping. Eyeliner might be applied along the upper lash line, though the more dramatic cat eye looks of later decades hadn't quite arrived yet. The goal was enhancement, not transformation, though the line between those two concepts grew rather blurry when you considered the full scope of what was happening to this woman's face each morning. Mascara was essential, applied carefully to each individual lash with a wand that bore no resemblance to the fluffy applicators of later years. 1950s, mascara often came in a small compact, a solid cake of black pigment waiting to be activated with a few drops of water and a small brush. The process was painstaking. Multiple coats to build the desired lash drama without creating clumps, or, heaven forbid, smudges. A smudge of mascara beneath the eye was apparently visible from 3 houses away, and would immediately signal to the entire neighborhood that this woman had let her standards slip. All of this managed in complete silence. 1 room away, the husband slept. And then there was the lipstick. Lipstick was perhaps the single most important element of the entire routine. A 1950s woman without lipstick was, in the language of the era, essentially invisible. The shades tended toward bold reds, corals, pinks, colors that announced presence and put-togetherness from across the room. Application required a steady hand, preferably a lip brush for precise definition, though many women applied directly from the tube, with the confidence that came from having performed this exact motion approximately 10,000 times since adolescence. The lips were then blotted on a tissue, because nothing said I am in control of my life quite like a perfectly blotted lip that would not transfer onto coffee cups, or a husband's cheek, or a child's forehead throughout the long day ahead. Advice columns regularly reminded women that lipstick was their most important beauty tool, that no woman was truly dressed without it, that appearing in public without properly colored lips was a minor form of social transgression. One piece of advice from a 1952 women's magazine suggested that a wife should never let her husband see her without lipstick, even if she was seriously ill. The recommendation was to keep a lipstick on the nightstand so that, upon waking, the very first action a woman took each morning would be to apply color to her lips before her husband's eyes opened. Romance, apparently, could not survive the sight of natural lip color in morning light. There is something in that detail, the lipstick on the nightstand, that stays with me. It is such a small, specific, quietly devastating thing. The idea that even before you have fully woken, even before the day has begun to exist, the performance has already started. But the face was only half the battle. The hair situation in the 1950s was a production unto itself, one that required planning beginning the night before. Most women slept in pin curls or rollers, their heads transformed into lumpy, uncomfortable sculptures held together by bobby pins, setting lotion, and sheer determination. The discomfort of sleeping on what amounted to a head full of small cylinders was simply accepted as part of the beauty process. Comfort, like shininess and natural lip color, had no place in the pursuit of the perfect housewife aesthetic. The morning hair routine began with the careful removal of these overnight devices. Each pin curl unrolled gently, preserving the curl pattern created the night before. Each roller extracted without disturbing the shape it had imposed on the hair during those uncomfortable sleeping hours. This was delicate work. One wrong move could produce a flat section, a crimped edge, or that most dreaded outcome, a curl that went in the wrong direction. The wrong direction curl was a household tragedy. It could derail an entire morning, sending the housewife into a desperate scramble of re-rolling, emergency setting lotion, and something very close to prayer. Once the curlers and pins were removed, the brushing began. And this was not casual brushing. This was strategic brushing, designed to transform individual curls into smooth, cohesive waves, or into fluffy, voluminous styles that defied gravity through the combined power of hairspray and teasing. The teasing, also called backcombing, involved taking small sections of hair and brushing them backward toward the scalp, creating a structural foundation of tangled hair upon which the visible, smooth outer layer would rest. It was, in a genuine sense, architecture, hair architecture, and it required both skill and a willingness to subject one's hair to treatment that would make a modern stylist quietly weep. The styles of the era varied, but most shared a common commitment to volume, structure, and an absolute refusal to move once styled. Soft rolled styles where the ends turned under into smooth, polished curves. Elaborate updos for special occasions, involving intricate pinning and enough hairspray to qualify as an environmental concern. Shorter, perkier styles that required daily setting to maintain their bouncy appearance. Whatever the specific style, the result needed to look effortless, natural. As though the housewife had simply woken up with hair that arranged itself into perfect waves through the sheer force of her domestic virtue. The irony of spending 45 minutes creating a natural look was apparently not something the beauty editors of the era paused to consider. Hairspray was the final step, applied generously to lock everything in place for the next 12 to 14 hours. And 1950s hairspray was not the flexible, brushable product of later decades. This was industrial-strength lacquer, capable of maintaining a hairstyle through high humidity, through the steam rising from a stove where multiple meals were cooking at once. Applied in a slow, circular motion, holding the can approximately a foot from the head, it created a protective shell around the entire styled creation. The result was hair that could survive the day, but probably couldn't survive the curious poke of a finger without shattering like spun sugar. Flexibility was not the goal. Permanence was the goal. And 1950s hairspray delivered permanence with the reliability of concrete. With face and hair complete, the housewife could finally turn her attention to getting dressed. Though this too was considerably more involved than simply selecting an outfit. The undergarments alone required a certain level of engineering knowledge. The girdle was standard equipment for most women, regardless of their natural figure, designed to smooth and compress and create the hourglass silhouette that fashion demanded. Putting on a girdle was a physical challenge roughly equivalent to wrestling an angry python that had been specifically engineered to restrict breathing and discourage comfortable sitting. Women stepped into these garments, tugged them upward, and spent several minutes arranging themselves within the confining structure until everything was positioned correctly and the visible waistline achieved the desired level of cinching. The brassiere of the era was similarly committed to structure over comfort, featuring pointed cups and enough internal architecture to support a small bridge. The silhouette of the 1950s demanded very specific positioning, and the undergarments of the era delivered that positioning through a combination of wiring, padding, and what can only be described as aggressive engineering. Adjusting oneself into one of these garments was not a casual morning activity. It required focus. It required patience, and it occasionally required contending with a hook-and-eye closure located in a spot that seemed specifically designed to be unreachable by human arms. Stockings came next, assuming the housewife could afford them, and had managed to avoid running her last pair on the rough edge of a kitchen cabinet. Nylon stockings were precious commodities, handled with the reverence usually reserved for family heirlooms. They were pulled on slowly, carefully, with close attention paid to avoiding contact between the stocking material and any hangnails, rough cuticles, or the bobby pins recently removed from the hair situation. A single snag could transform an expensive stocking into garbage, and since most household budgets didn't include unlimited funds for hosiery replacement, stockings were treated with extraordinary care. The stockings attached to the girdle via small metal clips, creating a system of elastic and hardware that kept everything in place throughout the day through a combination of tension and constant, low-level discomfort. The dress itself occupied a specific and carefully considered place in the complex hierarchy of 1950s fashion. There was a category of garment known as the house dress, designed for domestic labor, and considered appropriate for cleaning, cooking, and managing children within the privacy of one's own home. However, and this is important, the house dress was not considered appropriate for answering the door, receiving guests, or venturing anywhere beyond one's own property. For those activities, a proper day dress was required. Something with a fuller skirt, better fabric, a general air of having made an effort beyond simply wearing whatever was clean. The smart housewife maintained a wardrobe organized around these distinctions. House dresses for morning labor, typically cotton or synthetic blends that could survive repeated washing and the occasional splash of bleach. Day dresses for shopping, errands, and general public appearance. Afternoon dresses for social occasions, bridge clubs, and neighborhood coffee gatherings. And dinner dresses for evenings, when a husband might expect to be greeted by a wife who looked as though she hadn't spent the day scrubbing bathrooms and managing small children, even though she had absolutely spent the day doing exactly those things. The costume changes required throughout a typical day could rival those of a theatrical production. The shoes, too, presented their own category of decision. Most housewives wore low heels even within their own homes, because the aesthetic of the era valued femininity at all costs, and femininity apparently required an elevated heel regardless of the practical implications of cooking, cleaning, and chasing children, while one's foot was positioned at an angle nature never intended. The kitten heel became popular precisely because it offered a compromise. lower than a proper pump, but still elevated enough to satisfy the cultural expectation that a woman's foot should never rest entirely flat upon the ground. Higher heels were reserved for going out, for those moments when the housewife transformed from domestic laborer into social performer. But even the working heels of the morning routine made no concession to comfort. Now hold that image for a moment, the full face of makeup, the architectural hair, the girdle, the structured brassiere, the precious nylon stockings, the carefully selected house dress, the low heels, all of it completed before the sun came up, all of it accomplished in near total silence, all of it done while the rest of the household continued to sleep, peaceful and unaware of the production being mounted on their behalf. This was the daily reality of the 1950s housewife. 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, no holidays, no sick days, because the show, as they understood it, must go on, and the audience must never see the performer unprepared. The magazines of the era offered helpful suggestions for making the morning routine more efficient, as though the problem were simply one of organization, rather than an entire system designed to extract maximum effort from women while providing minimum acknowledgement. One article suggested laying out all makeup in the order of application the night before, so no precious seconds would be wasted searching for the right product in the dim morning light. Another recommended practicing hairstyles on weekends so the weekday version could be completed more quickly. A third advised keeping multiple lipsticks in different locations around the house so that touch-ups could be performed instantly should the need arise. The general assumption underlying all of this advice was that the morning transformation ritual was not only necessary but entirely normal, just part of what it meant to be a woman and a wife in post-war America. The pressure extended beyond the immediate household. Showing up at the grocery store with imperfect hair was noticed. Attending a PTA meeting with visible fatigue around the eyes was discussed. Answering the door for the mailman without a full face of makeup was the kind of slip that could affect a family's social standing in ways that seem extraordinary today, but felt very real and very consequential at the time. Women policed each other's appearances with the sharp eyes of experienced critics, noting every flaw, filing it away. The morning ritual wasn't only about pleasing a husband. It was about surviving in a social ecosystem where appearance was currency and imperfection was debt. The advice columnists reinforced these expectations with the confidence of people who had never personally attempted to apply liquid eyeliner before 5 in the morning. They wrote about the importance of looking your best for your man, without once acknowledging that looking your best required significant unpaid labor that went entirely unrecognized. They described the ideal housewife as someone who appeared effortlessly beautiful, naturally polished, as though her face and hair simply arranged themselves into pleasing configurations without any human intervention whatsoever. The work required to create the illusion of effortlessness was erased from the narrative, rendered invisible, not counted among the many tasks that filled the day. A woman could spend 2 hours on her appearance each morning, but since the goal was to look as though she had spent no time at all, that labor officially didn't exist. The consequences for failing to maintain these standards could be significant. Husbands who came home to wives with flat hair or smudged mascara were, according to the relationship experts of the day, justified in their disappointment. A man needed to feel he had married someone special, someone who made an effort to remain attractive for him, someone who understood that her appearance was a gift she gave him daily. The possibility that a man might appreciate his wife regardless of her morning face, or that he might take some interest in who she actually was rather than the performance she constructed, apparently never quite occurred to these experts. The relationship was built on illusion, maintained through constant performance, and any break in that performance threatened the entire structure. There were, of course, practical challenges that complicated the morning ritual beyond the simple matter of time. Small children who woke early and needed attention presented an obvious problem, since a toddler demanding breakfast does not pause politely while mommy finishes her eye makeup. The advice columns had solutions for this too, mostly involving training children to play quietly in their rooms until a designated hour. A strategy that anyone who has ever actually met a toddler will recognize as optimistic at best. Some magazines suggested waking even earlier to complete the transformation before the children typically stirred, which meant sacrificing still more sleep on the altar of domestic perfection. Sick days presented another complication, since illness didn't pause the expectation of a put-together appearance. The lipstick on the nightstand advice was offered specifically for situations where a woman might be genuinely unwell, because even in illness, the performance must continue. One particularly memorable piece of guidance suggested that a woman with a cold should focus her makeup on her eyes, drawing attention upward and away from a red, irritated nose. The possibility of simply resting, of allowing one's face to exist in its natural state while the body healed. This was apparently not considered an option. Even sick, a housewife was expected to maintain standards, to present a face to the world that suggested she had everything under control, even when she clearly did not. And here I find myself pausing, because the emotional and psychological weight of this is not a small thing. Imagine never allowing yourself to be seen as you actually are. Imagine beginning every single day with the message, delivered not in words but in practice, that your natural face is insufficient, that who you are upon waking is not good enough, that you must become someone else before you are worthy of being seen by your own family. This wasn't occasional preparation for a special occasion. This was daily, relentless, a complete denial of the natural self in favor of a manufactured ideal. The toll this took on women's sense of identity, on their simple ability to feel comfortable in their own skin, was enormous and largely unacknowledged. And yet the women of the era adapted, because that is what people do when they have no other option presented to them. They learned to apply makeup quickly, their hands moving through the motions with the muscle memory of thousands of repetitions. They mastered hairstyles that looked elaborate but could be achieved in relatively short timeframes. They developed systems and shortcuts and small private workarounds, all while maintaining the fiction that their appearance was natural and effortless. They performed this transformation every morning without complaint, because complaining would have been its own form of social transgression, an admission that they found the expectations burdensome, that they wished things might be different, that they were anything other than perfectly happy in their prescribed role. The products themselves begin to tell their own quiet story about this era's relationship with female appearance, and that is a story worth sitting with a little longer. There is a kind of promise embedded in the language of cosmetics that you only really notice once someone points it out. Foundation didn't merely even out skin tone. It promised a flawless new you. Lipstick didn't simply add color. It delivered irresistible allure. The implication running beneath all of it was quiet but consistent. The natural woman was lacking, insufficient, in need of intervention. The products existed to solve the problem of female inadequacy, to bridge the gap between the woman who woke in the morning and the woman who was considered worthy of being seen by the world. Every purchase was an acknowledgement that the self required improvement. That beauty was something applied rather than something inherent. The hair products carried the same transformative promise. Setting lotions offering curls that would last, hairsprays promising styles that wouldn't budge, shampoos guaranteeing the kind of lustrous beauty that would make heads turn in admiration. The reality, of course, was somewhat different from the advertising copy. The setting lotions created curls that might or might not survive humidity. The hairsprays created helmets that could apparently survive a nuclear attack, but couldn't survive a light rain. The shampoos created the same hair you started with, just cleaner. But the promise remained potent. The hope that with the right product, the right technique, the right morning ritual, any woman could transform herself into the ideal the magazines portrayed. The costs of maintaining this routine extended well beyond the obvious investment of time. The products themselves represented a significant household expense, particularly for families living on tight post-war budgets. Foundation, powder, lipstick, mascara, eyebrow pencil, setting lotion, hairspray, cold cream, astringent, and whatever other specialized products the women's magazines were promoting that particular month. All of it added up to a meaningful portion of the household budget. Yet this expense was rarely questioned, because the alternative, appearing in public without proper makeup and hair, was socially unthinkable. The money simply had to be found, carved out of grocery budgets or clothing allowances, or wherever else could be trimmed to maintain the appearance of domestic perfection. The physical discomfort was another cost rarely discussed openly. Sleeping in pin curls and rollers meant interrupted sleep, neck pain, and the constant awareness of small hard objects pressing into one's scalp throughout the night. Girdles meant restricted breathing, compressed internal organs, and a general sense of physical constraint that lasted from morning until the blessed evening moment when the garment could finally be removed. The heels meant sore feet and aching calves, and the long-term joint problems that would manifest years later. The heavy makeup meant clogged pores, skin irritation, and the strange disconnect of touching your own face and feeling product rather than skin. Women accepted these discomforts as simply part of female existence, the price of admission to polite society. The time cost deserves its own quiet consideration, because time is the one resource that can never be recovered. 2 hours each morning devoted to the transformation ritual meant 14 hours each week, roughly 60 hours each month, over 700 hours each year. All of it spent creating an appearance that was supposed to look like no effort at all. 700 hours. You could learn a language in that time, read perhaps 100 books, sleep an extraordinary number of additional nights. Instead, those hours were sacrificed to the maintenance of an illusion, offered up to an ideal that demanded everything and acknowledged nothing. The ritual also shaped the physical structure of the home itself. Bathrooms needed adequate lighting for makeup application, storage space for the multitude of products, and counter surfaces that could accommodate the tools of transformation. Bedrooms needed vanities, dressing tables, mirrors positioned at optimal angles, and the organizational systems required to keep everything accessible. Closets needed specific arrangements to maintain the various categories of dress, from house dresses to day dresses to afternoon dresses to evening wear. The home itself was constructed around the requirements of the morning ritual. You are standing in a bathroom in 1954. It is not yet 6 in the morning. The house is quiet except for the sound of your own breathing and the faint tick of something settling in the walls. The light above the mirror is on. Everything else is dark. The cold cream is already open on the counter, and you reach for it before you are fully awake. The husbands, it should be noted, were largely unaware of or indifferent to the specifics of this morning production. They woke to wives who appeared put together, accepted this as normal, and rarely questioned the labor that had gone into creating the illusion. The magazines occasionally featured articles explaining why this was actually fine, why men shouldn't be troubled with understanding the work behind their wives' appearances, why the magic of femininity required that its mechanics remain hidden. The housewife was encouraged to maintain mystery, to never explain exactly what went into looking the way she looked, to preserve the fiction that she simply woke up beautiful because that fiction was apparently essential to romantic love. There were small rebellions, of course. Women who decided that the morning ritual was simply too much, who began to cut corners, skip steps, reduce the elaborate production to something more manageable. These rebellions were typically private, hidden from neighbors and relatives who might notice and judge. A woman might wear slightly less makeup, might allow her hair to be simpler, might choose comfort over the exact specifications of fashion. But these rebellions were risky. because the social consequences of visible imperfection were real and potentially lasting. A reputation once damaged by evidence of lowered standards could be difficult or impossible to repair. The era also featured a particular kind of transmission between generations. Mothers taught daughters the techniques of transformation, passing down knowledge of proper makeup application, effective hairstyling, and the general art of appearing put together at all times. This education began early, with girls practicing with their mother's makeup, learning to set their hair, absorbing the lesson that female value was closely tied to female appearance. The rituals moved across generations like a kind of inheritance, each daughter learning that she too would be expected to rise early, to transform herself, to perform the same production her mother had performed, and her grandmother before that. The relationship between the morning ritual and domestic labor more broadly is worth sitting with for a moment. The housewife who had spent 2 hours preparing her appearance would then spend the next several hours engaged in work that actively threatened that appearance. Cooking over a hot stove created steam that could wilt carefully styled hair and melt carefully applied makeup. Scrubbing floors meant kneeling in positions that wrinkled carefully chosen dresses. Chasing children meant physical exertion that could produce the forbidden shine on a freshly powdered face. The morning ritual created an appearance that was then immediately endangered by the very work the housewife was expected to perform. The solution, apparently, was constant vigilance, frequent touch-ups, and an exhausting level of attention to maintaining the illusion even while engaged in labor designed to destroy it. The era's relationship with what it called natural beauty reveals a contradiction at the very heart of the morning ritual. Women were expected to look natural, to appear as though they had achieved their appearance without effort or artifice. Yet this natural appearance could only be achieved through extensive artificial intervention. The makeup was supposed to enhance, not transform, to bring out existing beauty rather than create beauty from nothing. But this enhancement required foundation, powder, blush, lipstick, mascara, eyebrow pencil, and whatever other products were deemed essential that season. The natural look of the 1950s was entirely manufactured. A construction as artificial as any theatrical makeup, yet presented as though it simply revealed the woman's inherent appeal. The cognitive dissonance required to maintain that fiction was substantial, and it was maintained daily by millions of women across the country. The magazines of the era offered endless variations on the morning transformation theme. New techniques, new products, new approaches to the eternal challenge of appearing perfect without appearing to have tried. Each month brought innovations, improvements, revolutionary new methods for achieving the same fundamental goal of manufactured naturalness. The beauty industry existed to solve problems it had largely invented, offering solutions to inadequacies that had been carefully constructed through advertising and editorial content. Women were taught to see flaws where none existed, then sold products to correct those invisible imperfections. The morning ritual was both the symptom and the treatment, the problem and the solution. An endless loop of effort devoted to achieving an ideal that receded with each step forward. The uniformity of expected appearance across the country speaks to the power of media in this era. Women in suburban New York and rural Iowa consumed the same magazines, absorbed the same beauty advice, purchased the same or very similar products, and performed the same morning rituals. Regional variations existed certainly, but the broad strokes of the transformation remained consistent from coast to coast. The ideal housewife looked essentially the same whether she lived in California or Connecticut. Her face and hair shaped by the same cultural expectations, transmitted through the same media channels. This homogeneity of appearance reflected a homogeneity of expectation, a national consensus about what women should look like that allowed very little room for individual variation or personal preference. The arrival of guests, scheduled or unexpected, raised the stakes of the morning ritual considerably. A housewife who might have been tempted to cut corners when only her family would see her had no such latitude when visitors might appear. The possibility of the doorbell ringing at any moment created a constant pressure to maintain appearance standards throughout the day, to be perpetually ready for inspection. The unannounced visit was a particular anxiety of the era, a social custom that seems almost unthinkable from a modern perspective. Neighbors genuinely did drop by without calling first, appearing at the door expecting to be received, perhaps offered coffee and conversation. This meant that a housewife could never truly relax, could never allow her appearance to slip, could never assume that the audience had departed and the performance could end. The doorbell was a constant threat, a reminder that at any moment she might be called upon to present herself to an evaluating eye. The relationship between the morning ritual and the housewife's sense of self deserves quiet consideration. Beginning each day with 2 hours of self-modification sent a powerful message, repeated daily, about the self's inherent inadequacy. The woman who woke each morning learned, through sheer repetition, that who she was upon waking was not sufficient, not acceptable, not worthy of being seen. She learned that her value was contingent upon transformation, that her natural state was something to be hidden and corrected rather than accepted or celebrated. This lesson, absorbed every single morning for years and decades, inevitably shaped how these women understood themselves, their worth, and their place in the world. The morning ritual also structured the housewife's relationship with time itself. By claiming the first hours of the day for appearance maintenance, it established priorities that would shape everything that followed. The message was clear. Looking right mattered more than feeling rested, more than personal leisure, more than any alternative use of those early morning hours. Time was gendered. A husband who spent 2 hours each morning on his appearance would have been considered vain or strange. A wife who failed to spend that time would have been considered negligent. The end of the morning ritual brought no real conclusion, only a transition to the next phase of the day's performance. The housewife who had spent hours preparing her appearance would now be expected to maintain that appearance through hours of demanding physical labor. Preparing meals, managing children, maintaining the home, executing the full range of domestic responsibilities. The morning transformation wasn't an end in itself. It was merely the preparation for the day's main event, the necessary preliminary to the real work of being a 1950s housewife. And when evening came, when the day's labor was finally complete, she would remove the careful construction piece by piece, only to begin the entire process again the following morning. The seasonal variations in the morning ritual added additional layers of complexity to an already demanding process. Summer brought humidity that threatened to dissolve carefully applied makeup and deflate meticulously constructed hairstyles within minutes of completing them. The setting lotion that worked perfectly in October became essentially useless in the sticky heat of August, leaving women to experiment with stronger hold products, more aggressive teasing, and increasingly elaborate countermeasures against the weather's assault on their appearance. Some women resorted to sleeping with their hair wrapped in toilet paper to protect their curls from perspiration, a solution that was exactly as glamorous as it sounds. Winter presented its own challenges, though of a different nature. The dry air meant static-prone hair that wanted to fly in every direction except the one intended by the careful styling. Lips chapped in the cold, requiring additional attention and maintenance throughout the day. Skin became dry and flaky, demanding extra moisturizing steps before foundation could be applied smoothly. And then, the moment the housewife stepped outside, the cold would redden her nose and cheeks, threatening to undo the careful color coordination she had achieved with powder and rouge. The fur-collared coats and wool scarves of winter fashion could destroy a hairstyle in seconds. Leaving women to choose between warmth and appearance, in ways their husbands never had to consider. The products available for maintaining the morning ritual's results through the day formed their own category of essential items. Compacts with pressed powder for midday touch-ups were carried in every handbag, ready to combat any unauthorized shine that dared appear on a carefully matte face. Lipsticks in purse-sized tubes allowed for quick reapplication after meals or conversations, or any other activity that might have disturbed the carefully constructed lip color. Small bottles of perfume could refresh the scent that the morning's application might have worn thin. And for true emergencies, there were the powder rooms of department stores and restaurants, equipped with good lighting and mirrors where a woman could execute repairs should her appearance suffer any serious damage throughout the day. The powder room itself deserves a moment's mention as a specifically gendered space. These were not merely bathrooms. They were refuges where women could retreat to check, repair, and refresh the illusion they presented to the world. Department stores competed to offer the most elaborate powder rooms, with comfortable seating, flattering lighting, and full-length mirrors that allowed for comprehensive inspection. The architectural inclusion of powder rooms acknowledged, in its quiet way, what society simultaneously denied: that the appearance women presented to the world was anything but natural and required ongoing maintenance to sustain. The commercial ecosystem that supported the morning ritual was extensive and sophisticated. Department store cosmetics counters offered not just products, but demonstrations, tutorials, and the personalized advice of saleswomen trained to identify problems and recommend solutions. Beauty parlors provided professional assistance for women who wanted expert help with their hairstyles, offering weekly appointment slots where women could have their hair set and styled to last several days. Women's magazines devoted page after page to beauty advice, product recommendations, and step-by-step guides for achieving the looks that the very same magazines had established as essential. The entire apparatus worked together to create expectations, and then profit from the effort required to meet them. The beauty parlor visit represented a particularly significant element of many women's weekly routines. For those who could afford it, having one's hair professionally set every week was not a luxury, but a practical necessity, given the complexity of the era's hairstyles. The typical appointment involved washing, setting in rollers, sitting under a hooded dryer for what felt like approximately 17 hours, and then having the style brushed out and sprayed into place. Women scheduled these appointments with the seriousness of business meetings, knowing that missing a session could leave them struggling with unmanageable hair for the following week. The beauty parlor was also a social space, of course, somewhere women could exchange information, gossip, and advice, while collectively engaged in the work of appearance maintenance. The generational transmission of beauty knowledge created chains of practice that extended back through time. Grandmothers taught mothers who taught daughters the specific techniques of their family's approach to the morning ritual. Some families favored particular products, swearing by specific brands of lipstick or setting lotion that had served them reliably for decades. Others passed down techniques: the specific way of winding a pin curl or applying foundation that had been perfected through generations of practice. This inheritance of beauty knowledge was considered a normal part of a girl's education, as essential as learning to cook or keep house. The morning ritual wasn't invented fresh by each woman. It was received as tradition, modified slightly for personal preference, and then transmitted onward to the next generation. The economic implications for individual households were not trivial. A woman who purchased foundation, powder, rouge, lipstick, mascara, eyebrow pencil, cold cream, astringent, setting lotion, hairspray, and the various other products deemed essential for the morning ritual was making a significant investment in her appearance. These purchases had to be maintained through regular replacement as products ran out or expired. Add in the periodic beauty parlor visits, the occasional new makeup brush or comb, and the other miscellaneous expenses of appearance maintenance, and the total represented a meaningful portion of many family budgets. Yet this expense was rarely questioned, because the alternative was socially unacceptable. The psychological concept of letting oneself go haunted women of this era like a quiet, persistent specter. To let oneself go meant abandoning the morning ritual, allowing one's appearance to decline, failing to maintain the standards that society had established as baseline expectations. The phrase implied not just physical change, but moral failure, a lack of discipline and self-respect that reflected poorly on the woman, and by extension on her husband and family. Women who appeared to have let themselves go were subjects of pity, concern, and often harsh judgment from their peers. The morning ritual thus functioned as a defense against this social death, a daily proof of continued commitment to acceptable femininity. The differences between weekday and weekend morning rituals were subtle but real. Saturday mornings might allow for slightly reduced effort, particularly if no social engagements were planned. Sunday mornings, however, typically required the full formal treatment, given the expectation of church attendance and the visibility that entailed. The housewife who arrived at services with inadequate hair or makeup would be observed and remembered by every woman in the congregation. Church was as much a fashion show as a religious observance, where families demonstrated their prosperity, propriety, and attention to standards through their appearance. The Sunday morning ritual was often the most elaborate of the week, requiring extra time and effort to achieve the elevated presentation that religious observance apparently demanded. The relationship between the morning ritual and the photography of the era reveals something quietly telling. Family photographs from the 1950s almost universally show women with their full makeup and carefully styled hair in place, creating the impression that this was simply how women looked at all times. We rarely see the before pictures, the early morning faces, the natural state that the ritual was designed to conceal. This photographic record reinforces the fiction of effortless beauty by documenting only the result, never the process. Future generations looking at those photographs might reasonably conclude that women of this era simply woke up looking perfectly polished, with no understanding of the labor required to create that illusion. The morning ritual also shaped women's relationships with their own aging. As the years passed, the ritual became both more necessary and more difficult. Wrinkles required additional foundation. Age spots demanded extra coverage. Thinning hair needed more aggressive teasing to achieve the same volume. The ritual that had been merely demanding in youth became increasingly challenging with age, requiring more time, more product, and more skill to achieve results that still fell short of the youthful ideal. Women aged not just physically, but in relationship to an appearance standard that receded further with each passing year. The morning ritual became a daily confrontation with the gap between current reality and remembered youth, a measurement of decline, taken each morning before the mirror. The ritual's requirements also effectively excluded women from certain activities and opportunities. The time required for the morning transformation meant less time for everything else. Women who might have pursued education, creative work, or other personal interests found their mornings consumed by the demands of appearance maintenance. The cognitive space occupied by tracking makeup status, hair condition, and overall presentation throughout the day left less room for other thoughts and concerns. The morning ritual didn't just take time. It occupied attention. It demanded focus. It established priorities that shaped the entire day's possibilities. And yet, despite all of this, women completed the morning ritual day after day, year after year, with remarkable persistence. They rose before dawn, transformed themselves in silence, emerged into their households as polished performances of femininity, and repeated the process endlessly. Whether they believed in the system that demanded this of them, whether they found meaning in the ritual or merely endured it, whether they dreamed of alternatives or accepted the situation as simply how life worked, they showed up each morning and did the work. The morning ritual was completed not because it made sense, but because not completing it was unthinkable, because the social consequences of failure were real and painful, because this was what being a woman in the 1950s required. And with that transformation complete, with the careful construction finally in place, the housewife could turn her attention to what waited on the other side of the bedroom door. The kitchen. And make no mistake, running a 1950s kitchen was not merely a matter of cooking food and cleaning up afterward. It was something closer to strategic warfare, conducted with mixing bowls and meat thermometers, requiring the organizational skills of a military general and the precision timing of a Swiss watchmaker. The casual approach to meal preparation that works perfectly well in later decades, where one simply opens the refrigerator, surveys the contents, and improvises something edible, would have been considered not just inadequate but borderline irresponsible in this era. Meals were planned, scheduled, budgeted, and executed with a level of forethought that would make a modern logistics company take notes. The foundation of kitchen command was the weekly menu, a document of such importance that many housewives treated it with the reverence usually reserved for legal contracts or religious texts. This wasn't a casual list scribbled on the back of an envelope. This was a comprehensive plan covering breakfast, lunch, dinner, and any snacks for every single day of the upcoming week, created with careful attention to nutritional balance, budgetary constraints, family preferences, ingredient availability, and the elaborate social calendar that might require special meals for guests or contributions to community events. The menu was typically created on Sunday afternoon, after church, but before the week's madness began. And once finalized, it became essentially law. Deviating from the menu without extremely good reason was considered a sign of poor planning, and poor planning was considered a sign of poor character. The process of creating the weekly menu followed specific protocols that the women's magazines of the era explained in exhaustive detail. First, the housewife needed to consult her calendar. Was her husband bringing his boss home for dinner on Thursday? That required a special menu, probably involving a roast and definitely involving a certain level of anxiety. Were the children having friends over after school on Tuesday? That meant additional snacks had to be factored into the shopping list. Was there a church potluck on Saturday? That demanded a contribution impressive enough to maintain the family's reputation, but not so impressive as to seem like showing off. Every social engagement had culinary implications, and the organized housewife planned for all of them simultaneously. Next came the consideration of what the magazines called meal variety, which meant ensuring that the family didn't eat the same thing twice in too short a period. Monday's meatloaf could not be followed by Tuesday's meatloaf, even if meatloaf was the most economical option, and the children actually preferred it. The weekly menu needed to demonstrate range. Perhaps a roast on Sunday, chicken on Monday, fish on Tuesday, because some vague notion of health suggested fish should appear weekly. A casserole on Wednesday, pork chops on Thursday, another chicken variation on Friday, and something special for Saturday. The housewife who served the same rotation every week, without variation, was considered unimaginative, which was apparently a character flaw serious enough to warrant social commentary from neighbors. The nutritional considerations added another layer of complexity. The era's understanding of nutrition was, it must be said, still evolving, with advice that ranged from the sensible to the questionable to the actively counterproductive. Vegetables were important, but certain vegetables were considered more appropriate for certain meals. Fruit should appear daily, but the form it took mattered. Protein was essential, though the type and quantity depended on the family's economic status and regional traditions. Dairy was considered almost mandatory, with milk appearing at every meal and butter used with an enthusiasm that would make later cardiologists wince quietly. The housewife was expected to navigate this nutritional landscape while also making food that her family would actually eat. a challenge that anyone who has ever tried to convince a child to consume vegetables will recognize as optimistic at best. The budget constraints turned meal planning into an exercise in advanced mathematics. Most households operated on fixed incomes with specific amounts allocated to groceries. Exceeding that allocation was not an option. The housewife needed to plan meals that met all the other requirements: nutritional variety and social appropriateness and family preferences, while staying within a budget that left no room for error. This meant knowing the approximate cost of every item on the shopping list before setting foot in the store, anticipating sales and seasonal price changes, and building enough flexibility into the plan to accommodate any unexpected expenses that might arise. There is a particular kind of skill that no one talks about at dinner parties. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't appear on any list of qualifications. And yet, for millions of women in 1950s America, it was practiced every single day with the same quiet intensity that a surgeon might bring to a difficult procedure. The skill of feeding people well, affordably, correctly, and without anyone ever noticing the effort involved. We've been moving through the unwritten world of the 1950s housewife, and tonight we arrive somewhere in the middle of it all. The kitchen, the shopping trip, the lunchbox, the gloves, the hat, the small, intricate, relentless demands of a life organized around invisible rules. Settle in, there's no hurry here. The grocery budget was not simply a number. It was a constraint with consequences. A woman who regularly exceeded her grocery allocation was viewed, in her community, with the same quiet disapproval reserved for a woman whose lipstick had faded before noon. Both represented a failure of discipline. Both were noticed. Feeding a family of 4 or 5, nutritious meals, varied meals, socially appropriate meals on a tight budget was considered a fundamental housewifely skill, not a remarkable achievement, a baseline expectation. And the planning that preceded any of it was substantial. The shopping list that emerged from the weekly menu planning was a document of considerable length and specificity. Items were organized by store section, because wandering aimlessly through a grocery store suggested poor planning. Quantities were precisely calculated based on the week's menu, just enough to complete the planned meals, and no more, because waste was both economically irresponsible and, in the moral vocabulary of the era, something close to sinful. Brand names were specified where preferences existed. Acceptable substitutions were noted in case a preferred brand was unavailable. The shopping list was, in a very real sense, a script for a performance that would take place under fluorescent lighting among strangers. A well-prepared housewife could complete her shopping in minimum time with maximum efficiency. She moved through those aisles like a woman on a mission, because that is exactly what she was. The grocery shopping trip itself was not a casual errand. It occupied a specific, scheduled slot in the weekly calendar. Most housewives shopped on the same day each week, typically early in the week after the Sunday planning session, when stores were freshly stocked and the best selections were still available. The timing within that day also mattered. Too early, and the produce might not yet be fully arranged. Too late, and other shoppers might have claimed the best cuts of meat. The experienced housewife knew exactly when her preferred store received its deliveries and timed her arrival accordingly. From a modern vantage point, this level of strategic thinking about a grocery run might seem excessive. But in an era before 24-hour supermarkets and next morning delivery, timing genuinely mattered. The shelves were finite. The good things went first. The grocery store of the 1950s was also, in important ways, a different physical experience than its modern equivalent. Many stores still operated with a significant amount of counter service. The housewife did not simply take items from shelves. She approached a clerk, requested what she needed, and waited while it was retrieved from behind the counter. This required knowing exactly what you wanted before you arrived. fumbling through your list while a clerk stood waiting, with other customers forming a queue behind you. That was embarrassing at best and reputation damaging at worst. The self-service supermarket was spreading rapidly during this decade. But the transition wasn't complete, and many women moved through hybrid environments where some items were self-serve and others required clerk assistance. It was a world in motion, and the housewife navigated it as it was, not as it would eventually become. The meat counter deserves particular attention. Meat was typically the most expensive item on the shopping list and the centerpiece of most dinners. The selection of it required both expertise and confidence. A housewife needed to know cuts, grades, and appropriate uses well enough to communicate clearly with the butcher, who might or might not be inclined toward helpfulness, depending on his mood and how busy the counter was. Requesting the wrong cut marked you immediately as inexperienced. Accepting whatever the butcher suggested without question marked you as a pushover who could be sold inferior products. The negotiation at the meat counter was a delicate dance, requiring knowledge, assertiveness, and the social intelligence to maintain a positive ongoing relationship with someone you'd be seeing weekly for the foreseeable future. You are standing at the produce section. The smell of cold water and crushed green things is in the air. Someone nearby is thumping a melon with quiet authority. You pick up a cantaloupe, bring it to your nose, and breathe in, trying to read something there, some signal, some sign of what's waiting inside. Around you, women are doing the same thing, each in their own focused silence. Then the scene opens out, and the narrator is back, and the world is broader again. Women developed personal techniques for assessing freshness, thumping melons, sniffing cantaloupes, examining lettuce leaves for early signs of decay. These techniques were passed down to daughters like family secrets. The ability to consistently select quality produce was another of those housewifely skills that might seem minor, but contributed, quietly and cumulatively, to overall reputation. Taking too long over the selection suggested indecisiveness. Moving too quickly suggested carelessness. Returning produce after purchase was awkward at best, so the initial selection needed to be correct. There was no real margin for error. The dairy section required its own particular attention, primarily around expiration dates, which were not yet standardized. They often consisted of cryptic codes that regular shoppers learned to decipher through experience, a private language of freshness that no one had officially taught them, but that everyone was expected to know. Milk needed to be consumed before it spoiled, but buying too frequently wasted time and transportation. The housewife calculated consumption rates and purchased accordingly. Butter and eggs had their own storage requirements and consumption timelines. Cheese, when purchased at all in an era when American processed cheese dominated many households, needed to be appropriate for its intended use. The dairy section was where planning met reality, where the theoretical menu confronted the actual availability of ingredients, and where adjustments sometimes had to be made on the spot if the milk looked questionable or the eggs seemed older than ideal. Canned goods formed a significant portion of the 1950s pantry. They offered convenience and long shelf life in an era before widespread home freezers and year-round fresh produce availability. The housewife maintained a mental inventory of her canned goods. She knew which items needed replenishing and purchased replacements before supplies ran completely out. Running out of a staple canned good midweek. Discovering there was no tomato sauce when the Wednesday casserole required it. Represented a planning failure that necessitated an unscheduled shopping trip, which was both inconvenient and, in the quiet ledger of domestic judgment, slightly humiliating. The well-organized housewife never ran out of anything unexpectedly. Her inventory management was impeccable, and it lived almost entirely in her head. The transportation of groceries from store to home was its own logistical consideration. Most households owned one car at most, and that car was typically with the husband at work during the day. The housewife arranged alternative transportation for shopping trips. Some walked to nearby stores, limiting purchases to what could be carried. Others caught rides with neighbors, which introduced social obligations and scheduling complications. Some used delivery services offered by certain stores, though this required placing orders in advance and accepting whatever the store selected, rather than choosing items personally. The logistics of simply getting groceries home shaped when shopping could happen, how it was conducted, and how much could be purchased at once. Upon returning home, the groceries required immediate attention. Perishables needed refrigeration promptly. Frozen items needed the freezer immediately. Even shelf-stable items needed to be put away in their designated locations without delay. The 1950s kitchen was organized with a specificity that would impress a professional organizer. Every item had a designated place, and every place had a designated item. Canned goods were arranged by type, and often by size, labels facing forward for easy identification. Dry goods lived in specific cabinets or canisters. Refrigerator space was allocated according to principles of food safety and efficient use, with items used most frequently placed most accessibly. This organization was not merely preference. It was considered essential for efficient kitchen operation. The refrigerator itself was treated with considerable respect, as a relatively recent technological marvel that made modern meal planning possible. Earlier generations had managed with ice boxes or no refrigeration at all. The mechanical refrigerator represented genuine domestic progress, but this appreciation came with responsibility. The refrigerator needed to be maintained, cleaned regularly, defrosted when ice built up in the freezer compartment, and organized to maximize both capacity and air circulation. A messy refrigerator suggested a messy housewife. And since refrigerators were occasionally glimpsed by guests passing through the kitchen, their contents and organization were subject to the same quiet scrutiny as the rest of the home. I think about that sometimes. The idea that even the inside of the refrigerator was a kind of public space, a surface that could be judged. That there was almost nowhere in that house that belonged entirely to her, unchecked, unseen. Food storage rules in this era were extensive and not entirely consistent with what modern food safety knowledge would recommend. Certain foods were never refrigerated that today's practice would consider refrigerator mandatory. Other foods were stored in ways that seem counterintuitive now. Leftovers were handled according to protocols that balanced economy, because throwing away food was wasteful, with safety concerns that varied by food type. The housewife was expected to know these rules intimately, to understand how long various items remained safe, to use or discard foods according to schedules she maintained primarily in her head. The mental load of tracking food freshness across an entire kitchen's worth of contents was considerable. It was never written down on any job description. The actual cooking process followed the week's menu with minimal deviation. Each day the housewife knew exactly what she would be preparing and had ensured all necessary ingredients were already in the house. Preparation began early enough that meals would be ready at the expected time, because dinner at 6 meant dinner on the table at 6, not dinner started at 6. The coordination required to bring a roast, vegetables, bread, and dessert to completion simultaneously, each element at its peak at precisely the right moment, was a skill that came only with practice. The experienced housewife moved through a hot kitchen managing multiple timelines at once, making adjustments quietly, without announcement. This coordination became even more complex on special occasions, when 4 or 5 dishes might need to reach completion within minutes of each other. The presentation of meals followed rules nearly as elaborate as the preparation itself. Food was not merely placed on plates, but arranged according to aesthetic principles illustrated in vivid color photography in the women's magazines. Garnishes were expected, even for everyday family meals. The table was set properly before food arrived, with the correct dishes and utensils for the planned menu. The housewife didn't simply cook food. She created dining experiences, even when the only audience was her husband and children, who might not particularly notice the garnish on their mashed potatoes, but would definitely notice if it wasn't there. There's something in that particular detail that stays with me. The garnish that goes unnoticed unless it's absent. The effort that becomes invisible the moment it succeeds. The cleaning that followed meals was itself a multi-stage process with specific protocols. Dishes were scraped, rinsed, washed, dried, and put away in sequence, with attention to cross-contamination, concerns that the era understood even if the underlying science wasn't fully developed. Pots and pans required special handling depending on their materials. The stove needed wiping down while still warm, but not hot. Counters were sanitized. Floors were swept and mopped if any spills had occurred. The kitchen needed to be returned to its pristine pre-meal state before the housewife could consider her work complete, because the next meal's preparation would begin soon and would require the same clean starting point. The timing of all this culinary effort was structured around the husband's schedule with remarkable precision. Breakfast needed to be ready when he woke, hot, complete, waiting on the table when he emerged from his morning routine. He expected to sit down, eat, and leave for work without delay. Dinner needed to be ready when he returned from work, typically at the same time each evening. A dependable domestic ritual that asked nothing more of him than showing up and being served. The household schedule revolved around his working hours like planets around a sun. Meal times were fixed by his departure and return. Her convenience existed only in the margins between his requirements. The children's meals added complexity without adding much appreciation. Children needed breakfast before school, lunch packed if they weren't eating in the school cafeteria, snacks when they returned home, and dinner alongside the adults. Their preferences might differ from adult preferences, requiring modifications or entirely separate preparations. And their tendency to reject foods they had previously enjoyed, to suddenly develop an aversion to ingredients they'd been eating for years, kept the housewife constantly adjusting her plans to accommodate small people whose palates seemed to change with the weather. The packed lunch deserves particular attention as a daily production that carried its own set of expectations and anxieties. A child's lunchbox, opened in the school cafeteria surrounded by peers, was essentially an advertisement for the mother's competence. A well-packed lunch with properly wrapped sandwiches, appropriate snacks, and perhaps a small treat demonstrated domestic skill and maternal care. A haphazard lunch with mismatched items, crushed sandwiches, and forgotten napkins told a different story entirely. Other mothers heard about lunchbox contents through their children. This created yet another arena of competitive domesticity where falling short had social consequences that extended beyond the immediate family. The sandwich itself was subject to unwritten rules about appropriate fillings, proper construction, and ideal wrapping. Bread should be fresh, but not so fresh it compressed into a gummy mass when handled. Fillings should be substantial enough to satisfy, but not so wet they soaked through the bread by lunchtime. The sandwich should be wrapped in wax paper with neat, precise folds that kept everything contained without requiring a child's struggle to unwrap. Some mothers cut sandwiches diagonally. Others cut them into rectangles. There was no official rule governing this choice, but the consistency of the cut reflected attention to detail, and a sandwich that arrived at school looking battered and reassembled suggested a mother who didn't quite have things under control. The supplementary items in the lunchbox followed their own logic of nutritional balance and practical portability. A piece of fruit provided vitamins, but had to be chosen carefully. Some fruits bruised easily, and others required cutting that would turn brown by noon. Carrot sticks or celery provided vegetables, but needed to stay crisp during the hours between packing and eating. Cookies or a small dessert provided the reward that made children actually look forward to lunch, but too much sugar suggested a mother who prioritized popularity over health. The overall composition needed to satisfy both nutritional expectations and the practical realities of food that had to survive several hours unrefrigerated in a child's locker. The timing of lunch preparation fitted into the already compressed morning schedule, adding another task to the pre-dawn production that never seemed to have quite enough hours. Some housewives prepared lunches the night before, storing them in the refrigerator until morning, trading freshness for sanity. Others insisted on same morning preparation, believing that sandwiches made hours in advance couldn't possibly match the quality of those made minutes before departure. Either approach required planning, ingredients, and a level of organization that many people today would find excessive for what is, after all, just a sandwich. But it was never just a sandwich. It was a daily demonstration of maternal competence delivered to the most honest critics imaginable. Children who would absolutely tell their friends if the lunches were strange. Emergency meal protocols existed for the moments when careful planning met the wall of an unexpected reality. A husband calling to say he was bringing colleagues home for dinner with 2 hours' notice. A key ingredient discovered to be spoiled when it was too late to shop for a replacement. An appliance failure that eliminated the planned cooking method entirely. The housewife needed contingency plans, alternative meals that could be assembled quickly from pantry staples, dishes that could stretch to accommodate unexpected guests, techniques for salvaging a dinner when the original plan had collapsed. These emergencies revealed something important about the true depth of a housewife's competence, separating those who were genuinely skilled from those who could only execute when everything went according to plan. The relationship between meal planning and social obligations created a complex calendar of culinary commitments that extended well beyond the immediate family. Potluck contributions needed to be coordinated with the household menu, since you couldn't use the same roast for both Sunday family dinner and Saturday's church social. Baked goods brought as gifts to new neighbors or sick friends had to be fitted into the production schedule. Hosting obligations meant planning not just meals, but entire dining experiences that would reflect well on the family. The housewife managed all these overlapping commitments while maintaining the impression that feeding multiple audiences delicious, appropriate food was simply what competent women did, without particular effort. The recipe collection was a serious domestic resource, often assembled over years from women's magazines, newspaper food sections, friends, relatives, and personal experimentation, compiled into boxes of index cards or pasted into scrapbooks that became personalized cookbooks. A good recipe was worth copying carefully and preserving for future use. A great recipe was even more valuable, sometimes kept as a family secret, or shared only with close friends as a gesture of particular trust. The housewife who could produce a consistently excellent version of a difficult dish possessed genuine culinary capital that contributed to her reputation and her standing in the community. The evaluation of a housewife's cooking happened constantly, though usually in silence. Family members ate what was placed before them, and their enjoyment, or lack of it, was visible in how much they took and whether they asked for seconds. Guests were more likely to offer verbal feedback, complimenting successful dishes in ways that were reported and remembered. Other housewives sampled each other's contributions at potlucks and drew their own conclusions about relative skill and effort. The collective judgment of the community created an ongoing, unspoken ranking of culinary competence that everyone understood, even if no one spoke about it directly. Being known as an excellent cook was genuine social capital. Being known as a mediocre cook was a deficit that was difficult to overcome. Seasonal variation added another layer of complexity to an already demanding system. Summer meant lighter meals, increased salad consumption, and greater use of cold preparations that didn't require heating up the kitchen. Winter meant heartier fare, more baked goods, and the slow-cooked dishes that could simmer all afternoon while keeping the house warm. The transition between seasons required menu adjustments, different shopping patterns, and modified storage approaches as the foods available and appropriate shifted throughout the year. The housewife who served heavy winter stews in August demonstrated the same poor judgment as the woman who served cold salads in January, both failing to match their menus to the unspoken expectations of the season. And now, gently, we move from the kitchen into another part of this elaborate world. Because if the kitchen had its own set of invisible requirements, what the housewife wore when she left that kitchen was governed by a system of rules no less intricate and no less consequential. The 1950s housewife maintained a collection of accessories so extensively cataloged and so specifically designated for particular occasions that selecting the wrong hat for a trip to the bank could genuinely affect her social standing. This was not fashion for fashion's sake. It was a complex coding system. Gloves communicated class. Hats signaled respectability. Jewelry broadcast economic status with the apparent subtlety of a billboard, though no one would have put it quite that plainly. Gloves, perhaps more than anything else in the wardrobe, occupied a position that modern people can barely comprehend. They were not optional accessories pulled out for cold weather and otherwise forgotten in a drawer. Gloves were essential equipment for any appearance in public, required regardless of season, mandated by a social code that considered bare hands in formal settings roughly equivalent to bare feet. The well-prepared housewife owned multiple pairs of gloves in various lengths, colors, and materials, each designated for specific occasions, and none of them to be mixed up or misapplied under any circumstances. Wearing the wrong gloves to church was the kind of mistake people remembered and discussed, quietly, with raised eyebrows, for weeks afterward. The length of the gloves communicated crucial information about the formality of the occasion. Short gloves, ending at the wrist, were appropriate for daytime activities and casual outings. These were your grocery shopping gloves, your post office gloves, your running errands around town gloves. Mid-length gloves, extending partway up the forearm, occupied a middle ground suitable for afternoon events and semi-formal occasions. Long gloves, reaching above the elbow, were reserved for evening wear and the most formal daytime events. The kind of occasions where one might be photographed and would want those photographs to reflect a proper understanding of glove etiquette. The woman who wore long gloves to a morning coffee with neighbors was trying too hard. The woman who wore short gloves to an evening reception was underdressed. Neither mistake was forgotten quickly. The color of gloves required coordination with the rest of the outfit, according to rules that filled entire chapters of etiquette guides. White gloves were traditional, classic, and generally safe for most daytime occasions, though they showed every speck of dirt and required frequent cleaning to maintain their pristine appearance. Black gloves were appropriate for evening wear or for creating a sophisticated daytime look, though some occasions specifically called for white, and black would be noticed as incorrect. Colored gloves that matched or complemented the outfit were fashionable, but required careful coordination, the goal being that perfect balance of harmony without uniformity. The woman who achieved it earned admiring glances. The woman who got it wrong demonstrated the opposite in equal measure. The material of gloves varied by season and occasion. Leather gloves were appropriate for cold weather in some daytime situations, but not for warm weather or the most formal events. Cotton was suitable for summer and many daytime occasions, though it lacked the elegance of other options. Kid leather, extremely fine and soft, was reserved for the most formal situations. Fabric gloves in various synthetic materials filled the middle ground between practicality and formality. The housewife needed to own gloves in multiple materials to be properly prepared for every possible occasion and every possible weather condition. The putting on and taking off of gloves followed its own rules, which had to be learned and practiced. Gloves were removed finger by finger, pulled from the tips rather than yanked from the wrist. The process looked elegant when done correctly and clumsy when done incorrectly. In social situations, gloves were removed when eating or drinking, when playing cards or handling small objects, and in certain greeting situations depending on the formality of the occasion. But they were kept on when simply conversing, when attending church services, when walking through public spaces. Knowing when to wear gloves and when to remove them required constant awareness of social context and the confidence to make quick decisions about etiquette in real time. Hats occupied an equally crucial position in the accessory hierarchy, and in some ways their rules were even more complex than those governing gloves, because hats were more visible. A woman's hat communicated to everyone who saw her walking down the street her sense of style, her social position, her understanding of appropriate dress, and in some unspoken way, her general approach to life. The right hat elevated an outfit. The wrong hat destroyed it. And since hats could not be easily adjusted or removed once you had committed to wearing them in public, the selection made at home determined the impression made for the entire outing. The occasions that required hats were specified with considerable precision. Church absolutely required one, no exceptions, and the type of hat appropriate for church services formed its own subcategory of millinery rules. Shopping in downtown stores, as opposed to neighborhood shops, generally required a hat for proper presentation. Luncheons and afternoon social events required hats. Formal evening events might or might not require hats, depending on specific circumstances. Casual gatherings in private homes among close friends might permit going hatless, though conservative women often wore hats regardless. The determining factor was often less about the activity itself and more about who might see you and what conclusions they might draw from your appearance. The style of hat appropriate for various occasions ranged from the modest to the spectacular. Everyday hats for shopping and errands tended toward the practical. Smaller shapes that stayed securely in place, modest decorations that didn't catch on doorways or block other shoppers' views. Church hats could be somewhat larger and more decorated, since the setting was formal and you would mostly be sitting still. Special occasion hats pulled out all the stops, featuring elaborate decorations, dramatic shapes, and considerable engineering that made 1950s millinery a genuine art form. These hats might include flowers, feathers, veiling, ribbons, and structural elements that defied gravity through the strategic application of wire frames and sheer millinery determination. The coordination of hat with outfit followed rules similar to those governing gloves, but with additional considerations of proportion and visual balance. A large, dramatic hat overwhelmed a simple dress. A tiny, understated hat looked lost above an elaborate gown. Colors needed to work together without matching too precisely, and the overall aesthetic of the hat needed to complement the overall aesthetic of the outfit. Women with a strong sense of personal style could bend these rules somewhat, creating looks that were distinctive rather than merely correct. But women still establishing their fashion credentials were wise to follow the guidelines closely until they had earned the social capital to take risks. The storage and maintenance of hats presented practical challenges that required dedicated space and careful attention. Hats couldn't simply be tossed in a closet. They needed hat boxes or specially designed storage to maintain their shapes. Delicate decorations needed protection from crushing and from the dust that accumulated in closets. Some hats required professional cleaning when they became soiled, an additional expense that had to be factored into the overall cost of maintaining a proper hat wardrobe. The hat collection represented a significant investment, both financial and in terms of storage space, and the housewife was expected to maintain this investment properly. Jewelry in the 1950s followed the principle that more was not necessarily better, and that appropriateness mattered more than impressiveness. The wrong jewelry for an occasion was actually worse than no jewelry at all, since incorrect jewelry demonstrated active bad judgment rather than passive oversight. The well-accessorized housewife knew exactly which pieces were appropriate for which situations. She selected them accordingly, creating ensembles that looked effortlessly elegant rather than obviously coordinated or inappropriately elaborate. Daytime jewelry differed significantly from evening jewelry in both style and material. Daytime called for simpler pieces, a single strand of pearls, modest earrings, perhaps a simple bracelet or a watch. The overall effect should be polished and put together, but not flashy, not attention-seeking, not suggesting that you were trying to impress anyone. Evening permitted more elaborate pieces. Diamonds if you owned them, multiple pieces worn together, dramatic earrings that caught the light. The transition from daytime jewelry to evening jewelry was as significant, in its own way, as the transition from day dress to evening dress. And with that, we let the evening do what evenings do. The rules continue, quietly, somewhere in the middle distance. The gloves are folded. The hat is in its box. The kitchen is clean and the table is set for tomorrow. Rest now. There is something quietly humbling about a strand of pearls. You can hold them in your hand and they feel almost weightless, those smooth, cool spheres. And yet in the 1950s, they carried the weight of an entire social identity. A strand of pearls, real or a good quality imitation, occupied a special position in the jewelry hierarchy. They were considered the quintessential accessory for the respectable housewife, appropriate for nearly any occasion, and often the default choice when other jewelry seemed either too casual or too formal. Pearls communicated classic elegance, traditional values, and what was then called proper breeding, all the qualities a 1950s housewife was supposed to embody. They were safe. They were correct. They were what sophisticated women wore. The handbag, while technically a functional object for carrying necessities, was no less subject to the rules of appropriateness and coordination than gloves, hats, or jewelry. Daytime bags differed from evening bags in size, material, and style. The color of the bag needed to work with the overall outfit, though the old requirement of matching bag to shoes exactly was beginning to relax in favor of coordination without precise matching. Size mattered too, larger bags for shopping trips when one might need to carry purchases, smaller bags for social events where carrying anything too large looked unnecessarily practical. The style of the bag communicated aesthetic sensibilities that contributed to the overall impression a woman made wherever she went. Shoes followed their own elaborate grammar. Daytime shoes were lower-heeled and more practical than evening shoes, though practical in this era included heel heights that modern podiatrists would question. The color of shoes needed to coordinate with the rest of the outfit, with complicated rules about whether to match the bag, the dress, or some other element entirely. White shoes were appropriate only between Memorial Day and Labor Day, a rule that might seem arbitrary now, but was enforced with genuine social pressure at the time. Patent leather was appropriate for some occasions and not others. The texture and material of shoes communicated formality levels that had to align with the formality of everything else being worn. The overall effect of accessory selection was supposed to be harmony, every element working together to create a cohesive appearance that communicated sophistication, appropriateness, and effortless good taste. The woman who achieved this harmony looked as though the correct choices came naturally, as though she had simply reached into her closet and found everything waiting in perfect agreement with everything else. The woman who failed to achieve harmony looked like she was trying too hard, or not trying hard enough, or trying in the wrong direction entirely. The accessories either made the outfit or broke it, and since accessories were the most variable element of dress, They offered the most opportunity for both success and failure. The social surveillance of accessories was constant and unforgiving. Women noticed each other's gloves, hats, jewelry, bags, and shoes with the attention of professional appraisers. They noticed when someone wore the same hat too frequently. They noticed when gloves didn't quite match the dress. They noticed when jewelry was too elaborate for the occasion or not elaborate enough. This information was filed away, discussed quietly with friends, and factored into overall assessments of social standing and personal taste. The housewife who consistently accessorized well built a reputation for style and sophistication. The housewife who consistently accessorized poorly built a different reputation entirely. Regional and economic variation added another layer of complexity to what was already a demanding system. What worked in Manhattan might not work in Minneapolis. What was expected in wealthy suburban enclaves might be considered pretentious in working-class neighborhoods. The housewife needed to understand not just general rules, but specific local expectations, adapting her accessory choices to the particular community where she lived and the particular social circles where she moved. This local knowledge came from observation, from asking advice, from trial and error, and from the occasional embarrassing mistake that taught lessons more memorable than any etiquette guide. The financial pressure of maintaining an adequate accessory wardrobe was significant, particularly for families on modest incomes. Gloves, hats, jewelry, bags, and shoes in sufficient variety to cover all occasions represented a considerable investment that had to be balanced against other household needs. Some women economized by owning fewer pieces selected carefully for maximum versatility. Others invested heavily in accessories, considering them essential to maintaining social position and family reputation. The proper level of investment varied by community standards, and each housewife needed to find the balance that met local expectations without exceeding the household budget. The maintenance of accessories required ongoing attention alongside everything else. Gloves cleaned, hats stored properly, jewelry polished, bags protected from wear, shoes resoled when necessary. Each category of accessory had its own requirements, its own potential problems, its own remedies when damage occurred. The housewife was expected to manage all of this while also managing every other aspect of domestic life. The time required was simply absorbed into the general category of keeping up appearances, which consumed a remarkable portion of every housewife's day. You are standing at the back of the hall closet. The smell is cedar and something faintly floral, a perfume that clung to the fabric years ago. You are pulling out a box, and inside it is a hat wrapped in tissue paper. Summer is ending. You already know what this means. The seasonal transitions in accessories required wardrobe adjustments that felt like small logistical operations. White gloves and straw hats came out of storage for summer and went back in for winter. Wool accessories emerged for cold weather. Light-colored bags were appropriate for warm months, dark bags for cold months. The housewife needed to anticipate these transitions, prepare the appropriate accessories in advance, and execute the changeover smoothly so that she was never caught wearing summer accessories into autumn or winter accessories into spring. The fashion calendar ran according to its own schedule, and she was expected to keep pace with it. Children added another dimension to the already complex calculations. Little girls needed church hats. Both genders needed proper shoes. Gloves were required when formality demanded. The housewife selected, purchased, maintained, and coordinated children's accessories alongside her own, ensuring that the entire family presented a properly accessorized appearance to the world. A well-dressed mother with poorly accessorized children reflected badly on her domestic management. Perfectly accessorized children suggested a household where standards were maintained across every detail. The psychological experience of navigating all these accessory rules was one of constant awareness and occasional anxiety. Every public appearance required consideration of what accessories would be appropriate, visible, and subject to judgment. The housewife couldn't simply take her bag and go. She had to think through the entire accessory ensemble, confirm that everything coordinated properly, and ensure that no element would mark her as ignorant of the social codes governing public presentation. This mental load added to all the other mental loads of domestic management, creating an exhausting, unrelenting awareness of appearance and impression that left little room for simply existing without self-consciousness. There is something that stays with me about that. The idea that getting dressed in the morning was never just getting dressed. It was a kind of performance that had to be composed fresh every day, assessed, adjusted, and then carried out in public as though it required no thought at all. The inheritance and gifting of accessories created sentimental layers within the practical wardrobe. A grandmother's brooch, a mother's pearls, a wedding gift of quality gloves. These carried emotional significance that affected how and when they were worn. Heirloom pieces might not align perfectly with current fashion, but wearing them demonstrated family connection and respect for tradition that could outweigh strict adherence to style rules. The housewife who wore her late grandmother's vintage hat to a special occasion wasn't making a fashion mistake. She was making a statement about values that transcended mere appearance. Understanding when sentiment could override style was its own form of social sophistication. The etiquette guides of the era devoted considerable space to accessory rules, attempting to codify what was often learned through observation and experience. These guides offered detailed instructions on which occasions demanded which accessories, how to select pieces that worked together, and how to avoid the most common mistakes that marked a woman as unsophisticated. Reading these guides was considered part of a young woman's education, preparation for the adult role she would eventually assume. The guides were consulted before major occasions, and their advice was generally followed even when it seemed excessive or arbitrary, because the social consequences of ignoring established rules outweighed the inconvenience of following them. Hat shapes evolved, sometimes dramatically, from season to season. Jewelry styles shifted, with certain looks becoming dated while new looks emerged as essential. Glove lengths went in and out of fashion. The housewife needed to balance classic enduring pieces that would remain appropriate for years against trend-sensitive pieces that kept her current. Too much investment in trends risked financial waste as styles changed. Too little risked looking outdated and out of touch. The balance was difficult and expensive. Shopping for accessories was itself a specialized activity requiring different strategies than shopping for other items. Gloves needed to be tried on, checked for fit, evaluated for quality in ways that required physical presence at the store. Hats absolutely had to be tried on, since the way a hat looked held in a hand bore almost no relationship to how it would look on an actual head. Jewelry could sometimes be ordered from catalogs, but important pieces warranted in-person evaluation. The housewife developed relationships with particular shops and salespeople who understood her preferences and could guide her toward pieces that would work with her existing wardrobe and lifestyle. The male obliviousness to accessory complexity was a running theme in the domestic discourse of the era. Husbands who could not understand why their wives needed multiple pairs of gloves, or who questioned the necessity of yet another hat, were gently educated about the social requirements that made these purchases essential rather than frivolous. Some husbands remained unconvinced, viewing accessory expenses as unnecessary female vanity rather than investment in family social standing. Others came to understand, whether through patient explanation or through witnessing the social consequences when their wives were under-accessorized at important events. The housewife often found herself justifying expenditures to a husband who simply didn't grasp the stakes involved. The intersection of accessories with body type and personal coloring added further layers of complexity. A hat that looked stunning on one woman might look entirely wrong on another depending on face shape, height, and overall proportions. Colors that flattered some complexions washed out others. The rules provided general guidance, but each housewife needed to adapt those rules to her own physical characteristics, discovering through trial and error which shapes, colors, and styles actually worked for her. This personalization took time and often involved expensive mistakes before a woman truly understood what suited her particular combination of features. The ultimate goal of all this accessory management was an appearance of effortless elegance that concealed the tremendous effort actually involved. The perfectly accessorized woman should look as though she had simply reached into her closet and selected items that naturally went together, as though her taste was so refined that getting dressed required no particular thought or struggle. This illusion of effortlessness required enormous actual effort. The planning, the purchasing, the maintaining, the coordinating, the constant awareness of rules and their applications. The performance succeeded precisely to the extent that it didn't look like a performance. The labor disappeared behind the appearance of natural grace and inherent good taste. And now, having rested a moment with all that careful coordination, we turn to something else entirely, something that ran beneath every other domestic obligation like a current that never switched off. Keeping the house clean. Not clean in the way the word tends to be used now, running a vacuum occasionally, wiping down the counters when company is coming. In the 1950s, the cleanliness of a home was understood as a public statement about a woman's character, her competence, and her worth. The standard was not acceptable but inspection-ready, as though a committee of disapproving neighbors might arrive at any moment with white gloves to test surfaces for dust. And the thing is, this was not entirely paranoid thinking. Neighbors did drop by unannounced. They did notice the state of the entryway as they stepped inside. They did draw conclusions about a woman's entire character based on whether her floors were properly polished. The stakes were genuinely high, which is why the cleaning never really stopped. The daily cleaning routine began before anyone else in the household woke up. After attending to her appearance, the housewife would begin what household management guides called the morning tidying, making beds, straightening rooms, addressing any messes that had accumulated overnight. This was not deep cleaning. This was maintenance, the daily effort required to keep the home in its baseline state of acceptable cleanliness before the real cleaning even began. The morning tidying was completed before breakfast, so that the family woke to an orderly home, never witnessing the transition from slept-in to guest-ready. Bed-making in this era was not the casual affair of later decades. Beds were made properly, with hospital corners on the sheets, blankets tucked precisely, pillows fluffed and positioned symmetrically, and bedspreads smoothed so flat that the household management books suggested you could bounce a quarter off them. The master bedroom received the most attention, being the room most likely to be glimpsed by visitors, but children's rooms were also expected to meet standards, teaching the next generation that beds existed not merely for comfort, but for the demonstration of proper domestic habits. A poorly made bed was visible evidence of lowered standards, and lowered standards in one area suggested lowered standards in all areas. The living room, as the space most likely to receive visitors, demanded particular attention. Every surface needed to be dust-free, every pillow properly positioned, every decorative item arranged according to aesthetic principles that magazines of the era illustrated in exhaustive detail. The carpet or rug needed to show fresh vacuum lines, those parallel tracks that indicated recent cleaning and attention to detail. Furniture needed to be polished to a shine that reflected light pleasantly, but not ostentatiously. Magazines on the coffee table should be current issues arranged in a casual fan that was, in practice, meticulously calculated. The overall effect should be welcoming, but immaculate, comfortable but clearly maintained, a space where guests would feel at home, while simultaneously recognizing that they were in a home of exceptional standards. The drop-in visit deserves a moment of particular attention, because it created the specific anxiety that drove much of this cleaning obsession. In the 1950s, it was considered perfectly normal, even friendly, for neighbors and acquaintances to appear at your door without calling first. Telephones existed, certainly, but the social custom of calling ahead to announce a visit hadn't fully taken hold. People simply showed up, rang the doorbell, and expected to be admitted and offered coffee. This meant the housewife could never truly relax, could never assume she had time to clean up before anyone saw the current state of her home. The doorbell was a constant threat, and the only defense was maintaining standards high enough that a surprise inspection would reveal nothing embarrassing. The etiquette of answering the door when caught unprepared was itself a complex negotiation. The housewife who found herself with dishes in the sink and dust on the mantel when the doorbell rang faced a difficult choice. She could pretend not to be home, but if her car was visible or her children were playing loudly in the backyard, the deception would be transparent and would itself become gossip. She could answer the door and make excuses about being in the middle of cleaning, but excuses suggested the current state was the exception rather than the rule, which might or might not be believed. She could answer the door and brazen it out, pretending everything was fine, but this only worked if the mess wasn't too severe. The best solution, obviously, was to never be caught unprepared in the first place. The weekly cleaning schedule added deeper tasks to the daily maintenance routine. Monday was traditionally laundry day, a massive undertaking that consumed most of the day. Tuesday was often ironing day, working through the mountain of fabric that Monday's laundry had produced. Wednesday might focus on heavy cleaning of bathrooms and kitchens. Thursday might be devoted to floors, both vacuuming and mopping. Friday was general tidying in preparation for the weekend, when husbands would be home and family activities might generate additional mess. Saturday addressed whatever the week's activities had produced. Sunday was theoretically a day of rest, though maintaining standards didn't actually pause for religious observances. The specific standards applied to different surfaces would make modern cleaning services pause to reconsider their pricing. Floors didn't just need to be clean, they needed to show that they had been recently cleaned. Hardwood floors required regular polishing with products that created a visible shine, along with the labor of applying and buffing those products. Linoleum required different products, but similar commitment to visible gleam. Carpets needed to show vacuum lines, evidence of recent attention. The standard was not merely not visibly dirty, but visibly maintained. A higher bar that demanded ongoing effort rather than occasional intervention. Windows were a particular obsession. Clean windows were considered a sign of a well-managed home, while dirty windows suggested a housewife who had let things slide. Windows were cleaned inside and out, on a regular schedule, with the frequency depending on climate and location, but generally far more often than most modern households would consider necessary. Particular attention was paid to avoiding streaks, because streaks caught the light and revealed inadequate technique. The housewife who cleaned her windows regularly but left streaks was considered almost worse than one who didn't clean them at all, since streaks demonstrated effort without competence. Streak-free windows required practice, the right products, and an attention to detail that the era simply assumed was available in unlimited supply. The kitchen, despite being constantly used for cooking, was expected to look as though cooking never actually happened there. Counters should be clear and gleaming. Appliances should shine. The stove should show no evidence of the meals prepared on it mere hours before. The sink should be empty, the drain board dry, the dish towels fresh and properly hung. The floor should be spotless despite the traffic it received. The refrigerator should be organized whenever its door was opened, since guests might glimpse its contents when reaching for cream for their coffee. The paradox of a kitchen constantly used but expected to appear unused was one of the many impossible standards the 1950s housewife was asked to maintain. The bathroom presented unique challenges, since bathrooms become dirty through normal use, and concealing that reality required constant vigilance. Sinks needed to be cleaned multiple times daily to remove the residue of hand washing, toothbrushing, and the general activities that sinks facilitate. Toilets required similar attention, kept spotless despite serving their designed function. Bathtubs needed to be cleaned after every use to prevent the buildup of soap, scum, that suggested bathing actually occurred in them. Towels needed to be kept fresh and properly folded on their racks, replaced frequently enough that they never appeared worn or stained. The medicine cabinet, though private, was expected to be organized in case a guest opened it while looking for aspirin, because apparently opening other people's medicine cabinets was simply something people did. The master bedroom needed to maintain standards for the possibility that a guest might need to use the bathroom connected to it, passing through and observing the room's condition. The bed, perfectly made. The surfaces, dust-free. The closet doors closed to conceal whatever organizational chaos might exist within. The dresser top arranged with decorative items in pleasing configurations. Nothing should suggest that actual sleeping occurred in this room, that real people woke here in the morning with sleep-disordered hair and uncertain faces. The bedroom should look like a showroom display, welcoming but pristine, comfortable but clearly maintained to exhibition standards. Think about that for a moment. A room where you sleep that is not supposed to look like anyone sleeps in it. Children's rooms posed their own challenges, since children generated mess at rates that seemed to defy the ordinary rules of entropy. Toys appeared. Clothes migrated from drawers to floors. The general disorder of childhood threatened to overwhelm any organizational system. The housewife was expected to maintain control over this chaos, training children to clean up after themselves while also following behind them to address whatever they missed. A child's messy room reflected poorly on the mother rather than on the child, since children were too young to know better, but mothers should know how to manage them. Visitors who glimpsed messy children's rooms drew conclusions about the household's overall standards and the mother's competence in maintaining order. Deep cleaning existed alongside daily and weekly maintenance, addressing tasks too time-consuming for regular schedules, but too important to neglect entirely. Washing walls. Cleaning behind furniture to address the dust that accumulated in spaces usually hidden from view. Washing curtains, polishing silver, cleaning out closets, organizing storage spaces. All of these fell into the deep cleaning category, addressed seasonally or as needed. The housewife who never deep cleaned would eventually be caught by the telltale signs of accumulated neglect, while the housewife who deep cleaned regularly maintained the fresh appearance that separated acceptable from excellent housekeeping. The spring cleaning tradition concentrated much of this effort into an annual ritual of intensive labor. Windows that had survived winter's grime received thorough washing. Winter clothes were cleaned and stored, summer clothes retrieved and pressed. Curtains came down for washing. Carpets went out for beating. Every corner of the home received attention that the regular weekly schedule didn't allow. Spring cleaning was exhausting, taking days or even weeks of concentrated effort, and it was expected. The housewife who didn't spring clean would find her home showing the accumulated wear of a full year, and that showing would be noticed and judged. The tools and products of 1950s cleaning were less sophisticated than modern equivalents, but no less numerous. Different surfaces required different products. Wood polish for furniture, floor wax for hardwood, different cleaners for tile versus porcelain versus chrome. The housewife maintained a cleaning supply closet stocked with all the necessary products, knew which worked best on which surface, and understood the techniques that made each product effective. Using the wrong product on the wrong surface could damage it, creating a problem worse than the one you were trying to solve. The knowledge required to clean properly was genuine expertise, learned through experience and passed down through generations of women who had accumulated hard-won wisdom about domestic chemistry. The physical labor of maintaining these standards was substantial and rarely acknowledged. Scrubbing floors on hands and knees, reaching to clean high shelves, bending to address low corners. This was genuinely hard work that left women tired at the end of each day. The notion that housework wasn't real work persisted despite the obvious physical demands of maintaining a spotless home while also cooking, caring for children, and managing all the other domestic responsibilities. The housewife who complained about being tired from cleaning was considered to be lacking in dedication rather than responding reasonably to genuine exhaustion. The work was invisible, taken for granted, expected without appreciation. The social comparison that drove much of this cleaning obsession operated through the glimpses that neighbors gained into each other's homes. The entryway seen when calling for a child. The living room observed through front windows. The kitchen visible from the back door. Each of these glimpses was analyzed, compared against one's own standards, and factored into assessments of relative cleanliness that determined social standing within the neighborhood hierarchy. The housewife whose visible spaces consistently gleamed earned respect. The housewife whose visible spaces revealed dust or disorder lost standing that took considerable effort to rebuild. This surveillance was mutual, constant, and largely unspoken, creating a competitive pressure that pushed standards ever higher. The class dimensions of cleanliness expectations added complexity across the economic spectrum. Wealthy women could afford domestic help, whether full-time housekeepers or occasional cleaning services, that made maintaining high standards considerably easier. Working-class women did all the cleaning themselves, while often managing older homes that were harder to keep clean, cheaper furniture that showed wear more quickly, and less money for the products that made cleaning effective. The standards, however, didn't adjust for economic reality. A working-class housewife was expected to maintain the same gleaming surfaces as her wealthy counterpart, just without the help, without the money, and without the modern conveniences that might have made the work easier. The failure to meet standards was judged equally regardless of the resources available to achieve them. And that, I think, is the part that quietly stays with you when you consider all of this. Not the rules themselves, which were rigid and exhausting and occasionally absurd, but the fact that the rules applied equally to everyone while the means of meeting them did not. The pearl strand and the scrubbing brush, the hat correctly worn and the floor correctly polished, all of it expected, all of it watched. All of it performed, day after day, in homes that were supposed to look as though none of the performance was happening at all. There was a cost to keeping house in the 1950s that never appeared on any budget sheet, never showed up in any ledger. You could see it, if you looked closely, in the way a woman straightened a cushion the moment she sat down, in the way her eyes moved across the room before a visitor arrived, checking and rechecking surfaces that were already clean. The home was never quite a home. It was always, just slightly, a stage. And I think about that sometimes. What it must have felt like to live in a place where you could never fully set down the performance. The impact of living in constant preparation for inspection was significant, though it was rarely discussed in those terms. The housewife of the 1950s could never fully relax in her own home, because her home was always potentially a performance space where her competence would be evaluated. What a house is supposed to provide is comfort. A place to exhale, a place where you are known and therefore do not need to explain yourself. That comfort was compromised, quietly and thoroughly, by the anxiety of maintaining the home for public judgment. The home became a workplace rather than a refuge, a stage rather than a sanctuary, a place where the housewife performed her role rather than lived her life. And that constant performance extracted costs that didn't appear in any household budget. They were paid instead in stress, in exhaustion, and in the nagging sense that no effort was ever quite enough. The phenomenon of the white glove inspection, though often mentioned jokingly in later years, was rooted in very real practices. Some mothers-in-law literally ran white-gloved fingers over surfaces during visits, checking for dust that would confirm their suspicions about a daughter-in-law's inadequacy. Some neighbors were known for their sharp eyes and sharper tongues, their visits essentially reconnaissance missions, gathering material for discussions that would happen elsewhere later, without the subject present. The white glove wasn't always literal, but the inspection mentality was pervasive. Every surface was potentially under scrutiny by someone whose standards might exceed your own. There is something quietly unsettling about that image. A woman in her own kitchen, running her own hand along the shelf she cleaned that morning, wondering whether it would be clean enough for someone else. The relationship between cleanliness and morality was explicit in the thinking of the era. Cleanliness wasn't merely next to godliness. It was essentially proof of godliness, a visible demonstration of internal virtues that made a woman worthy of respect. A dirty home suggested a dirty mind, a disordered spirit, a character that couldn't be trusted. The language used to describe unkempt homes was the language of shame, shameful, disgraceful, a reflection on the woman who had allowed such conditions. This moralization of cleanliness raised the stakes of housekeeping from practical necessity to something closer to spiritual imperative. Failure to maintain standards was not merely inconvenient, it was genuinely shameful. The specific cleaning products marketed to housewives in this era promised not just cleanliness, but transformation, redemption, salvation of the home from the ever-present threat of dirt and disorder. Advertising copy described dirt as an enemy to be vanquished, grime as a foe requiring the right weapon, stains as invaders that only the advertised product could repel. The language was military, aggressive. It framed housework as battle, and the housewife as warrior defending her home against forces of contamination. This framing validated the intensity of effort the standards demanded, while simultaneously creating the anxiety that drove product purchases. A clever combination, when you think about it. The fear and the cure sold together. The innovation of new cleaning products and appliances had promised to make housework easier. Those promises rarely delivered the relief they suggested. Each new product created new expectations. The vacuum cleaner didn't reduce the time spent cleaning. It raised expectations for how clean carpets should be. The washing machine didn't give housewives their laundry days back. It increased expectations for how frequently clothes should be washed. Each labor-saving device simply raised the bar for what constituted acceptable results, converting saved labor into higher standards rather than actual leisure. The housewife of the 1950s had more cleaning technology than her grandmother. She had no more free time, because the time her technology saved was immediately consumed by elevated expectations. The hours didn't disappear. They were just refilled. The organization of cleaning supplies and equipment required its own system and its own dedicated space. The utility closet or cleaning corner needed to be organized efficiently, with products accessible and equipment properly stored. Even this space, though rarely seen by visitors, needed to meet standards, because a disorganized cleaning closet suggested a disorganized cleaning approach. The truly fastidious housewife labeled her supplies, maintained inventory to avoid running out of essentials, and kept her cleaning space as clean as the spaces it was used to clean. The irony of needing to clean your cleaning supplies was apparently lost on the domestic experts who recommended such practices. The specific techniques for various cleaning tasks were passed down through generations and supplemented by advice from magazines, extension services, and neighbors. There was a right way to wash windows and a wrong way, a correct technique for polishing silver and incorrect approaches that would damage the finish, proper methods for removing specific stains from specific fabrics, and wrong methods that would set the stain permanently. This technical knowledge was part of domestic expertise, learned through instruction and experience, tested constantly against the visible results that good technique produced. The housewife who didn't know the proper techniques produced inferior results regardless of her effort. The housewife who had mastered the technical aspects could achieve those standards more efficiently. Knowledge mattered as much as effort. often more. The judgment of the husband regarding home cleanliness added another layer of pressure to an already stressful situation. A husband who came home to a messy house had grounds for complaint, according to the domestic ideology of the era. He had worked all day to provide for his family. The least his wife could do was maintain a pleasant home for his return. His satisfaction with the home's condition was considered a reflection of his wife's success in her role. His dissatisfaction, whether expressed or merely visible, represented a failure the wife was expected to address. Some husbands were more demanding than others, but all husbands were positioned, by the culture of the time, as having reasonable expectations for domestic order that their wives should meet. You are standing at someone's front door on a Tuesday morning. The smell of coffee drifts through the screen, and behind it, the warm suggestion of something just out of the oven. Someone inside is laughing. You have been invited here. You have also, in a way you cannot quite name, been summoned. This was the coffee morning, and it was both things at once. The coffee morning, sometimes called the coffee clutch, formed the backbone of suburban social life in this era. These gatherings typically occurred mid-morning, after children had been sent to school and husbands to work, when housewives could theoretically spare an hour or two from their domestic duties. A hostess would invite several neighbors to her home for coffee, light refreshments, and conversation that ranged from genuine friendship to thinly veiled competitive assessment. The invitation was both a social courtesy and a test. Accepting meant participating in the neighborhood's social network. Declining too often meant opting out of that network, with all the consequences that entailed. The obligations surrounding coffee mornings were more layered than simple attendance. If you were invited to someone's coffee morning, you were expected to reciprocate by hosting your own within a reasonable time frame. Failing to reciprocate marked you as someone who took from the social network without contributing, which was noticed and discussed. But reciprocating required having a home clean enough to receive guests, refreshments impressive enough to meet standards, and conversational skills adequate to keep the gathering pleasant. The coffee morning was essentially a recurring audition. Your domestic competence, your social ease, your general worthiness as a neighbor, all evaluated by women who would share their assessments with others who hadn't been present. The refreshments served at coffee mornings followed unwritten rules that were nonetheless very real. Simply offering coffee without accompanying food was inadequate, suggesting a hostess who couldn't be bothered to make an effort. Store-bought pastries were acceptable but unremarkable, fine for casual gatherings, but insufficient for occasions where impression mattered. Homemade baked goods demonstrated skill and effort, elevating the hostess's reputation, but also raising expectations for future gatherings. A particularly impressive spread might be admired, but it could also create resentment if it seemed like showing off. The smart hostess aimed for a kind of precise middle ground, clearly homemade, but not ostentatiously elaborate, demonstrating competence without making neighbors feel inadequate about their own abilities. It was a narrower target than it sounds. The conversation at these gatherings operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface conversation covered safe topics, recipes, children's achievements, local events, gossip that everyone already knew, but below the surface, information was being gathered, opinions formed, alliances maintained or quietly adjusted, who seemed stressed, who had gained weight, whose children were misbehaving, whose husband seemed distant. These observations were filed away. They became fodder for more private conversations, or held in reserve for moments when social leverage might be needed. The coffee morning was friendly on its face. It was strategic in its function. A regular check-in that kept the social network informed about its members' status and stability. The hierarchy of the neighborhood social scene was rarely explicit, but it was universally understood. Certain women occupied positions of influence based on their husbands' careers, their home's size and location, their personal charisma, and their demonstrated mastery of domestic and social skills. These influential women set standards that others were expected to meet. Their approval or disapproval carried weight that could elevate or diminish a neighbor's standing quite substantially. Getting on the wrong side of a neighborhood leader could make daily life genuinely uncomfortable. Earning her approval could smooth many paths. The housewife navigating this hierarchy needed to identify who held power, understand what they valued, and position herself appropriately, all without appearing to be obviously maneuvering for social advantage. The Tupperware party emerged in this era as a social phenomenon that combined commerce with obligation in ways that made attendance practically mandatory. A neighbor would host a Tupperware party, inviting other women to her home for a sales demonstration, where a representative would showcase plastic food storage containers and apply pressure, gentle but firm, for guests to purchase. Declining the invitation suggested you didn't value the neighbor's friendship or didn't want to support her, since hostesses earned products based on the sales at their parties. Attending without purchasing suggested cheapness or a lack of proper neighborly support. The Tupperware party was essentially a social tax, an obligation to spend money in order to maintain social standing, dressed up as a pleasant afternoon among friends. The brilliance and the brutality of the Tupperware party model lay in its exploitation of existing social obligations. By tying product sales to the hostess's rewards, the model made each guest feel personally responsible for her neighbor's success or failure. Not buying felt like letting a friend down. Buying something you didn't need or couldn't afford felt like being manipulated, which it was. But refusing to be manipulated had social costs that often exceeded the financial costs of simply purchasing something. Women attended these parties. They bought products they didn't necessarily want, and then they felt obligated to host their own parties to recoup some of their investment, perpetuating a cycle that benefited the company while quietly straining both friendships and budgets. Similar party-based sales models proliferated throughout the era. Cosmetics parties, home decor parties, clothing parties, kitchenware parties, each one using the same mechanism, the social obligation that made refusal feel like betrayal. The suburban home became a recurring venue for commercial activity disguised as social gathering. Each party invitation carried the same implicit demands. Attendance was expected. Purchases were anticipated. Declining either carried social costs that had to be weighed carefully against financial ones. The housewife who tried to opt out of this party economy found herself gradually excluded from the very social networks these parties helped maintain. Isolated by her refusal to participate in rituals that combined commerce and community in uncomfortable but remarkably effective ways. The potluck supper, sometimes called the covered dish dinner, was another staple of suburban social life that arrived with its own elaborate expectations. When invited to bring a dish to a communal meal, the housewife needed to consider what others might bring, what would show her cooking skills to advantage, and what would be practical to transport and serve. Bringing the same dish as someone else was awkward. Bringing a dish that no one ate was embarrassing. Bringing something too simple suggested lack of effort. Bringing something too elaborate suggested showing off. The potluck contribution was yet another public test of domestic competence, judged by every other woman present, who would compare your offering to their own and to whatever the community had quietly established as its standard. The church social calendar added religious obligation to social obligation, creating a particularly powerful combination. Church events, from Sunday services to weekday women's groups to weekend functions, were expected attendance for families wanting to maintain good standing in both religious and secular communities. The housewife who rarely attended church events was talked about. Her absence was noted and interpreted sometimes as reflecting on her piety, sometimes on her community commitment, sometimes on her family's overall stability. The church was a social hub where reputations were built and damaged, where information circulated freely, and where being seen mattered as much as actual worship. Active participation in church social life was essentially mandatory for families who wanted to be fully integrated into their communities. The PTA and other school-related organizations created another layer of required engagement. Mothers were expected to participate in their children's schools, attending meetings, volunteering for events, supporting activities that demonstrated investment in education and community. The mother who never appeared at PTA meetings was noticed. Her absence was interpreted as lack of concern for her children's education, or as an inability to manage her own schedule adequately. Active PTA mothers formed their own social networks that influenced how families were perceived and how children were treated. The social advantages of maternal involvement gave children benefits that the children of less involved mothers simply didn't receive, which created practical incentives to participate that went well beyond any simple sense of community spirit. The holiday season intensified all of these social obligations to nearly unbearable levels. Christmas, in particular, demanded participation in an exhausting round of gatherings, gift exchanges, card mailings, decorating expectations, and entertaining obligations that consumed weeks of preparation and execution. The neighborhood Christmas card list had to be maintained and executed flawlessly, since forgetting someone who had sent you a card was a memorable slight. Gifts had to be selected for appropriate recipients at appropriate price points, wrapped attractively, and delivered or mailed on time. Parties had to be attended in proper attire, with proper contributions. Entertaining had to be offered to appropriate guests at appropriate levels of elaboration. The holiday season was less a celebration than an endurance test, where social obligations multiplied faster than the time available to meet them. The consequences of failing to meet social obligations varied by severity and context, but they were always real. A single declined invitation might be forgiven, if properly excused. A pattern of declining suggested antisocial tendencies that would be discussed and remembered. Failing to reciprocate hospitality marked you as a taker rather than a giver. Missing important events without adequate excuse damaged relationships that might not recover. The housewife who opted out of too many obligations found herself gradually excluded from the social network, her invitations decreasing, her children's social opportunities diminishing, her family's overall standing in the community declining. Social isolation wasn't merely loneliness. It was a kind of community exile that affected every aspect of family life. The burden of managing all these social obligations fell almost entirely on the housewife. Husbands participated in some events, certainly, but the scheduling, the tracking, the coordinating, the executing of social obligations was women's work. The housewife maintained the social calendar, remembered whose party was when, tracked which invitations had been extended, and which required reciprocation, managed gift lists and card lists, and the endless small details of community membership. This invisible labor consumed significant mental energy, adding another category of responsibility to the already overwhelming list of domestic duties. The social calendar wasn't maintained automatically. It was managed through constant attention and effort that went largely unrecognized. The telephone played a crucial role in all of this. Calling to extend invitations, calling to accept or decline, calling to coordinate details, calling to follow up after events. The telephone was the housewife's primary tool for managing her social obligations, and phone etiquette was therefore essential, requiring proper form in making and receiving calls, appropriate duration, suitable topics, and the social intelligence to navigate conversations that might have multiple purposes and subtexts. A phone call that seemed casual might actually be gathering information, testing loyalties, or laying groundwork for a future request. The housewife who didn't understand phone dynamics was at a disadvantage in social navigation that she might not even notice until the damage was already done. The geographic concentration of suburban neighborhoods meant that social networks were also physical networks, with relationships literally taking place next door and down the street. This proximity made avoidance nearly impossible. The neighbor you'd offended by declining her party invitation would be visible in her yard the next day. The woman you disagreed with at the PTA meeting would be at church on Sunday. The family with whom things had grown awkward lived close enough that your children played together regardless of whatever tensions existed between the adults. There was no escaping into anonymity, no simply moving on from a difficult social situation. Every relationship had to be managed because every relationship would continue, whether managed well or poorly. The newcomer to a neighborhood faced particular challenges. She arrived without knowledge of existing relationships, rivalries, and unspoken rules, expected to integrate quickly while avoiding the missteps that would mark her before she'd even established herself. Smart newcomers observed before acting, trying to understand the social terrain before committing to positions or alliances. They accepted early invitations even when exhausted from moving, understanding that first impressions would shape everything that followed. They were generous with hospitality, even when their homes weren't fully settled, demonstrating willingness to participate in community life. The newcomer who got it right could establish herself comfortably. The newcomer who got it wrong might spend years trying to overcome an initial misstep. The judgment of other women was the primary mechanism through which social standards were enforced. Men might notice some particularly egregious failure, but women tracked the details, remembered the slights, and communicated the assessments that determined community standing. This female surveillance created solidarity in some ways, as women navigated together the expectations that bound them all. But it also created competition, and sometimes cruelty, as women enforced on each other standards that none of them had chosen, but all of them maintained. The housewife was simultaneously victim and enforcer of the social system. Judged by standards she also applied to others, trapped in a collective maintenance of expectations that served nobody's genuine happiness. The rare woman who opted out entirely, who declined to participate in the coffee mornings and the Tupperware parties and the elaborate reciprocal entertaining, paid a significant price for her freedom. She was discussed as odd, as difficult, perhaps as mentally unstable, certainly as someone whose judgment could not be trusted and whose friendship held little value. Her children might find playmates harder to come by. Her husband might find his own social networking compromised by his wife's non-participation. The family existed as islanders in a sea of community, present but not participating, tolerated but not embraced. Very few women chose this path, because very few women wanted these consequences for themselves or for their families. The energy required to maintain social standing was substantial, though it was rarely accounted for in any honest discussion of the housewife's workload. The mental energy of tracking obligations, the emotional energy of performing friendship even when tired or stressed, the physical energy of preparing homes and food for entertaining, the financial energy of gift-giving and party hosting, and the hundreds of small expenditures that community membership required. All of it draining resources that might have been devoted to other purposes. The housewife who seemed effortlessly socially successful was actually working constantly at that success, managing relationships with the same diligence she brought to managing her home, and often finding the social management even more exhausting than the domestic management, because it required performing pleasantness even when pleasantness was the last thing she felt. The evolution of these social patterns across the decade reflected broader changes in suburban life. As developments matured and residents became established, social hierarchies solidified and became harder to navigate for newcomers or those seeking to improve their standing. As consumer culture intensified, the party-based sales model expanded, creating ever more obligations to attend and purchase. As expectations for entertaining rose, driven by magazine portrayals of ideal hostessing, the bar for acceptable hospitality climbed higher, requiring more effort to meet standards that had once been achievable. The social calendar didn't become easier over time. It became more demanding, more elaborate, more exhausting, even as the women managing it developed greater skill at meeting its requirements. The private rebellions against social obligations were necessarily small and carefully hidden. A housewife might feel genuine relief when an event was canceled, might privately resent the latest invitation to yet another gathering, might allow herself, in a quiet moment, to fantasize about simply refusing to participate in expectations she found exhausting and pointless. But these feelings stayed private, because expressing them would itself be a social violation, an admission that the performance was indeed a performance, rather than the genuine enjoyment it was supposed to represent. The housewife smiled and attended and participated, whatever she actually felt, because the alternative was social consequences she couldn't afford. The smile was required regardless of what lay beneath it. The specific social obligations varied by community, creating regional and local variations that newcomers had to learn quickly. In some neighborhoods, the weekly bridge club was sacrosanct, and missing it without excellent excuse damaged relationships. In others, the monthly book club held similar importance, even though no one seemed to have actually read the book being discussed. Some communities organized around church activities, others around school activities, others around purely social gatherings with no institutional affiliation. Understanding which obligations mattered most in your particular community was essential knowledge that could only be gained through observation, careful inquiry, and the occasional expensive mistake. The Bridge Club deserves a moment of its own attention. It was a social institution that combined recreation with relentless assessment. Bridge was a serious game requiring real skill, concentration, and the ability to work effectively with a partner. The Bridge Club gathered regularly, usually weekly, rotating among members' homes and requiring each hostess to provide appropriate refreshments and an immaculate playing environment. The quality of your bridge playing affected your social standing. The woman who played poorly was a less desirable partner, and being undesirable in any context diminished your overall position. But bridge skill had to be balanced against other social considerations. The woman who played too aggressively, who cared too obviously about winning, who made her partners feel inadequate, might win games but lose social ground. The ideal bridge player combined competence with graciousness, winning without appearing to try too hard, losing without visible disappointment. It was, in its way, a perfect miniature of the entire social performance expected from these women. The Garden Club offered another venue for participation and competitive assessment. Members gathered to discuss gardening topics, share techniques, and organize community beautification projects. But the Garden Club was also an arena where front yards were judged, where landscaping choices were evaluated, and where the state of your lawn and flower beds affected how other members perceived you. The woman with the most beautiful garden had earned genuine respect. But she also set standards that neighbors were expected to approach, if not match. The woman whose garden was struggling faced sympathetic advice that was also, implicitly, critical. Help that was also judgment. Garden Club membership meant submitting your outdoor spaces to the same scrutiny that indoor spaces received from coffee morning guests. Charitable obligations added yet another layer. The annual church bazaar needed volunteers to organize, prepare items, staff tables, and manage logistics. The school fundraiser needed mothers to coordinate sales, collect money, and deliver goods. The community charity drive needed door-to-door solicitors and donation collectors. These activities were presented as voluntary. They were effectively mandatory, with participation expected from any family that wanted to maintain good standing in the community. The woman who never volunteered for anything was noticed and discussed. Her lack of community spirit was a mark against her that offset whatever other virtues she might demonstrate. The specific dynamics of gift-giving at social occasions created their own stressful calculations. Attending a birthday party required a gift of appropriate value. Too cheap suggested stinginess or ignorance of standards. Too expensive suggested showing off or an attempt to buy favor. Christmas gift exchanges within social circles required similar calibration, with the added complexity of tracking what you had given to whom in previous years to avoid repetition. Hostess gifts, when invited to dinner, parties required appropriate selection based on the formality of the occasion and the known taste of the hostess. Every gift was a social communication that could be read correctly or incorrectly, building or damaging relationships depending on how well the giver understood expectations that were never written down anywhere. The coordination of social calendars between husbands and wives required constant communication that didn't always happen smoothly. A wife might commit to a social event only to discover her husband had conflicting plans. A husband might accept a work-related invitation without checking whether his wife had already scheduled something for that evening. These conflicts required negotiation and sometimes disappointment, with the resolution often reflecting the power dynamics within the marriage. The wife's social obligations might be treated as less important than the husband's professional ones, leaving her to make excuses for missed events that damaged her standing within her own social circles. The children's social obligations created yet another category of calendar management. Birthday parties required attendance and appropriate gifts. Playdates required coordination and reciprocation. School events required parental presence. Scout meetings, sports practices, music lessons, and the expanding universe of children's activities all demanded parental involvement that fell primarily on mothers. The housewife managed not only her own social calendar, but the social calendars of her children, coordinating logistics that could become remarkably complex as multiple children had multiple activities that conflicted with each other and with adult obligations. The seasonal intensification of social obligations extended well beyond Christmas. Easter required church attendance and often additional church activities. Summer brought neighborhood barbecues and pool parties that couldn't be declined without consequence. Autumn brought back-to-school activities and the restart of organizations that had paused for summer. Each season had its own social calendar to be navigated, its own obligations to be met, its own opportunities for success or failure in the ongoing performance of community membership. The documentation of social events through photographs added another dimension to the performance. Photographs captured what you wore, how your home looked, what food you served, and who attended your gatherings. These photographs might appear in local newspapers' society pages or circulate among friends who would scrutinize every visible detail. Knowing that events would be photographed intensified the pressure to present perfectly. To ensure that the photographic record would show a hostess with everything under control, a home meeting the highest standards, guests appearing to have a genuinely wonderful time. The photograph would outlast the event itself, preserving either your success or your failure for future reference. And beneath all of it, beneath the card lists and the coffee mornings and the Tupperware parties and the carefully calibrated hostess gifts and the photographed gatherings, beneath all of it ran the gossip network that connected everything together, that carried information from home to home, that enforced standards no one had ever voted on and no one could quite name, but everyone understood. There are no private lines in the 1950s, not really. You are standing in a hallway. The phone is on the little table near the door, its cord coiled neatly against the baseboard. It rings. One short, one long, one short. That one is yours. You have perhaps 3 rings to become someone collected and pleasant and ready. You take a breath. You pick up the receiver. That world, is what we are stepping into tonight. The suburb in 1950s America was, among other things, an information system. News moved through it the way water moves through a sponge, quickly, completely, leaving nothing entirely dry. Something that happened at Tuesday's coffee morning was known throughout the neighborhood by Wednesday afternoon. A social misstep at Saturday's party would be discussed at Sunday's church coffee hour, passed from cup to cup like sugar. The speed and thoroughness of information transmission meant that privacy was essentially impossible. Anything that happened in social settings became general knowledge almost immediately. And that transparency created its own kind of pressure. A pressure to perform correctly at all times, since any slip would be witnessed, remembered, and shared with people who hadn't been present but would certainly hear about it. The long-term nature of suburban relationships meant that social history accumulated in ways that couldn't be escaped. The unfortunate incident at the 1952 Christmas party was still remembered in 1959. The disagreement that disrupted the 1954 Garden Club still affected relationships half a decade later. Every interaction added to a shared history that shaped future interactions, creating layers of context that colored how everything was interpreted. The housewife couldn't simply start fresh. She lived with the consequences of every previous social moment, good and bad, for as long as she remained in the community. Think about what that means, really. Every conversation, every phone call, every poorly chosen word at a party preserved. Not written down anywhere, just held quietly in the collective memory of the neighborhood. That is a particular kind of weight to carry. And so we come to the telephone. The telephone in the 1950s occupied a peculiar position in domestic life. Simultaneously, a marvel of modern convenience and a source of constant anxiety that required its own elaborate code of conduct. Unlike the casual relationship modern people have with their phones, where calls are answered or ignored based entirely on personal preference and incoming contacts are screened with the efficiency of a nightclub doorman, the 1950s housewife approached every ring of the telephone as a potential performance opportunity, one that could either enhance or damage her reputation. The telephone wasn't just a communication device. It was a stage. Vocal performance, emotional control, and social intelligence combined in every call to create impressions that lingered long after the receiver was returned to its cradle. Every single call was, in a sense, an audition, and the housewife never knew when the critics were listening. The physical telephone itself was typically positioned in a central location, often in the hallway or the kitchen, where it could be reached quickly, but also where conversations could be overheard by anyone else in the house. The concept of a private phone conversation was essentially foreign to this era. Phones didn't follow you to private rooms. The cord that tethered the handset to the base unit limited how far you could wander while talking. Telephone conversations happened, therefore, in semi-public space within the home. Family members could hear at least one side of every exchange. The housewife conducting a call was performing for two audiences simultaneously, the person on the other end of the line, and anyone within earshot of her own home. The proper way to answer a telephone call was specified with remarkable precision in the etiquette guides of the era. Simply saying hello was considered adequate but unremarkable. The more refined approach involved answering with the family name, the Johnson residence, which immediately communicated a level of formality and propriety that a casual hello couldn't achieve. Some experts recommended answering with both name and greeting. Johnson residence, good afternoon, which demonstrated identification and awareness of time in a single efficient phrase. The tone of voice in that initial answer was crucial. Warm but not overly familiar. Welcoming but not desperate for connection. Professional enough to handle a business call, but pleasant enough to receive a friendly one. The first words spoken set the tone for the entire conversation and created an impression that would color everything that followed. The voice itself required careful management throughout any telephone conversation. The housewife was expected to maintain a pleasant, modulated tone regardless of her actual emotional state or the circumstances surrounding the call. If she had just been dealing with a tantruming toddler, her voice should give no indication of the chaos she'd been managing moments before. If she was exhausted from a sleepless night, her voice should sound rested and cheerful. If she was upset about something entirely unrelated to the call, her voice should remain smooth and pleasant, concealing whatever turmoil existed beneath the surface. The telephone voice was essentially a character the housewife played, related to her actual self, but carefully edited to present only the acceptable aspects of her personality and current state. There is something rather extraordinary about that, if you sit with it for a moment. The idea that a woman might spend an entire day managing and concealing her interior life, and that this concealment was not considered unusual, but simply competent. The concept of being caught in an unflattering moment during a phone call was a genuine source of anxiety. The telephone rang without warning, interrupting whatever activity was underway, and the housewife had only the few seconds of ringing time to compose herself before answering. If she was in the middle of an argument with her children, she needed to shift instantly from disciplinarian to gracious telephone companion. If she was crying over something, she needed to clear her voice and steady her breathing before picking up the receiver. The etiquette guides offered specific advice for managing this transformation. One recommended keeping a small mirror near the telephone so the housewife could check her expression before answering, on the theory that a smiling face produces a smiling voice. Another suggested taking a deep breath before picking up the receiver, using those few seconds to center oneself and prepare for pleasant conversation. A third recommended answering on the third ring rather than the first, giving yourself time to compose your voice and your thoughts before engaging with whoever was calling. These techniques acknowledged the performance nature of telephone conversation, while providing practical tools for executing that performance successfully. And then there was the party line. In many areas, particularly rural communities, but also some suburban developments, multiple households shared a single telephone line. When the phone rang, it rang in multiple homes, with different ring patterns indicating which household the call was intended for. If Mrs. Johnson's ring was 2 short rings followed by a long one, she would answer calls with that pattern and ignore calls with different patterns intended for other families on the line. But here is the thing. Because the line was shared, anyone on the party line could quietly pick up their receiver and listen to conversations between other parties. Privacy was essentially a polite fiction, maintained by the assumption that neighbors wouldn't eavesdrop, an assumption that was frequently violated. The presence of potential eavesdroppers on party lines created additional constraints on what could be discussed during telephone conversations. Sensitive topics, whether financial difficulties, family conflicts, health concerns, or personal matters of any kind, couldn't be safely discussed because you never knew who might be listening. The housewife on a party line needed to conduct all her conversations as though they were being broadcast to the entire neighborhood, which, in a sense, they were. The phenomenon of rubbering, as eavesdropping on party lines was sometimes called, was both universally condemned and widely practiced. Everyone agreed that listening in on other people's conversations was rude, improper, and a violation of the social trust that made party lines functional. Yet everyone also knew that rubbering happened constantly. That information circulated through communities via overheard telephone conversations, and that assuming your calls were private was naive at best. Some households developed coded language for discussing sensitive topics, saying one thing while meaning another in ways that casual eavesdroppers wouldn't understand. Others simply saved truly private conversations for in-person meetings, where party line listeners couldn't intrude. The party line created a peculiar culture of performed privacy, where everyone pretended not to listen while everyone knew everyone listened. The timing of telephone calls followed rules that seem almost quaint now, but were taken quite seriously. Calling too early in the morning was inconsiderate, suggesting you didn't respect the household's routine. Calling during mealtimes was rude, interrupting family dining with demands for attention. Calling too late in the evening was improper, disturbing the household's rest. The acceptable calling window was roughly mid-morning through early evening, with the specific boundaries varying by community and relationship. A close friend might call outside these boundaries in an emergency, but routine social calls were expected to respect the conventional hours. The housewife who called at inappropriate times demonstrated poor judgment that would be noted and remembered. The duration of telephone calls was similarly bounded by unwritten expectations. A call that went on too long suggested that the caller had nothing better to do than monopolize someone else's time. A serious criticism in an era when housewives were supposed to be perpetually busy with domestic tasks. The proper telephone call was efficient. Exchange greetings. Conduct necessary business. Engage in brief pleasantries. Conclude. Extended conversations were acceptable between close friends, but still shouldn't be so long that they interfered with household duties. The housewife who spent hours on the telephone was neglecting her responsibilities, a failure that would become apparent in the state of her home, her meals, and her family's general welfare. The telephone was a tool for communication, not a substitute for the work that communication interrupted. The art of ending a telephone call gracefully was its own skill set. Abruptly terminating a conversation was rude, but allowing it to drag on endlessly was equally problematic. The proper technique involved signaling that the conversation was drawing to a close through verbal cues, summarizing what had been discussed, mentioning upcoming tasks that required attention, expressing pleasure at having spoken. The other party was expected to recognize these cues and cooperate in concluding the exchange. When both parties executed this dance successfully, the call ended with mutual satisfaction. When one party failed to recognize the signals or simply refused to cooperate, the conversation dragged on awkwardly while the increasingly desperate housewife tried progressively more obvious techniques for escaping. The excuse inventory was a crucial component of telephone management. When the housewife needed to end a call that the other party seemed determined to continue, she required ready excuses that were believable, polite, and didn't give offense. "I have something on the stove" was a classic, domestic enough to be credible and urgent enough to justify departure. "The children need me" worked well for mothers of young children. "Someone's at the door" provided an external interruption that couldn't be argued with. The sophisticated housewife kept a mental catalog of these excuses, selecting the appropriate one based on the situation and the caller's likely response. Using the same excuse too frequently with the same caller risked exposure. Variety was essential for maintaining the illusion that these were genuine interruptions rather than escape strategies. I find something quietly poignant in that, the elaborate courtesy of pretending to be needed elsewhere, rather than simply saying you needed to go. The fiction of the burning pot on the stove, deployed for the 10th time, by a woman who simply wanted to sit down. The topics appropriate for telephone conversation were bounded by the same restrictions that governed face-to-face social interaction, with additional constraints imposed by the medium itself. Anything that might be overheard by party line listeners, family members, or anyone within earshot had to be suitable for public consumption. This ruled out genuinely private matters, complaints about specific neighbors who might be listening, negative comments about anyone who might learn of them, and any discussion of problems or difficulties the housewife preferred to keep private. The telephone conversation was essentially small talk by necessity, limited to safe topics that could be overheard by anyone without causing embarrassment or damage. The specifically forbidden topics varied by community and relationship, but generally included anything related to money problems, marital difficulties, health concerns beyond the most minor ailments, dissatisfaction with one's circumstances, and negative opinions about anyone not present in the conversation. These topics weren't just inappropriate for party lines. They were inappropriate for telephone conversation generally, since the medium didn't allow for the visual cues, lowered voices, and environmental control that made discussing sensitive matters in person somewhat safer. The telephone demanded pleasant, positive, socially appropriate conversation, leaving weightier matters for face-to-face meetings where privacy could be better managed. The performance of emotions on the telephone required skills that actresses might envy. When congratulating someone on good news, the voice needed to convey genuine enthusiasm even if the housewife privately felt jealous or indifferent. When expressing sympathy for bad news, the voice needed to communicate appropriate concern without excessive emotion that might seem performative. When receiving criticism or unpleasant information, the voice needed to remain controlled rather than defensive or upset. The telephone stripped away the facial expressions, body language, and environmental context that helped manage emotions in person, leaving only vocal performance to carry the full weight of emotional communication. Getting this wrong could damage relationships or create misunderstandings that would require significant effort to repair. The housewife who answered the telephone in an audibly bad mood created an awkward situation that reflected poorly on her, regardless of how justified her mood might have been. The caller, unable to see the context that explained the mood, would interpret the vocal tone as a response to the call itself, potentially taking offense at being received with apparent displeasure. Even if the housewife explained that she was dealing with a difficult situation, the explanation itself was problematic, potentially revealing private information that shouldn't be shared over the telephone. The safe approach was to never answer the telephone in anything other than a pleasant tone, regardless of actual circumstances, even if this required a moment's pause to compose oneself before lifting the receiver. The phenomenon of the unexpected call that caught the housewife at a genuinely bad moment required improvisation skills of the highest order. Perhaps she was in the middle of a domestic crisis. A child had just broken something valuable. The dinner was burning. The washing machine had overflowed. The phone rings. She must answer, because not answering suggests she is not home or not managing her household properly. She picks up the receiver while simultaneously trying to manage the crisis, and she must somehow conduct a pleasant, normal-sounding conversation while her world is falling apart just out of view. The caller should never know. The cheerful voice on the other end is produced by a woman who is simultaneously mopping up water, or comforting a crying child, or scraping burned food into the garbage. This compartmentalization was expected. It was achieved through sheer willpower. The social hierarchy of telephone communication influenced who called whom and how those calls were conducted. A lower status person generally called a higher status person rather than waiting to receive calls, acknowledging relative positions through the initiative of reaching out. The higher status person might take slightly longer to answer, or might be slightly less effusive in their greeting. Subtle signals of the power differential. Between equals, calls were balanced over time, with neither party significantly outcalling the other. A person who called too frequently seemed desperate for connection. A person who never called seemed aloof or uninterested. Maintaining the right balance required awareness of calling patterns and adjustment when things seemed to be tilting too far in either direction. The receiving of calls for other household members involved its own protocols. If a call came for the husband while he was at work, the housewife took a message rather than explaining that he wasn't available. If a call came for a teenage daughter, the housewife might screen it, asking who was calling before deciding whether to summon the daughter or take a message. The housewife functioned as telephone receptionist for the entire household, managing incoming calls with the same organizational skills she brought to managing the home generally. This role gave her information about who was calling whom and what was being discussed, a power that could be used judiciously, or that could create tension if she seemed to be monitoring family members' communications too closely. The long-distance telephone call occupied a special category that elevated every aspect of telephone etiquette to its highest level. Long-distance calls cost significantly more than local calls, making them special occasions that happened rarely and demanded correspondingly special treatment. When a long-distance call was expected, the household prepared. The housewife ensured she would be available. Children were quieted. Other activities were paused to give the call full attention. Wasting time on a long-distance call with chit-chat felt financially irresponsible. These calls got to the point quickly and conducted their business efficiently. The emotional weight of long-distance calls was also higher, since they typically connected people who couldn't easily see each other in person, often family members separated by distance. The long-distance call to grandparents or distant relatives was an event that everyone in the household might participate in, passing the receiver around so each family member could speak briefly with the distant party. There is something in that image that is easy to overlook. The receiver being passed from hand to hand, each person stepping up for their brief moment, the grandparent's voice coming through the line from somewhere far away. A ritual of connection across distance that felt significant precisely because it cost something. The housewife's telephone network served functions beyond simple social connection. The telephone was how she learned that school was canceled due to weather, how she coordinated carpool schedules with other mothers, how she confirmed details about upcoming events, how she managed the countless logistical details that kept family life functioning. This practical dimension of telephone use didn't eliminate the performance requirements, but added them to conversations that were already busy with informational exchange. The housewife confirming carpool arrangements still needed to sound pleasant and positive, while also efficiently managing the details being discussed. The telephone was simultaneously a social stage and a practical tool, and both functions demanded competent execution. The technology of the era created constraints that shape telephone behavior in ways that feel strange from a modern vantage point. There was no call waiting, so a busy signal meant trying again later rather than leaving a message or being notified when the line was free. There was no voicemail, so missed calls were simply missed, the caller potentially trying again later or simply giving up. There were no portable phones, so the housewife was tethered to the spot where the phone was installed. There was no caller ID, so every call was answered blind, with no advance knowledge of who was on the other end. These limitations made telephone communication less convenient, but also more intentional. Calls weren't casual background activities, but focused engagements that commanded full attention. The telephone call that went wrong could create social damage that required careful repair work. A misunderstanding about tone, a comment that landed differently than intended, an unintended slight communicated through vocal cues. Any of these could leave the other party offended or confused. And unlike in-person communication, there were no immediate visual signals to indicate that something had gone wrong. The housewife might hang up from a call believing everything went fine, only to learn later that the other party had taken offense at something she said, or how she said it. Addressing these misunderstandings required follow-up calls or in-person conversations that acknowledged the problem and attempted repair. The telephone's elimination of visual feedback made these misunderstandings more likely, even as social expectations demanded that they never happen. The etiquette of calling someone who had received bad news required particular delicacy. These calls served necessary social functions, expressing sympathy, offering support, acknowledging the other person's difficult situation. But the medium made genuine emotional connection difficult, and the performance requirements remained even in these sensitive circumstances. The housewife calling to express sympathy needed to convey genuine concern through voice alone, without the facial expressions and physical presence that would communicate empathy in person. She needed to say the right things in the right tone, while also being prepared to hear details that might be upsetting and responding appropriately. These calls were emotionally demanding, even when the relationship was close. They were particularly challenging when social obligation required contact with people the housewife didn't know well. The phenomenon of being held to the telephone by a caller who simply wouldn't let the conversation end was a recognized hazard of 1950s domestic life. Some people, whether from loneliness, lack of awareness, or simple inconsideration, would talk and talk while the housewife's duties piled up and her patience wore thin. The etiquette guides offered advice for these situations, suggesting increasingly direct hints that the call needed to end. But ultimately, the housewife was limited by politeness standards that prevented her from simply saying, "I need to go now," "goodbye," and hanging up. The truly persistent caller could hold a housewife hostage for extended periods, during which she had to maintain pleasant vocal performance while internally managing frustration at the time being wasted. The children's relationship with the telephone presented additional management challenges. Teaching children proper telephone etiquette was part of their social education, but children on the telephone could also create problems. A child who answered the phone inappropriately reflected poorly on the mother who had failed to teach them. A child who monopolized the phone for conversations with friends prevented the line from being available for adult calls. A child who overheard adult conversations conducted on the telephone might repeat information that should have remained private. Managing children's telephone access was another responsibility that fell to the housewife, who needed to balance the educational value of allowing children to practice telephone skills against the risks of children saying or hearing things that shouldn't be said or heard. The sound environment during telephone calls mattered more than we might appreciate now. Background noise from television, radio, children, or household activities could make hearing difficult and could also communicate information about how the household was managed. A call interrupted by screaming children suggested a mother who couldn't control her household. A call with radio blaring in the background suggested someone who didn't take the conversation seriously enough to minimize distractions. The conscientious housewife ensured relative quiet before answering important calls, managing the sound environment of her home to create appropriate conditions for telephone communication. This might mean turning off the radio, shushing the children, or moving to the quietest part of the house if the telephone cord allowed enough range for such movement. The gossip function of telephone calls was acknowledged even as it was officially discouraged. Telephone conversations were how information circulated through communities, how news spread, how opinions were shared, and social consensus formed. A call that began with legitimate business might drift into discussion of other neighbors, other events, other matters that could fairly be called gossip, even if the participants wouldn't use that term. The housewife participated in this information network while being careful about what she contributed to it, knowing that anything she said might be repeated, might be attributed to her, might circulate back to the people being discussed. The telephone was a gossip delivery system, and using it meant participating in that system whether or not you considered yourself a gossip. The maintenance of the telephone network required regular investment that went beyond responding to incoming calls. A housewife who only received calls and never initiated them would eventually find that calls stopped coming. The network required reciprocal participation to function. This meant making calls to maintain relationships even when there was no specific business to discuss, checking in with friends and acquaintances, confirming that connections remained active. These maintenance calls couldn't be too frequent, which would seem intrusive, or too infrequent, which would seem neglectful. Finding the right frequency for each relationship in the network was another calculation that added to the mental load of social management that fell primarily on housewives. The telephone as a tool for managing emergencies and crises added genuine urgency to the importance of maintaining proper telephone practices. When something went wrong, a medical emergency, a household disaster, any situation requiring immediate help, the telephone was the lifeline that connected the isolated housewife to assistance. Knowing how to use the telephone effectively in crisis situations was genuinely important, not just for social purposes, but for safety. The housewife needed to be able to make calls calmly and clearly even under stress, to communicate necessary information efficiently, to reach the right people quickly. This practical dimension gave telephone skills a weight that went beyond mere social performance, though the social performance requirements didn't disappear even in emergencies. The operator who connected calls in many areas served as an additional audience for telephone behavior. Before direct dialing became universal, many calls required operator assistance, meaning a third party heard at least part of every exchange. Operators talked to each other and could circulate information about interesting or inappropriate calls they had handled. In small communities, operators often knew the callers personally, adding personal familiarity to the professional function. The knowledge that the operator was listening affected what could be said during the connection process and reminded callers that their communications were never entirely private. The evolution of telephone culture across the 1950s reflected broader changes in suburban life and technology. As more households acquired telephones, the network grew and its functions expanded. Party lines gradually gave way to private lines, changing the privacy calculations that shaped telephone behavior. Direct dialing replaced operator-assisted calls in many areas, speeding connections, and removing the intermediary who had previously witnessed every call. These changes were gradual, unevenly distributed across different regions and economic levels, but they slowly transformed telephone culture in ways that would eventually lead to the very different telephone behavior of later decades. The physical presence of the telephone in the home created a constant reminder of the social network that extended beyond the household's walls. Even when not ringing, the telephone sat there, a potential connection to the outside world that could activate at any moment. The housewife couldn't fully disconnect from her social obligations as long as the telephone might ring. The instrument represented the persistent claims that community had on her attention, her time, and her emotional performance. Ignoring a ringing telephone was difficult both practically, since there was no way to know who was calling or why, and psychologically, since the sound demanded response in ways that were hard to resist. The telephone made the home permeable to external demands in ways that earlier generations, lacking this technology, had never experienced. The anxiety that surrounded the ringing telephone was a genuine feature of domestic life that rarely gets acknowledged in nostalgic portrayals of the era. Each ring carried uncertainty. Who was calling? What did they want? What performance would be required? What news might be delivered? The housewife who had been struggling through a difficult day might hear the ring and feel her stomach tighten, knowing that she would now need to produce pleasantness from whatever she had available, which might, on some days, be very little. And she answered anyway. She took the breath. She picked up the receiver, and she became the voice that the neighborhood expected to hear. That is, in its quiet way, a considerable thing. There is something about a ringing telephone that changes the quality of a room. The sound arrives, and suddenly you are not alone anymore, even before you've picked up the receiver. Someone, somewhere, wants something, and whatever you were feeling a moment before, it doesn't matter now. You straighten, you adjust your voice, you reach for the phone. That is where we find ourselves tonight, in the quiet middle of the domestic day, somewhere in the 1950s, in a hallway that smells of floor polish and something warm from the kitchen. The telephone is ringing. And it has been ringing in one form or another all morning. The housewife of the 1950s understood something that is rarely said plainly, which is that a telephone call is a performance. Not a conversation, exactly, or not only a conversation. A performance. The ring itself was a kind of curtain call, a signal to compose herself, to summon whatever version of herself the telephone required before she'd even lifted the receiver. There was no moment to breathe first. The ring demanded immediate readiness. That constant low-level anticipation, always listening, always half-prepared, was simply part of daily life. It was never named as a burden, and yet it was one. The strain of managing call after call was genuine, even when none of the calls were especially difficult. Maintaining a pleasant vocal performance through every exchange, adjusting the emotional register for each new voice on the line, keeping track of what could safely be said and what couldn't, remembering the preferences and sensitivities of every person in the telephone network. A housewife who handled a dozen calls in a day had done significant emotional and social work. The cumulative effect of that perpetual performance was a kind of exhaustion that never appeared in any accounting of her labor, but was nonetheless real and genuinely draining. The specific vocabulary of telephone conversation constituted its own specialized lexicon, one that had to be learned and practiced like any other skill. Certain expressions were considered proper for greetings, others for farewells, still others for the various social functions a call might serve. How lovely to hear from you communicated pleasure at receiving the call. I won't keep you signaled an intention to be brief and to respect the other person's time. We must get together soon provided a pleasant but non-committal ending for conversations between acquaintances. These were scripts, essentially, standardized language that smoothed telephone navigation by providing ready-made responses for common situations. The woman who hadn't mastered these phrases had to improvise in moments when scripted responses would have served her better. There's something quietly affecting about that, I think. The idea that warmth itself could be scripted, that even a phrase like "how lovely to hear from you," which sounds so spontaneous, so genuinely pleased, was in fact a practiced formula. Not dishonest, exactly, just shaped. The telephone call arranged to organize a social event followed its own particular protocols, ones designed to ensure clarity while maintaining appropriate social form. An invitation extended by telephone needed to include all relevant details: the date, the time, the location, the nature of the event, and the expected dress. The recipient needed to respond with appropriate enthusiasm if she was accepting, or appropriate regret if she was declining, either response requiring its own specific verbal formulas that communicated the right emotional tenor. A declined invitation needed to include a reason that was believable and inoffensive, along with expressions of genuine disappointment at missing the occasion. The social dance of invitation and response, conducted over the telephone, required the same care as a written invitation, but with the added pressure of real-time performance, where there was no time to draft a second version. A woman's competence as a telephone communicator affected how she was perceived far beyond the call itself. A housewife whose voice was always pleasant, who managed conversations efficiently and ended them gracefully, was assumed to be competent in other areas of life as well. The telephone was a sample of her overall social performance. The impressions it created extended beyond individual conversations to general assessments of character and capability. This meant that telephone skills genuinely mattered, not merely for the immediate purpose of communication, but for the broader project of maintaining reputation and social standing. For important calls, preparation might involve actual scripting and rehearsal. Before telephoning to arrange a significant social event, a housewife might write out the key points she needed to cover, ensuring she wouldn't forget anything important once the conversation was underway. Before a call that might be difficult or awkward, she might practice what she planned to say, anticipating possible responses and preparing appropriate replies. The call that seemed effortlessly smooth might have been preceded by several minutes of quiet mental rehearsal, the script tucked out of sight before she dialed. This preparation acknowledged something that the culture rarely said aloud. That telephone performance was performance, requiring the same kind of advance thought that any other performance might demand. And yet the telephone was not only a source of pressure, it was also, genuinely, a lifeline. Women called each other to share recipes, to coordinate childcare, to arrange shared transportation, to divide the labor of organizing community events. These practical calls wove networks of connection that provided both functional support and social contact during days that might otherwise have been very solitary. The same instrument that demanded constant pleasant performance also provided the connections that made domestic isolation bearable. The same voice that had to be composed and pleasant and carefully modulated was also, sometimes, simply relieved to hear another person on the line. The generational transmission of telephone etiquette happened largely through observation and explicit instruction. Young girls watched their mothers handle calls, absorbing the tone of voice, the standardized phrases, the overall approach to telephone communication. As they grew older, they might practice telephone skills under maternal supervision, making calls with guidance about proper behavior. By the time they became housewives themselves, they had absorbed the telephone culture of their community entirely and were prepared to perform appropriately. The transmission wasn't always smooth, of course. Generational differences in telephone style could create friction between mothers and daughters who approached the instrument differently. The call from a salesperson or an unwanted solicitor presented a particular challenge for a woman trained in perpetual pleasantness. These calls interrupted domestic work with demands for attention that served the caller's purposes rather than hers. Hanging up abruptly felt like a violation of the politeness standards that governed all telephone behavior. Yet allowing the call to continue wasted time and potentially led to unwanted purchases made simply to escape the interaction. Finding a way to end these calls without abandoning the pleasant manner that telephone etiquette demanded was a balance that wasn't always easy to achieve. The wrong number call illustrated another dimension of telephone behavior that required careful handling. When you called a wrong number, you apologized briefly and hung up promptly, not prolonging the error with excessive explanation or repeated apology. When you received a wrong number call, you informed the caller of their error politely and without irritation, regardless of how inconvenient the interruption had been. Both sides of the wrong number exchange were scripted by etiquette, transforming a minor error into an opportunity for demonstrating proper telephone manner. The housewife who handled wrong numbers gracefully showed that her telephone skills extended even to situations where nothing was actually at stake. The relationship between telephone use and household scheduling required careful management. A housewife who spent too much time on the telephone couldn't complete her other duties. A housewife who never answered missed important calls and seemed antisocial. Finding the balance meant being available without being consumed, participating in the telephone network without neglecting the work that network participation interrupted. Some housewives designated specific times for making and receiving calls, protecting other hours for work that required uninterrupted attention. Others simply accepted that telephone interruptions were part of daily life and worked around them as they occurred. The physical positioning during a telephone call mattered for both practical and social reasons. Standing suggested alertness and potentially a brief conversation. Sitting suggested comfort and potentially a longer one. A housewife might choose her position based on the expected length and nature of the call, or might start standing and gradually settle into a chair as the conversation extended beyond its initial shape. Some telephone tables included small attached seats, specifically designed for this purpose, acknowledging that telephone calls occupied their own category of activity, one that warranted dedicated furniture. The physical experience of the call, standing or sitting, cords stretched or coiled, affected how the conversation felt and how long it might continue. The emotional register, appropriate for different types of calls, required constant adjustment as the day moved from one conversation to the next. A call expressing congratulations demanded enthusiastic energy. A call expressing condolences demanded subdued sympathy. A call coordinating carpooling logistics demanded efficient practicality. A call with an elderly relative demanded patient accommodation of slower speech and information, repeated without visible impatience. A housewife might receive several of these different call types within a single hour, adjusting her emotional register for each, producing the appropriate performance for each context. This constant adjustment was invisible labor that went entirely unrecognized, and yet it was genuinely demanding. I think about what it would feel like to cycle through that range in a single afternoon. Grief, then joy, then logistics, then patience, then pleasantness again. All of it through the same instrument, all of it requiring the same composed, pleasant voice. The telephone also functioned as an inadvertent witness to domestic life. A caller might hear a child misbehaving in the background, a husband arriving home in a bad mood, a moment of family tension that the housewife would have preferred to keep entirely private. These inadvertent revelations could become topics of conversation and speculation among neighbors, feeding the gossip network that circulated information throughout the community. The housewife managed not just her own telephone performance, but the soundscape of her entire household, attempting to ensure that whatever the caller heard would reflect well on her family. This management was another invisible task layered onto the burden of constant impression management. Regional and class variations in telephone etiquette created potential pitfalls for housewives who moved between communities or interacted with people from different backgrounds. What seemed properly warm in one context might seem overly familiar in another. What seemed appropriately formal in one neighborhood might seem cold or distant in the next. Reading the audience and adjusting accordingly required a social intelligence that no etiquette guide could fully teach, one that had to be developed through experience and observation over time. The practice of leaving messages when the intended recipient wasn't available created its own set of protocols. If you called and someone else answered, you might leave a message asking for a return call, but the wording of that message mattered considerably. Too brief suggested urgency that might cause unnecessary worry. Too detailed might reveal information that should wait for direct conversation. The message needed to convey that contact was wanted without seeming desperate, that a call was desired without creating alarm. The person taking the message had their own responsibilities in return, recording the caller's name and number accurately, conveying the general nature of the call if that had been shared, and ensuring the message reached its intended recipient promptly. Failed messages created their own complications, with callers wondering why their calls went unreturned, and recipients remaining entirely unaware that contact had been attempted. The telephone book served multiple functions beyond simply looking up numbers. It cataloged the community, showing who had telephones and where they lived. Browsing it could reveal new neighbors, changed addresses, and the general composition of the local telephone network. The housewife consulted it regularly, looking up numbers for new contacts, verifying addresses, and sometimes simply satisfying a quiet curiosity about who lived where. The book also served as a place to record frequently called numbers, with personal annotations supplementing the printed listings. This annotated telephone book became a kind of social directory, documenting the housewife's network of contacts in physical, handwritten form. There is something I find unexpectedly tender about that. The telephone book with its penciled notes in the margins. Someone's name written in, then crossed out and rewritten with a new number. a small record of a life's connections accumulated quietly over years. The phenomenon of the phantom ring, where a housewife thought she heard the telephone but found no one on the line when she answered, illustrated the psychological weight the instrument carried. The constant expectation of calls, the readiness to perform, could create false perceptions that reflected the vigilance telephone culture demanded. Some women reported hurrying to answer telephones that hadn't actually rung. Their anticipation of calls manifested as auditory hallucinations. This hypervigilance, always listening for the ring, always ready to transform into the telephone persona, was another invisible cost of the era's telephone culture, one that is easy to overlook and quietly significant. The telephone as a status symbol reflected broader patterns of post-war consumption and aspiration. Having a telephone at all marked a household as modern and connected. Having a private line rather than a party line marked higher status still. The style of the telephone instrument itself, from basic black to more decorative models in colors that matched the kitchen decor, communicated aesthetic sensibility and a willingness to invest in domestic refinement. The location of the telephone within the home, its accessibility, and the furniture surrounding it all contributed to the impression it made on visitors who noticed these details. The telephone was both tool and decoration, functional object and status marker, occupying both registers simultaneously without apparent contradiction. The relationship between telephone use and isolation reflected a central paradox of suburban life. The telephone connected the housewife to community, providing social contact during days spent largely alone in her home. And yet the telephone could also intensify isolation by substituting for genuine human presence, providing the appearance of connection without its full reality. A housewife might speak with many people by telephone throughout the day and still feel lonely, her social needs only partially addressed by the disembodied voices that came through the receiver. The telephone was better than complete isolation, but it was not equivalent to the embodied community that women in earlier eras might have experienced. The toll that telephone culture took on women's authenticity was significant, though difficult to measure. The requirement to maintain pleasant performance regardless of actual emotional state meant that the telephone voice was never quite truthful, never quite real, always a character rather than the genuine self. Women learned to produce this character automatically, slipping into the telephone persona without conscious thought. But that automaticity came at a cost. The instrument that was supposed to facilitate communication actually constrained it, forcing every exchange into acceptable channels that excluded much of what the woman on that end of the line might actually have wanted to say. The telephone's role in emergencies gave it an importance that transcended all its social functions. When a child was injured, when a fire started, when any crisis required outside assistance, the telephone was the tool that summoned help. A housewife needed to know emergency numbers and be able to communicate crisis information clearly even under significant stress. This practical function added real weight to the importance of telephone competence, since fumbling a call in an emergency could have consequences far more serious than social embarrassment. The telephone was both social instrument and safety device, performing very different functions that both required genuine mastery. The training of daughters in telephone etiquette formed part of the broader preparation for adult feminine roles. Girls were taught how to answer the telephone properly, how to take messages, how to make calls with appropriate politeness, how to end conversations gracefully. These lessons were part of the domestic education that prepared them for their eventual roles as wives and mothers, when they would take over telephone management for their own households. The telephone was one of many tools of domestic life that daughters learned to use under maternal supervision, with the expectation that proper use would become automatic well before adult responsibilities began. The memories that housewives later formed about their telephone experiences often emphasized both the connection and the constraint the instrument represented. The telephone brought news of engagements, births, deaths, and all the major events of family and community life. It maintained connections with distant relatives and provided daily contact with nearby friends. But it also demanded constant performance, interrupted work that needed concentration, and served as a conduit for obligations that couldn't easily be refused. The relationship with the telephone was complicated, neither purely positive nor purely negative, a technology that enhanced life while also constraining it in ways that became clear only in retrospect. The decline of formal telephone etiquette in later decades would render much of this careful training obsolete. But in the 1950s, the rules were real, the expectations were serious, and the consequences of failure were genuine. The housewife who couldn't manage the telephone properly found herself at a disadvantage in the social ecosystem that telephone networks helped maintain. The housewife who mastered telephone etiquette had access to information, connections, and social standing that her less skilled neighbors lacked. That unremarkable instrument, sitting in its place in the hallway, was actually a tool of considerable power for those who knew how to use it properly. The telephone, then, was not the simple convenience it might appear from a distance. It was a demanding technology that required mastery of complex social codes, continuous emotional performance, and constant vigilance about what was said and how it was said. The housewife who handled it well made it look effortless, her pleasant voice and smooth social navigation appearing natural rather than carefully cultivated. But that appearance of effortlessness, like so much else in 1950s domestic life, was itself a performance, concealing the skill and effort and strain that made each call sound like nothing more than a friendly chat between neighbors, with nothing particular to hide and no special effort required. From the hallway and its ringing telephone, we move now into the kitchen, and specifically into the remarkable, occasionally baffling and quietly revealing world of how food was presented in the 1950s household. Because when we say presented, we don't simply mean placed on a clean plate. We mean something considerably more theatrical than that. The food of the era was not only meant to nourish, it was meant to impress. And failing to impress carried social consequences that lingered long after the dishes were washed and put away. The fundamental principle underlying 1950s food presentation was that appearance mattered as much as taste, and possibly more. The dish that tasted wonderful but looked ordinary was, by the standards of the era, a kind of failure. A dish that looked spectacular but tasted merely acceptable was at least a partial success, because the looking happened first and created impressions that even disappointing flavor couldn't entirely undo. The magazines of the era featured food photography that established visual standards most home cooks could barely approach, let alone achieve. Yet these images define the expectations, creating a culture in which food was judged first by the eyes, and where the labor of presentation was as demanding as the labor of cooking itself. And at the center of this culture of culinary presentation stood one of the most distinctively of its era food formats imaginable, the gelatin mold. Gelatin, that jiggly and translucent substance derived from animal collagen, became the medium for culinary ambitions that seemed genuinely baffling from a modern vantage point. Savory ingredients that had no obvious business being suspended in gel found themselves trapped in quivering towers of flavored gelatin. Vegetables, meats, cheeses, even seafood, all encased in wobbly structures of lime green or cherry red, or that particularly unsettling shade of aspic that resembled nothing found in nature. The housewife who could produce an elaborate gelatin mold without air bubbles, with perfectly suspended ingredients distributed evenly throughout, with a smooth unmolding that left no tears or collapses, was demonstrating genuine technical skill. However questionable her aesthetic choices might seem to later generations. The appeal of the gelatin mold was partly practical and partly aspirational. On the practical side, Gelatin dishes could be prepared in advance and held in the refrigerator until serving, freeing the hostess from last-minute cooking stress. They could stretch small amounts of expensive ingredients into impressive-looking presentations. They could survive summer heat better than many alternatives, which mattered considerably in an era before air conditioning was universal. But beyond these practical considerations, the gelatin mold represented modernity and sophistication. It was a departure from the hearty but humble foods of earlier generations. Serving an elaborate gelatin creation announced that this household was modern, fashionable, engaged with current culinary trends rather than stuck in grandmother's plain cooking past. The technical challenges of gelatin work were considerable, and not to be underestimated despite the frequent mockery these dishes receive today. The gelatin had to be dissolved properly, cooled to exactly the right temperature before adding other ingredients, and chilled for exactly the right duration before unmolding. Adding ingredients too early meant they sank to the bottom. Adding them too late meant they clumped near the top. The mold itself needed to be properly prepared, usually with a light coating of oil or mayonnaise, to enable a clean release. The unmolding process was genuinely nerve-wracking. Dipping the mold briefly in warm water, placing a plate over the top, inverting it with confidence, and hoping desperately that the creation would release cleanly rather than sticking, tearing, or collapsing into an embarrassing heap. A successful unmolding was a moment of genuine triumph. A failed unmolding was a minor domestic tragedy, and I don't think that's overstating it. The colors of 1950s gelatin dishes reflected the era's enthusiasm for artificial food coloring and its cheerful departure from natural food appearance. Lime green was perhaps the most iconic, achieved through the miracle of flavored gelatin powder, and matched by no food found in any garden or forest. Cherry red competed for attention, as did orange, lemon yellow, and the occasional venture into blue that suggested foods from other planets rather than earthly kitchens. These colors were proudly and deliberately artificial, announcing that modern food science had liberated cooking from the dull natural palate that previous generations had been working with. The housewife serving a bright green gelatin ring filled with marshmallows and canned fruit wasn't trying to pretend this was natural food. She was celebrating that it wasn't. The fillings suspended within these gelatin creations ranged from the somewhat logical to the genuinely inexplicable. Fruit suspended in sweet gelatin made a certain amount of sense and persists in milder forms today. Vegetables in savory gelatin, while less common now, had historical precedent in aspic preparations, but some 1950s recipes ventured into territory that seems almost experimental in retrospect. Ham chunks suspended in cherry gelatin, celery floating in lime, cream cheese cubes drifting through layers of varying colors, combinations that suggested either desperate creativity or a complete disconnection from conventional flavor pairing. Whether these dishes actually tasted good is a question that can no longer be definitively answered, since the people who ate them regularly are now either too elderly to provide reliable testimony or have perhaps, understandably, suppressed the memories. The casserole was another cornerstone of 1950s culinary presentation, though one with rather different visual requirements than the gelatin mold. The ideal casserole emerged from the oven golden brown on top, with a bubbly sauce visible around the edges, promising warm comfort without entirely revealing what lurked beneath the surface. Casseroles were practical dishes that could feed families economically, could be assembled in advance and baked when needed, and could disguise less expensive ingredients beneath generous toppings of cheese, breadcrumbs, or cream of mushroom soup. The casserole was democratic in ways the gelatin mold was not, achievable by housewives of modest skill and budget, yet still subject to visual standards that separated the acceptable from the impressive. The cream of mushroom soup that appeared in so many 1950s casseroles deserves recognition as possibly the most influential ingredient of the era's home cooking. This canned product served as sauce, binder, and flavor enhancer for countless dishes, uniting disparate ingredients into creamy unity and providing the rich consistency that made a casserole satisfyingly cohesive. The can of cream of mushroom soup was a pantry staple that appeared in recipes so frequently it seemed less like a flavor choice and more like a structural requirement. Modern cooks often mock this dependency, but it represented a genuine convenience that freed housewives from making white sauces from scratch while providing reliable results that the family would eat without complaint. The presentation of the family dinner table followed specific guidelines that magazines and etiquette books illustrated in careful detail. The table should be properly set before food arrived, with appropriate dishes, utensils, and napkins arranged according to standards that varied slightly by the level of formality. Serving dishes should be attractive and appropriate to the foods they contained. The overall arrangement should be balanced and pleasing, with the main dish occupying the central position and side dishes arranged symmetrically around it. A centerpiece was expected for meals beyond the most casual, though it shouldn't be so tall or elaborate as to impede conversation across the table. The dinner table was a stage, and setting it properly was essential preparation for the meal's performance. The carving of meat at the table represented a particular intersection of culinary presentation and gender performance. The husband traditionally carved the roast or turkey while seated at the head of the table, demonstrating masculine competence while the wife looked on approvingly. This ritual required the husband to actually know how to carve properly, a skill that not all men possessed, but all were expected to display when the occasion demanded. An awkward carving performance reflected poorly on both spouses, on him for lacking the skill, and on her for not having ensured he possessed it. Some wives coached their husbands before important meals, ensuring the carving would proceed smoothly when guests were watching. Others simply hoped for the best and prepared to smooth over any difficulties with gracious commentary. There is something almost tender about that image too, I think. The quiet coaching in the kitchen before company arrived. The small private preparations for the public performance. The specific presentation requirements for different dishes constituted a body of knowledge that experienced housewives accumulated over years of practice. Roasted meats should be allowed to rest before carving, but served on warmed plates to prevent cooling. Vegetables should be arranged rather than simply deposited, with attention to color contrast and visual appeal. Sauces should be served in appropriate vessels with appropriate utensils. Bread should be sliced or arranged in baskets with napkins. Butter should be presented in butter dishes, possibly shaped into decorative curls or balls that demonstrated the housewife's attention to detail. Every element of the meal had its presentation requirements, and meeting all of them simultaneously for a multi-course meal required the coordination of a theatrical stage manager. The dessert course represented the culinary finale, where presentation expectations reached their highest point. If the main course was the body of the meal, dessert was its crown, the element most likely to be remembered and discussed afterwards. The ideal dessert combined technical skill, visual beauty, and delicious flavor in a creation that made guests genuinely impressed rather than merely satisfied. The housewife who could produce a beautiful dessert had demonstrated her mastery of the culinary arts. The housewife whose desserts fell flat, looked untidy, or tasted disappointing had failed at the moment of maximum visibility. The pressure surrounding dessert was considerable, which is why many housewives developed signature desserts they could produce reliably rather than risking experimental failures at such a critical moment. The pie occupied a position of particular importance in the dessert hierarchy, representing both comfort and skill in a format that could go spectacularly right or embarrassingly wrong. The perfect pie had a flaky golden crust that shattered at the touch of a fork, a filling that was properly set without being rubbery, and an overall appearance that suggested both homey tradition and refined execution. Achieving this was genuinely difficult. Pie crust required proper handling of fat and flour in proportions that varied with humidity and temperature. Fillings needed correct thickening and accurate baking times. The edges of the crust needed to be crimped attractively and protected from burning during baking. A pie that achieved all these elements was a genuine accomplishment. And a pie that fell short, well, that was felt. There is something almost musical about a perfectly decorated cake. The smooth layer of frosting, the steady piped border around the edge, the written message centered just so. And the fact that it was expected. The fact that every occasion of any significance called for one of these things is worth sitting with quietly for a moment. In the 1950s, the decorated cake represented the pinnacle of home baking achievement. It required skills that not all housewives possessed, but all were expected to attempt on appropriate occasions. Birthday cakes, anniversary cakes, celebration cakes of every kind demanded not just good baking, but decorating abilities that were essentially artistic. Frosting had to be applied smoothly, without crumbs mixing into the surface layer. Decorative elements had to be piped with steady hands, using techniques that required practice to master. Colors had to be mixed accurately to achieve desired shades. Written messages had to be legible and centered. No easy thing when you are working with frosting on a curved surface, with unsteady hands and a kitchen that is probably also producing 3 other things simultaneously. The housewife who could produce a professionally looking decorated cake had genuine bragging rights. The housewife whose cake looked homemade in the less flattering sense faced a quieter decision, whether to serve it anyway or to quietly purchase a bakery alternative and hope no one asked. Beyond the individual kitchen, the competitive bake-off created its own particular pressure. Whether in the form of formal competitions or the informal social comparison of neighborhood gatherings, these were arenas of judgment where every offering was evaluated against every other. Church bake sales, community fairs, any event where multiple women contributed desserts. All of these became places where reputation was built or quietly diminished. The woman whose pie was eaten first enjoyed a kind of validation that needed no words. The woman whose cake remained largely untouched at the end of the afternoon suffered a humiliation that also needed no words. These comparisons were rarely verbalized directly. Everyone simply knew which contributions were preferred, which bakers were considered superior, which women had established reputations for particular desserts that others probably shouldn't try to compete against. The social currency of baking skill was real, and it affected standing within community hierarchies in ways that were never written down anywhere, but were understood completely by everyone involved. Each housewife maintained a recipe collection that represented her accumulated culinary capital. These were not simply instructions. They had both practical and social value. Good recipes were shared as gifts between friends, traded as currency in social exchanges, and sometimes guarded as secrets that gave their owners a kind of competitive advantage that money couldn't quite replicate. The woman who had her grandmother's apple pie recipe, perfected over generations, possessed something genuinely valuable. The woman who had developed her own signature dish through experimentation and happy accident had created culinary intellectual property that was entirely hers. Recipe sharing was simultaneously generous and strategic, building relationships while navigating the competitive terrain of culinary reputation at the same time. You are carrying a dish across a car park. The evening air is cool, and you can feel the warmth of the casserole through the cloth you've wrapped around it. Inside, other women are already arranging their contributions on the table. You haven't quite decided yet whether yours will hold up. That is the potluck, and it crystallized all the pressures of culinary presentation into a single high-stakes moment. The dish needed to travel well, arriving at the destination looking as good as it had at home. It needed to hold up during the event, not wilting or separating or developing an unattractive appearance as the evening passed. It needed to taste as good as it looked, since other women would be eating it and forming opinions. and it needed to represent the housewife's skill level favorably, neither reaching beyond her abilities nor underperforming relative to what was expected of her. The serving dishes and platters used for food presentation were themselves part of the performance. Fine china for formal occasions, everyday dishes for family meals, special serving pieces for particular foods. The housewife maintained an inventory of vessels appropriate for different situations. Serving dishes that were chipped, stained, or dated communicated lack of care or lack of resources. Serving dishes that were elegant, well-maintained, and currently fashionable communicated the opposite. The investment in proper serveware was another expense that domestic presentation quietly required. And then there was the garnish, the finishing touch. The parsley sprig appeared so frequently on 1950s plates that it seemed almost mandatory, adding color to dishes that might otherwise appear monochromatic. Lemon slices, radish roses, carrot curls, and other decorative vegetable cuts demonstrated willingness to invest additional effort in appearance. These garnishes were rarely eaten. Their function was entirely visual. The housewife who served ungarnished food missed an opportunity to demonstrate the extra effort that separated the ordinary from the impressive. There is something gently melancholy in that image, the radish rose that nobody eats, the parsley sprig that will be quietly pushed to the side of the plate by every single person at the table. And yet it mattered. It genuinely mattered. The photography in women's magazines established visual standards that shaped real-world expectations. These photographs were produced by professional food stylists using techniques that no home cook could replicate. Glycerin was used for shine that real food naturally lost under hot lights. Colored water stood in for actual beverages. Inedible stabilizers kept ice cream from melting during long photography sessions. Yet these images defined what food should look like. The housewife compared her results to these professional constructions and found her own efforts wanting, never realizing that what she was comparing herself to was an illusion, designed to sell magazines rather than represent anything a normal kitchen could actually achieve. The buffet presentation for parties and large gatherings elevated food display to something approaching theatrical production. The table needed to be arranged with attention to height variation, color distribution, and traffic flow. Serving dishes positioned for easy access without crowding. Hot foods kept warm. Cold foods protected from the room. The overall visual effect needed to be abundant without being chaotic, elegant without being intimidating, welcoming without suggesting that the hostess had exhausted herself in preparation. The successful buffet looked effortless. It was not effortless. The themed party raised the stakes further still. A Hawaiian luau party required food that looked tropical, even if it was being prepared in a Midwestern kitchen with whatever ingredients were available. A French-themed dinner party required presentations that suggested Parisian sophistication, even if the recipes had come from an American magazine. These themes demanded not just appropriate food, but appropriate presentation. Serving dishes, decorations, an overall aesthetic that supported the illusion being attempted. The housewife hosting a themed party was creating a theatrical set, and the food was part of the scenery. Seasonal expectations added their own requirements throughout the year. Christmas demanded certain traditional presentations. The elaborately decorated ham, the perfectly glazed turkey, the cookies arranged on seasonal platters. Easter required its own set, often featuring lamb and egg-shaped dishes. Thanksgiving was perhaps the highest-stakes meal of all, when the turkey needed to emerge from the oven looking like a magazine cover, and the full array of traditional dishes needed to appear simultaneously, each in perfect condition. The coffee and dessert service that concluded formal dinners followed protocols as detailed as those governing any other part of the meal. Coffee should be served properly, with cream and sugar offered appropriately, in cups of suitable quality. The dessert should be portioned and served with proper utensils. If multiple dessert options were offered, they should be presented for selection rather than assigned arbitrarily. The after-dinner coffee was the final impression of the evening, and a hostess who had executed everything perfectly up to that point could still stumble at the finish if her coffee service seemed careless or her dessert presentation inadequate. The evaluation of food presentation by other housewives was constant, though rarely verbalized directly. When visiting someone's home, women noticed how food was arranged, what serving dishes were used, how the table was set. When attending potluck events, women assessed each other's contributions with expert eyes trained by years of their own cooking and presentation efforts. This mutual surveillance created a pressure that no single housewife could quite escape. The cookbooks of the era reflected the presentation obsession in their extensive instructions for visual enhancement. Recipes didn't end with cooking. They continued with detailed guidance on arrangement, garnishing, and serving. The accompanying photographs showed idealized presentations that the reader was expected to replicate. Cookbooks sold partly on their photography, with more beautiful images suggesting more desirable cooking, even if the actual recipes weren't necessarily different from those in less beautifully illustrated volumes. The cookbook was partly instruction manual and partly aspiration catalog. The relationship between food presentation and class aspiration was complex but real. Elaborate presentations suggested sophistication and refinement that might or might not reflect actual economic circumstances. A housewife of modest means who could produce elegant presentations was performing successful class aspiration, appearing more prosperous and cultured than her bank account might suggest. Conversely, a wealthy housewife who served carelessly presented food might be judged as failing to meet the standards her resources should have enabled. Food presentation was class performance, and like all class performance in this era, it was carefully scrutinized by those with the expertise to judge. And all of that, the frosting, the garnish, the themed buffet table, the carefully selected serving dish, was only one layer of the performance. The deeper one, the one that asked more of a woman than any cake ever could, was the one happening inside her. What was required of the 1950s housewife was not simply that her house looked good and her food looked good. She was required to feel good, or at least to appear to feel good, continuously and without exception, regardless of how she actually felt. The fundamental rule beneath all of it was simple in its statement and brutal in its application. Problems were private, and private meant invisible. Financial difficulties were never mentioned, never suggested through visible economizing that might attract notice, never revealed through any behavior a neighbor might interpret as money trouble. Marital conflicts were hidden behind closed doors, resolved without witnesses, never acknowledged in any social setting where the fiction of a happy marriage needed to be maintained. Health concerns were minimized, dismissed, certainly never discussed in detail that might suggest weakness. Exhaustion, frustration, unhappiness, resentment, all of it absolutely forbidden from public expression. The housewife's emotional life was not quite her own. It was managed, curated, and presented according to expectations that left almost no room for genuine expression. The performance of happiness was perhaps the most constant and most demanding of all the performances required. The housewife was supposed to be happy in her role, fulfilled by domestic work, satisfied by marriage and motherhood, grateful for her comfortable suburban life. And this happiness needed to be visible, in her facial expressions, in her tone of voice, in her energy level, in her general demeanor at all times. A housewife who appeared unhappy raised questions. Was something wrong with her marriage? Was she struggling with her responsibilities? Was she one of those women who didn't appreciate what she had? The appearance of unhappiness was itself a problem requiring correction, either through genuine happiness, if it could be achieved, or through better performance if it could not. The smile became almost weaponized in this context, deployed constantly whether or not there was anything to smile about. She smiled when greeting her husband, smiled when interacting with neighbors, smiled when shopping, smiled when answering the telephone, smiled when receiving guests, smiled, essentially, throughout her entire public existence. This smiling wasn't necessarily false in the sense of covering active misery. Often it was simply automatic, the default expression that the performance required. But it was certainly not always authentic, and the gap between the constant smile and the actual emotional state beneath it represented a form of labor that went entirely unrecognized. Maintaining the pleasant expression, suppressing the tired or frustrated or sad expression that might naturally appear, required ongoing effort that consumed energy without producing any visible result. Exhaustion needed to be concealed because it suggested either poor health or poor household management. Frustration needed to be concealed because it suggested dissatisfaction with a role that was supposed to be fulfilling. Sadness needed to be concealed because it suggested something was wrong, and nothing could be wrong in the perfect suburban home. Anger was perhaps the most forbidden emotion of all, since angry women were considered unfeminine, unstable, and potentially dangerous to the domestic peace that the entire system was supposed to maintain. The bathroom became a particular kind of sanctuary in this context. The bathroom, the bedroom, the laundry room, wherever a few minutes of privacy could be found, became spaces for tears that couldn't be shed in front of family or visitors. Women developed techniques for crying quickly and quietly, and then repairing their appearance sufficiently to rejoin public life without obvious evidence of the emotional moment. The red eyes, the tear-stained cheeks, the general dishevelment that crying produces. All of it needed to be corrected before anyone could see. The crying happened. The visible evidence of the crying was erased. That distinction between what happened and what was permitted to be seen ran through everything. The nervous breakdown was both a recognized phenomenon and an unspeakable one, acknowledged to exist, but never discussed in polite company. When the accumulated stress of constant performance became too much, when the facade cracked and genuine distress became visible, the event was handled with maximum discretion. The woman might be sent to rest somewhere, might receive medical attention described in vague terms, might simply disappear from social life for a period before returning with an explanation that revealed nothing about what had actually occurred. Other women knew that these breakdowns happened, understood that the pressure was intense, perhaps even empathized based on their own close calls. But the knowledge remained private, shared only in whispers if at all, never acknowledged publicly where it might suggest that the entire system was perhaps asking too much of the women it constrained. As the decade progressed, tranquilizers and other medications became increasingly significant in maintaining the facade. Doctors prescribed them readily, understanding that housewives needed help managing the stress of their lives and believing that chemical assistance was a reasonable solution. The little pill that took the edge off, that smoothed the rough emotional patches, that made the smile easier to maintain, became a quiet companion for many women. This pharmaceutical assistance was its own secret, not discussed openly, but understood within the sisterhood of suburban housewives who recognized the signs in each other. The financial difficulties that many families experienced were hidden with particular care because they threatened the image of prosperity that suburban life was supposed to represent. The husband was supposed to be a good provider. Visible financial struggle suggested he was failing at his fundamental role. The housewife managed the household budget, and visible money problems suggested she was failing at hers. So the struggles were hidden. The careful economizing that stretched insufficient funds. The creative meal planning that made cheap ingredients seem abundant. The mending and making do that extended the life of clothing and household goods. The quiet stress of not quite having enough. All of it behind closed doors, and the public presentation suggesting comfortable prosperity that might or might not reflect actual financial reality. The strategies were numerous and had been refined through generations of practice. Buying cheaper cuts of meat and preparing them in ways that made them seem like deliberate choices rather than economic necessities. Sewing children's clothes rather than buying them, presenting this as a craft hobby rather than a financial requirement. Declining invitations that would require reciprocation the family couldn't afford, offering explanations that suggested schedule conflicts rather than budget constraints. The neighbors should never know. The neighbors especially should never know. Marital problems presented perhaps the most challenging concealment task of all, because they involved another person whose behavior might be harder to control. A husband who drank too much, who stayed out late, who showed obvious disinterest in his wife. These created visible evidence of problems that the wife's best efforts couldn't entirely hide. And yet she tried, making excuses for his absences, explaining away his behavior, maintaining the fiction of a happy marriage, even when that fiction became increasingly difficult to sustain. The marriage was supposed to be the foundation of domestic life, and admitting its cracks undermined the entire structure. So the cracks were plastered over, painted, decorated until they were invisible to casual observation. How successfully they were actually hidden varied considerably. The neighborhood gossip network often detected exactly what the housewife was trying to conceal. When appearing as a couple at social events, the husband and wife needed to present as happy partners regardless of what argument had preceded their departure, or what cold silence would follow their return home. The small gestures of affection that happy couples display naturally needed to be performed by couples who might not be feeling particularly affectionate. Pleasant conversation that avoided any topic that might trigger visible conflict required advanced planning and ongoing vigilance. The social event was a stage. The marriage was being performed, and the performance needed to be convincing regardless of the backstage reality. Problems with children were similarly hidden from public view. A child struggling in school, a child behaving badly, a child presenting any challenge beyond the ordinary. This was the mother's responsibility and the mother's potential shame. These problems were handled privately, addressed without involving neighbors or community resources that might carry gossip along with any assistance they provided. The child who appeared at Sunday church should look well-behaved, well-dressed, and well-adjusted, regardless of what scenes had occurred at home earlier that morning. The mother's parenting was judged by the child's public presentation. Mental health concerns carried particular stigma and were hidden accordingly. A husband struggling with what would now be recognized as depression or anxiety needed to appear fine, functioning, normal to the outside world. A child showing signs of emotional disturbance needed to seem well-adjusted in public. The housewife herself, whatever she might actually be feeling, needed to appear healthy and capable, acknowledging health problems, whether physical or mental. Invited questions, pity, and gossip that most families preferred to avoid. The phrase "keeping up appearances" captured the essence of it so precisely that it became almost a mantra for the era. The appearances were what mattered. The reality behind the appearances was private, personal, and essentially irrelevant to social functioning as long as the appearances themselves were successfully maintained. The spotless house was an appearance. The well-prepared meal was an appearance. The happy marriage was an appearance. The well-adjusted children were an appearance. The satisfied housewife was an appearance. Behind all of these appearances, reality might be considerably more complicated, but reality was not on display. The isolation that facade maintenance created was profound and largely unacknowledged. Women who concealed their problems couldn't seek support for those problems from the very neighbors and friends who might have been able to help. The housewife struggling with loneliness couldn't admit to loneliness because that would suggest she wasn't fulfilled by her proper role. The housewife struggling with marriage problems couldn't seek advice because that would expose the problems she was supposed to be hiding. The housewife struggling with money couldn't ask for help because that would reveal the financial difficulties she was supposed to conceal. The facade that protected reputation also trapped women inside their problems, cut off from the mutual support that honest communication might have provided. And here is the particular quality of that loneliness. Each housewife knew that she was hiding things. Logically, she might have recognized that other housewives were hiding things too. But the polite fiction of the happy suburb required accepting everyone else's facade at face value while maintaining one's own. This collective performance created a culture where no one was quite honest with anyone, where conversations remained on safe topics, where genuine intimacy was rare because genuine intimacy required dropping the facade. And no one was quite willing to be the first to do so. I think about that sometimes. A street full of women, each one privately struggling, each one watching the others and believing or half believing that everyone else was managing perfectly well. The physical toll of constant emotional suppression manifested in ways that the era's medicine was only beginning to understand. Headaches, digestive problems, fatigue, and various vague ailments that couldn't be traced to specific physical causes affected housewives in numbers that suggested something systematic was wrong. The connection between emotional stress and physical symptoms was dimly recognized, but the solution typically offered was more suppression. Medications to manage symptoms, advice to think positive thoughts, reminders that the proper attitude could overcome any difficulty. The actual cause of the symptoms, the constant pressure of maintaining impossible standards while hiding any evidence of struggle, was rarely addressed, because addressing it would require acknowledging that the system itself might be the problem. The skills of facade maintenance were passed to daughters not through formal instruction, but through observation. Young girls watched their mothers conceal problems, maintain pleasant appearances, perform happiness whether or not it was felt. They learned that women's emotions were not to be expressed openly, that problems were private matters to be handled silently, that the appearance of everything being fine was more important than the reality of how things actually were. By the time these daughters became housewives themselves, the skills had become automatic, unconscious, simply the way adult women operated in the world. The men in these households were largely oblivious to, or complicit in, the facade maintenance their wives performed. Husbands might appreciate that their homes were pleasant, and their wives were cheerful without understanding the labor required to produce these conditions. They might enjoy the appearance of a happy marriage without recognizing it as a performance. They might accept the emotional climate of their homes as natural, without acknowledging that it was manufactured through constant effort. The emotional labor of women remained invisible to the men who benefited from it, which meant it remained uncompensated, unappreciated, and largely unacknowledged as labor at all. The toll on women's sense of authentic self was significant even when it was rarely articulated. Living behind a facade meant that the self presented to the world was not the genuine self, and over time, the gap between presentation and reality could become genuinely disorienting. Which was the real person? The cheerful housewife everyone saw, or the exhausted woman who sometimes cried alone in the bathroom? Some women lost track, becoming so identified with their performed role that they no longer knew what they actually felt when they weren't performing. Others maintained a clearer distinction, but found the constant performance alienating, never quite able to feel fully themselves in their own lives. Either outcome represented a cost, a real cost, that the system of facade maintenance exacted from the women who maintained it. The rare moments when facades cracked provided glimpses of the reality beneath that could be both revealing and socially dangerous. A housewife who suddenly burst into tears at a social event, who snapped at her children in front of witnesses, who admitted to struggling with her marriage or her finances or her mental state, had committed a violation that would be remembered and discussed. These moments of genuine emotion breaking through were treated as aberrations, temporary lapses that didn't reflect the true state of affairs. The woman who experienced such a moment would typically apologize, explain it away, and redouble her efforts to maintain the facade going forward. The lesson was clear. Cracks were to be repaired, not examined. The collective maintenance of pleasant fictions created a suburban culture that was simultaneously stable and fragile. Stable because everyone was following the same rules, maintaining the same appearances, participating in the same performance. Fragile because the gap between performance and reality was always there, threatening to expose the whole system as constructed rather than natural. Everything looked perfect, and the effort required to make everything look perfect was the best-kept secret of all. When difficulties did need to be acknowledged, when some visible effect required a brief explanation, the language used reflected the imperative of minimization. Problems weren't described accurately. They were softened, qualified, reduced to proportions that wouldn't alarm listeners or reveal the true severity of the situation. "We've been a little tight this month" might mean crushing financial stress. "He's been working hard" might mean the husband was never home and the marriage was suffering. "I've been a bit tired lately" might mean exhaustion so profound that functioning was a daily struggle. This language of minimization allowed difficulties to be acknowledged just enough to explain any visible effects, while maintaining the overall fiction that nothing serious was wrong. The support systems that might have helped women struggling with genuine problems were compromised by the culture of concealment. The doctor's office was a place where problems could theoretically be discussed openly, but the stigma surrounding mental health and the culture of minimization meant that even medical conversations often stayed on the surface. The church might have provided counseling, but the same social networks that made church community valuable also made honest disclosure risky. Family members might have helped, but family reputation was tied to individual reputation, making family members invested in maintaining facades rather than piercing them. Every neighborhood had at least one woman who appeared to manage flawlessly. Her house was always immaculate, her children always well behaved. There is a kind of tiredness that sleep cannot touch. The housewife who had been performing for years, performing pleasantness, performing contentment, performing effortless capability, carried a weight that accumulated not in the muscles but somewhere deeper, somewhere rest couldn't quite reach. Each day added its small deposit. Each smile maintained through gritted teeth, each careful word, each room cleaned to an impossible standard and then cleaned again. The exhaustion was cumulative and progressive, building across seasons and years into something that became simply the texture of adult life. What made it particularly difficult to name was that it was normalized entirely. This was simply how women lived. The bone-deep weariness was not a symptom of anything. It was just the condition of being a wife and mother in a suburb in the 1950s, and there was nothing unusual about it, nothing worth mentioning, nothing anyone needed to know. The advice literature of the era, naturally, did not help. Its prescriptions had a particular quality that might seem almost darkly comic from a distance, though for the women living inside it, there was nothing comic about it at all. Feeling tired. Improve your organization so that household tasks take less time. Feeling unhappy. Cultivate gratitude for your many blessings. Feeling disconnected from your husband. Put more effort into being attractive and pleasant when he comes home. Every problem, in the logic of this literature, could be solved through better performance. The housewife who wasn't thriving simply wasn't trying hard enough. The framework placed all responsibility on individual women while declining to notice the structural conditions that made thriving so difficult. The system had created the exhaustion. The system prescribed more effort as its cure. You are standing in a kitchen that is already clean, already very clean, and you are cleaning it again. The light through the window is flat and white. The counter smells of bleach and lemon. You can hear the particular silence of a house that no one else is currently watching, and somewhere under the sound of your own work, there is something you are carefully not thinking about. Then the narrator settles back, and the moment passes, and we continue. The vacation was supposed to offer relief from all of this. A break from the performance, a few days of simply being rather than perpetually displaying. But even vacations became venues for different kinds of performance. Family vacations required maintaining appearances in public settings, managing children's behavior in unfamiliar environments, and often producing more work rather than less for the housewife who remained responsible for family logistics, even in a hotel or a rented cottage beside a lake. The vacation might be enjoyed, genuinely, but it was rarely the escape from performance that she needed it to be. Women's organizations and clubs offered another kind of relief that turned out not to be quite what it seemed. Women gathered together, ostensibly for mutual benefit and enjoyment, for shared projects and companionable afternoons. And yet the same social dynamics that governed all suburban interaction also governed these gatherings. The facade needed to be maintained even among other women who were maintaining their own facades. The potential for genuine connection existed. Some women found real friendship within these organizations, and those friendships were worth a great deal. But the culture of concealment pervaded even these gatherings, making complete honesty risky and genuine intimacy rare. There is something quietly aching about that. Rooms full of women, each one performing for the others, each one perhaps desperate to be known, and no one quite willing to go first. The physical spaces of the home had been organized, almost unconsciously, to reflect this division between performance and reality. The living room, the dining room, the spaces where guests might be received, these were maintained to performance standards at all times, never quite allowed to be simply rooms where people lived. The bedroom, the bathroom, the laundry room, spaces guests were less likely to enter, became small refuges where standards could relax slightly, where genuine emotional expression might occasionally occur. It created a kind of internal geography, the front of the house for display, the back of the house for reality, the self divided along the same lines as the floor plan. The consumer economy that surrounded the housewife understood this anxiety precisely and exploited it with considerable skill. Advertisements addressed the fear of not measuring up directly, offering products as solutions to the performance problems that the same consumer culture had helped create. Cleaning products that promised effortlessness, cosmetics that promised transformation, convenience foods that promised more time, more ease, a slightly less exhausting version of the same impossible day. The housewife was simultaneously the target and the victim of marketing that exploited her need to maintain appearances, while never quite delivering the effortless perfection it promised. The children who grew up inside these households absorbed lessons that would travel with them for the rest of their lives. Sons learned that women's primary function was to create pleasant environments and maintain happy appearances. Expectations they would carry into their own marriages without necessarily examining where those expectations had come from. Daughters learned that their own emotional authenticity would need to be sacrificed to meet social expectations, beginning their own training in facade maintenance before they fully understood what they were being trained to do. The culture of concealment reproduced itself through generations with quiet efficiency, each cohort teaching the next the skills and expectations that defined acceptable female behavior, not through explicit instruction, mostly, just through the daily demonstration of what was required to belong, to be approved of, to survive socially. Women who questioned the system were labeled maladjusted, unable or unwilling to accept their proper role. The pressure to conform was intense enough that most women simply accepted the rules, maintained their performances, and saved their private doubts for private moments when no one was watching. The system seemed natural, inevitable, simply the way life was. The idea that it might be different, that women might live more authentically, that facades might be optional rather than mandatory. This was barely thinkable for most women, most of the time. The legacy of this culture extended far beyond the decade itself. Women who had spent years hiding their struggles often found it difficult to speak honestly even when social conditions changed, even when speaking honestly had become not only permitted but encouraged. The habits of minimization, the automatic pleasant facade, the reluctance to reveal vulnerability, these patterns persisted long after the external pressure had eased. The psychological cost of all those years of performance could not simply be set aside when the performance was no longer required. For many women, the facade had become so integrated into their sense of self that dropping it felt not like relief, but like something close to dissolution. The paradox at the center of it all was this: the performance was supposed to create conditions for genuine happiness, yet the performance itself prevented that happiness from being achieved. The housewife who successfully hid her problems could not solve them through the mutual support that honest communication might have enabled. The housewife who performed contentment could not explore whether genuine contentment might be possible through different arrangements. The facade protected reputation. It imprisoned the woman behind it. It maintained social approval at the cost of authentic living. Whether this trade-off was worthwhile was a question most women of the era never asked, because asking would itself have been a violation of the facade they were required to maintain. And now the picture widens slightly, because facade maintenance did not occur only among neighbors and at club meetings. It was also required, perhaps most intensely of all, within the extended family, particularly in the presence of that most formidable figure of 1950s domestic life, the mother-in-law. If managing neighbors and social obligations was demanding, navigating the relationship with her husband's mother elevated the challenge to an entirely different register. The mother-in-law occupied a unique position of authority, being simultaneously a guest in the home who should be treated with hospitality, and a family elder whose opinions carried weight that could not simply be dismissed. The fundamental dynamic was built into the structure of the relationship from the beginning. The mother-in-law had raised this man, fed him, clothed him, shaped his preferences and expectations across 2 decades or more, and now some other woman had taken over responsibilities that had been hers. The potential for competition, resentment, and territorial feeling was not incidental to the in-law relationship. It was native to it. The criticism that arrived from this position typically focused on the housewife's core areas of responsibility: cooking, cleaning, child-rearing. The mother-in-law who mentioned that her son seemed thinner than when he lived at home was implying inadequate feeding. The one who ran a finger along a shelf and examined it for dust was inspecting housekeeping standards. The one who suggested alternative approaches to managing grandchildren was questioning parental competence. These criticisms might be delivered directly, or through implications so subtle that addressing them openly would make the housewife seem paranoid. Either way, the message was the same: you are not doing this as well as I did, and my son deserves better. The etiquette guides of the era offered advice on managing these relationships that essentially amounted to accepting everything gracefully and never fighting back. The daughter-in-law was expected to defer to her mother-in-law's experience and wisdom, even when that wisdom contradicted her own preferences or her own mother's teachings. She was expected to welcome criticism as helpful guidance rather than resenting it as interference. She was expected to modify her behavior to accommodate her mother-in-law's preferences when possible, and to conceal any modification she was not willing to make. The daughter-in-law who openly disagreed, who defended her own choices, who set limits around her domestic domain, was considered difficult, disrespectful, and a poor choice of wife for the son who had inexplicably selected her. When the mother-in-law visited, the home transformed. What had been a family's living space became a performance venue, every corner subject to observation and evaluation. The cleaning before such visits reached levels that could fairly be described as obsessive, with attention paid to surfaces and corners that under ordinary circumstances were left in peace. Meals were planned with great care, chosen to showcase cooking skills while accommodating known preferences or dietary requirements. Children were briefed on expected behavior, reminded of proper forms of address, and made well aware of what was at stake. The housewife herself prepared mentally for days of scrutiny, steeling herself to maintain pleasant demeanor regardless of whatever comments might come her way. The meal preparation during a mother-in-law visit was a minefield with no safe path through it. If she prepared her husband's favorite dish, she risked hearing that it wasn't quite as good as his mother made it. If she prepared something different, she risked hearing that her husband had always preferred his mother's version. If she attempted her mother-in-law's own recipes, she was inviting direct comparison to the original. If she avoided those recipes, she might be seen as dismissing family tradition. The best outcome available was minimal damage rather than genuine success. The specific criticisms delivered during these visits typically came wrapped in the appearance of helpfulness, which made them impossible to reject without seeming ungrateful. "Oh, I find that if you add just a touch more salt, this dish really comes alive," technically cooking advice. "Have you tried organizing your linen closet by color? I've always found it so much more efficient," technically a suggestion. "Little Tommy seems to have quite a lot of energy." We always found that firm boundaries helped our children channel theirs more productively, technically parenting wisdom. Each comment contained implicit criticism wrapped in helpful packaging, and the housewife was expected to receive all of it with gratitude. Thanking someone for pointing out your failures was a specialized skill that mother-in-law management required. The husband's role in all of this was theoretically that of mediator. In practice, many men simply stayed out of the conflict entirely, leaving their wives to manage relationships that were, in some sense, genuinely the husband's responsibility. Advice columns occasionally suggested that husbands should defend their wives against maternal criticism. This advice was rarely followed in households where filial duty remained strong. The husband who told his mother that her comments were unwelcome risked damaging his relationship with her while also seeming disloyal to the family that had raised him. Most husbands chose the path of least immediate resistance. Their wives absorbed the criticism alone. Visiting the mother-in-law's home presented a different set of challenges. Here the housewife was on someone else's territory, subject to different rules, observing different standards, and implicitly being invited to compare them with her own. The mother-in-law's perfectly maintained home, her effortlessly produced meals, her smoothly running household, all served as implicit reproaches to however the daughter-in-law was managing things back in her own kitchen. If the mother-in-law's home was genuinely superior, the comparison was unflattering. If the mother-in-law's home showed signs of decline from age or reduced energy, the daughter-in-law had to pretend not to notice, while privately perhaps feeling some satisfaction that was shameful to acknowledge. Gift-giving occasions added their own particular pressures to all of this. The gift selected for a mother-in-law had to be appropriate in value, neither so inexpensive as to seem dismissive, nor so lavish as to seem like an attempt to purchase favor. It had to reflect knowledge of her preferences without suggesting either obsessive attention or complete indifference to her tastes. It had to be something she would actually use or appreciate, but also something that would not compare unfavorably to gifts from other family members. The selection of the mother-in-law gift could consume hours of anxious consideration, with the housewife second-guessing every option and ultimately choosing something that still felt inadequate when she handed it over. Holiday gatherings concentrated all of these tensions into single events, where multiple relationships had to be managed simultaneously. The housewife hosting Christmas dinner for her husband's family was performing for an audience that included not just her mother-in-law, but potentially sisters-in-law, aunts, and other relatives, all of whom had opinions about how she was managing her role. The housewife traveling to her mother-in-law's home for the holidays had to manage her children's behavior in an unfamiliar environment, while navigating family dynamics she might not fully understand. Either scenario was exhausting, and the holiday spirit that was supposed to characterize these gatherings often struggled to survive the tensions running beneath it. Sisters-in-law added their own complications. These were women who had known the husband since childhood, who might feel a certain proprietorial feeling about the family he represented, who had their own relationships with the mother-in-law that shaped how the daughter-in-law was received. A sister-in-law allied with her mother created a formidable opposition. A sister-in-law who was sympathetic might become a valuable ally. The dynamics shifted constantly, based on factors the housewife might not fully comprehend. Alliances forming and dissolving over grievances real and imagined, with the newest family member often the last to understand what was actually happening beneath the surface pleasantries. The grandchildren became both connection point and battleground. Grandparents wanted access to grandchildren. Parents controlled that access. The negotiation could become contentious. A mother-in-law who felt she wasn't seeing her grandchildren often enough might blame the daughter-in-law for keeping them away. A mother-in-law who disagreed with how the grandchildren were being raised might quietly undermine parental authority during visits, offering treats that parents had forbidden, relaxing rules that parents had established. The housewife had to manage these intrusions on her parental authority without creating open conflict that would make future gatherings even more uncomfortable. Long-distance, in-law relationships presented their own challenges, different from but not necessarily easier than nearby family. The letters that maintained connection required careful composition, sharing news without revealing problems, expressing warmth without excessive intimacy. Phone calls required the same pleasant voice management, sustained through conversations that might include pointed questions or unwelcome advice. The less frequent in-person visits became more intense precisely because they happened rarely, with expectations building and pressure accumulating before each encounter. The strategies that successful daughters-in-law developed for managing these relationships were essentially survival skills refined through experience, learning which topics provoked criticism and quietly avoiding them, learning which compliments pleased the mother-in-law and offering them at regular intervals, learning to redirect conversations away from dangerous territory before criticism could be delivered, learning to appear to accept advice while quietly continuing to do things your own way. These strategies were not exactly dishonest, but they were not fully honest either. They were the necessary compromises that made family relationships functional when genuine harmony was not achievable. The mother-in-law phone call, specifically, was its own specialized performance within the broader telephone repertoire. Calls had to be made with appropriate frequency. Two often seemed desperate for approval. Two rarely seemed neglectful of family duty. The tone had to balance warmth with appropriate reserve. The content had to include proper updates about grandchildren, husband's well-being, and household matters, while carefully avoiding any topics that might invite criticism or unwelcome advice. A contained performance with its own unwritten script, delivered on schedule, in the right voice, from the right emotional register. The mother-in-law who lived nearby presented challenges that distance would have softened. Frequent visits, regular involvement in daily life, constant presence in social situations where both women operated, all of these created opportunities for friction that occasional encounters would not produce. The nearby mother-in-law knew more about the household's actual functioning, witnessed more of its imperfections, had more opportunity to comment on both. The daughter-in-law with a nearby mother-in-law lived in a state of continuous performance, rather than the episodic intensity of managing distant relatives. And then there were the rare mother-in-laws who were genuinely supportive, who offered help without criticism, who respected their daughter-in-law's authority in her own home. These relationships were treasured precisely because they were unusual. They demonstrated that intergenerational family connections could function without the conflict that characterized so many others. but the cultural expectation was conflict, and the advice literature addressed conflict management rather than relationship cultivation, which suggested that harmonious relationships were understood as exceptions rather than norms. The father-in-law, though less central to the daughter-in-law's concerns than his wife, contributed his own complications. His expectations for how his son's household should function, his opinions about how grandchildren should be raised, his assessments of whether his daughter-in-law was adequate to her responsibilities, all added to the performance pressure, even when his involvement was less direct. The father-in-law who remained distant made life easier. The father-in-law who involved himself in domestic matters created an additional audience for the housewife's already heavily attended performance. And then there were the children themselves. Because the performance required of 1950s households was not limited to adults. Children were enrolled in it too, thoroughly, and from an early age. The expectations for children in public can be summarized in a phrase the era took quite literally: seen and not heard. Children were expected to be visible evidence of successful parenting, but their visibility should demonstrate good breeding rather than natural childish exuberance. The well-behaved child was quiet, polite, neatly dressed, essentially a miniature adult in deportment if not in size. Actual childlike behavior, the noise and movement and unpredictability that characterized normal children, was treated as failure requiring correction. The training began early. Toddlers were taught to sit still, to speak softly, to mind their manners at table, to respond appropriately when adults addressed them. These expectations intensified as children grew, with standards rising faster, arguably, than children's natural capacity to meet them. The goal was the production of young people who could navigate any social situation without embarrassing their parents, who would reflect credit on the family's domestic management, who would demonstrate through their behavior that they came from a properly run home with properly attentive parents. The table manners expected of children were detailed and strictly enforced: sitting up straight, elbows off the table, chewing with mouths closed, not speaking unless spoken to, waiting until adults had begun eating, using utensils correctly, asking to be excused before leaving the table. Violations were noticed and corrected immediately, with training happening primarily at family meals so that public dining would proceed smoothly. The child who misbehaved at a restaurant or during a dinner party humiliated the parents who had supposedly trained them. And this humiliation fell particularly hard on the mother whose domestic domain included child-rearing. The rules governing children's speech in adult company were remarkably restrictive by any later standard. Children answered questions when adults asked them, using full sentences and proper grammar. They did not interrupt adult conversation. They did not offer unsolicited opinions, did not complain, did not whine, did not express displeasure that might make adults uncomfortable. When visitors came to the home, children might be presented briefly, demonstrating their good manners through a few polite exchanges, before being dismissed to play elsewhere while adults talked. The child who lingered, who demanded attention, who inserted themselves into adult business, was poorly trained, and their presence reflected badly on their mother. The physical appearance of children in public was as carefully managed as their behavior. Different outfits for church, for shopping, for visiting relatives, for playing outdoors. Sunday best was genuinely special clothing, set apart from ordinary wear, uncomfortable to have on and difficult to keep clean, but absolutely required when public display demanded it. Hair combed, faces washed, shoes polished, the overall effect being children who looked cared for, prosperous, and properly attended to. The church service was perhaps the most demanding venue of all. It combined requirements for stillness and silence over an extended period with the added weight of religious solemnity. Children sat in pews without squirming. They remained quiet during prayers and sermons. They participated appropriately in hymns and responses. Mothers brought quiet activities to occupy young children, but even these had limits. The rustling of papers, the dropping of a small toy, could attract disapproving glances from surrounding congregants. Think about what that actually required of a small child. To sit completely still, in uncomfortable clothes, in a long, formal ceremony, with full awareness that any lapse would be noticed. And to do this every week, knowing that how well you managed it reflected not just on you, but on your mother, on your home, on the invisible standard everyone was trying to maintain. The school setting extended these behavioral expectations into daily life, with teachers serving as additional enforcers of standards that parents had established at home. A child who misbehaved at school reflected poorly on the home, on the mother's training, on the family's general quality. Parent-teacher conferences brought reports that mothers dreaded if the news wasn't good. The connection was considered direct and obvious. A well-managed home produced well-behaved students, and a disruptive child must come from a home where standards were lax. The birthday party was a public performance event in miniature. As hosts, children were expected to be gracious, to share attention, to manage disappointment if gifts were not what they had hoped for, to thank guests properly for coming. As guests, children were expected to behave well, to participate appropriately in activities, to eat politely, to express gratitude for hospitality received. The birthday party was essentially a scaled-down version of adult entertaining, and children were expected to meet standards that anticipated their eventual adult social responsibilities. The methods used to train children in these behaviors ranged from gentle instruction and repeated practice to considerably less gentle enforcement through punishment. The threat of consequences, from mild disapproval through loss of privileges to physical discipline, maintained compliance with behavioral expectations. The training was continuous, happening at every meal, every outing, every interaction with people outside the immediate family. Children absorbed the message that their behavior was constantly observed, constantly evaluated, and that failure to meet standards would result in consequences both immediate and lasting. The psychological impact of these expectations varied widely depending on temperament, family circumstances, and individual resilience. Some children adapted easily, finding the structure comfortable and the expectations achievable. Others struggled constantly, their natural personalities in direct conflict with requirements that felt arbitrary and oppressive. The naturally energetic child, the naturally talkative child, the child with undiagnosed attention difficulties, all found the expectation of silent good behavior particularly difficult to sustain. These children received extra correction, extra training, extra consequences, and often extra shame for failing at something their peers seemed to manage without apparent effort. The gap between public behavior and home behavior created a kind of split existence for many children. In public, they performed the role of a well-behaved child, suppressing natural impulses, following rules meticulously. At home, they might have more freedom to be themselves, though even home behavior was regulated to ensure that the training held. This split taught children early that performance for public consumption was different from genuine expression. It was, in a way, their introduction to the same lesson their mothers had already learned. The world had a face you showed it, and a face you kept for the rooms no one visited. The rewards for good behavior were real enough. Adults praised children who behaved well, offered treats and privileges, expressed approval that children learned to value. Being known as a well-behaved child had genuine social benefits: more trust, more responsibility, more positive attention from teachers and neighbors and extended family. These incentives reinforced the training, making good behavior not just required, but genuinely rewarding in practical terms. Comparisons between children were constant and explicit. The child who could sit still through an entire church service was held up as an example. The child who could not was held up as a cautionary tale. These comparisons created competitive pressure among both children and mothers, each wanting to demonstrate superior outcomes, each aware that the outcomes were being observed and discussed and quietly ranked by everyone around them. And somewhere in all of this, in the performances and the critiques and the carefully chosen gifts and the pre-visit cleaning and the children sitting very still in uncomfortable clothes, somewhere in all of it, people were also just trying to live their lives, trying to love each other across the distances that performance creates, trying to find in the small private spaces at the back of the house something that felt genuinely like rest. There was a kind of competition always underway in the 1950s neighborhood, though no one would have called it that directly. It was understood rather than named, felt rather than announced. And at the center of it, in nearly every version of it, were the children. The mother whose children were reliably well-behaved had achieved something. Something worth quiet pride, worth the small, satisfied feeling of having done the job properly. The mother whose children were difficult had something else entirely. Something to explain, to manage, to be defensive about. And certain situations amplified this pressure until it became almost unbearable in its intensity. The wedding ceremony, where children needed to sit quietly through proceedings that seemed to go on forever. The funeral, where children needed to behave with a somberness they were too young to genuinely feel, performing grief or at least stillness in the presence of something they didn't yet understand. The fancy restaurant, with its unfamiliar foods and formal place settings that small hands weren't accustomed to navigating. The visit to elderly relatives, where fragile antiques sat within reach, and the need for quiet conversation made every burst of childish energy a kind of catastrophe. Each of these situations was, in its way, a test. The children either passed or failed, and the credit or blame landed squarely on the mother. The punishments for misbehaving in public varied from family to family, but they tended to follow a recognizable pattern. A whispered warning first, a pinched arm if the warning wasn't enough, removal from the situation if things continued to deteriorate. These corrections happened in real time, in full view of whoever happened to be present. But the more serious consequences waited for home, where the full weight of parental disappointment could be expressed without an audience. Children learned this arithmetic early. Public misbehavior meant double punishment. The immediate correction in the moment, and then the more substantial reckoning that came later, behind closed doors, where there were no witnesses to complicate things. Before any of this could happen, of course, there was the preparation. The bath drawn, the hair combed through whatever resistance it offered, the careful selection and application of appropriate clothes, the final inspection in the hallway mirror before departure. All of this happened before every outing, without exception, and it consumed time that was already in short supply. The child who squirmed during the hair combing, who complained about shoes that pinched or collars that chafed, created logistical difficulties that had to be solved within whatever time remained. Leaving home with a child who looked unkempt was simply not an option. The child's objections, however valid they might have been, were not the point. The accessories followed rules as precise as those governing adult clothing. Girls needed the right hair ribbons, the right socks, the right shoes for church versus shopping versus visiting. Boys needed the right ties, the right belts, the right level of formality calibrated to each occasion. Children's clothing communicated family status just as adult clothing did, and a child who appeared underdressed or dressed for the wrong kind of occasion reflected on the mother who had made that choice. Conversation with adults carried its own set of requirements. When spoken to by a grown-up, a child was expected to respond clearly and politely, to make eye contact, to use proper forms of address. The child who mumbled, who looked at the floor, who offered one-word answers when a complete sentence was expected, needed more preparation before they were ready for adult company. The child who could hold themselves comfortably in adult conversation demonstrated something their mother could take genuine pride in. The categories of good child and difficult child, once established, had a way of persisting. A child known as good received more patience, more opportunities, more warmth from the broader community. A child known as difficult received less of all those things. These reputations followed children through their school years and into their standing in the neighborhood more generally. Mothers understood this, and they worked to establish their children in the good category early, knowing how much that initial positioning would shape what came after. And so we arrive at the final arena, the one that contained all the others, the competitive environment that gave everything else its stakes. The keeping up with the neighbors. It was never quite acknowledged directly. Explicitly naming it would have seemed crass, somehow contrary to the community values that were supposed to define suburban life. But everyone understood it, participated in it, felt its pressure every single day. The suburban neighborhood was not simply a collection of houses where families lived. It was something more layered than that, more watchful. Reputation was won and lost through countless small engagements, from the condition of a lawn to the quality of Christmas decorations, and every housewife was simultaneously managing her own performance and quietly observing everyone else's. You are standing at the edge of your front walk on a Tuesday morning in, say, 1955. The grass is damp. The air smells of cut lawns and engine oil, and somewhere, faintly, someone's percolator through an open window. You are looking at your lawn, and you are aware, in a way you could not easily explain, that other people are also looking at your lawn. The lawn was the most visible piece of contested territory in the suburban competition. A green, well-maintained lawn announced that this household had its standards, that things here were being managed properly. A patchy lawn, a weedy lawn, a lawn that had gone too long between mowings, told a different kind of story. Here were people who had let things slide. Here was a family that couldn't quite keep up. The lawn was, in a sense, the daily advertisement for household competence, visible to everyone who passed by, and no amount of interior excellence could compensate for it if it fell short of the neighborhood's expectations. Husbands typically held primary responsibility for lawn care, but the social consequences of inadequate grass fell on the housewife. A husband who traveled frequently, who worked long hours, who simply didn't prioritize yard work, created a problem his wife would feel in her standing. Some wives quietly took over the mowing themselves rather than absorb the reputation damage. Others applied sustained pressure until their husbands complied. Others simply accepted the diminished status as the price of their husband's other priorities. The lawn might technically be his responsibility, but the lawn's condition reflected on the whole family, and the whole family's reflection ultimately settled most heavily on the woman who was supposed to be managing domestic appearance. The flower gardens that bordered the lawns added another dimension to the competition. A beautiful garden required knowledge and effort and investment that not every household could provide. The woman who produced spectacular blooms earned admiration that went well beyond simple appreciation for flowers. Neighbors noticed which yards had the best displays, which gardens changed with the seasons, which plantings showed genuine horticultural skill. The garden club provided a venue for explicit comparison, but the informal comparison was constant, conducted through the ordinary daily act of walking past each other's yards. Beyond the lawn and garden, the house itself required maintenance that communicated pride in property. Fresh paint, properly maintained trim, windows that sparkled, peeling paint, a sagging gutter, a cracked driveway. These told stories of neglect that neighbors would notice and discuss. Families stretched their budgets to avoid the appearance of decline, because decline, once visible, was very difficult to recover from. The automobile parked in the driveway was its own kind of statement. Its make, model, year, and condition all communicated information about family prosperity and priorities. The decision about which car to purchase was essentially a social positioning decision as much as a practical one, a calibration between what a family could actually afford and what they wanted to be seen driving. Keeping the car clean and well-maintained was part of the same apparatus. A dirty or dented car suggested a carelessness, that neighbors might assume extended to other areas of life. The Christmas decoration competition brought all of this to its annual peak. The lights, the lawn ornaments, the wreaths and garlands all announced holiday spirit while simultaneously demonstrating willingness to invest in display. Going bigger than the previous year, keeping pace with what neighbors had installed, creating something that drew compliments from people passing on the street. All of this consumed time and money and energy that might otherwise have gone toward celebrations of a quieter, less competitive nature. When visitors entered the house itself, a different but equally intense form of comparison began. Women who visited each other's homes observed everything. The furniture, the decorations, the overall aesthetic, the small details that revealed taste and available resources. These observations were then shared with women who hadn't been there, constructing composite pictures of how different households ranked in the interior hierarchy. The housewife, redecorating her living room, was making competitive moves, whether she thought of it in those terms or not. The appliances and technologies visible throughout homes served as markers of modernity and prosperity. The latest refrigerator, the newest washing machine, the television set that was just becoming standard equipment in the mid-1950s. These purchases announced that the family was keeping pace with progress. Falling behind in appliance acquisition, whether from choice or from necessity, meant visible evidence of either deliberate frugality or financial limitation, and neither played well in the status competition. Children's achievements fed into this competitive structure as naturally as everything else. The child who made the honor roll, who starred in the school play, who was popular with peers, provided reflected glory that their parents could quietly take credit for. The child who struggled academically, who didn't participate in activities, who had social difficulties, created reflected concern that parents felt even when they hadn't caused it. Children's accomplishments were discussed among neighborhood mothers, creating hierarchies of family success that extended well beyond domestic management and into questions of generational outcome. A husband's career success or failure contributed to family positioning in ways that landed directly on the housewife's social standing. A promotion was celebrated in ways that neighbors noticed and registered. A job loss was concealed as long as possible, the family managing information carefully, knowing what visible career failure would cost them. The wife was the supporting player in her husband's career narrative, benefiting from his successes and bearing the social weight of his failures, without having direct control over either. The social ambition driving all of this was simultaneously acknowledged and denied. Everyone understood that status mattered, that where you sat in the neighborhood hierarchy had real consequences for how you were treated and what opportunities came your way. But explicitly acknowledging this competition seemed crass, materialistic, contrary to the community values that were supposed to govern the way neighbors related to each other. So the competition proceeded under the cover of friendliness, with competitors presenting themselves simply as neighbors while engaged in continuous positional maneuvering. The financial strain was real and widespread. The new car purchased on credit, the furniture bought on installment plans, the landscaping improvements financed through cuts elsewhere in the household budget. These were attempts to maintain appearances that actual resources couldn't comfortably support. The gap between visible prosperity and financial reality was a secret many families kept carefully, sustaining facades that concealed the stress of appearing more comfortable than they actually were. The winners in this competition received benefits that made the effort feel worthwhile, at least from a distance. More social invitations, more respect within community organizations, more weight assigned to their opinions, more favorable treatment in the countless small interactions that composed daily life. Their families were positioned advantageously in the social hierarchy that governed everything. These benefits were genuine, which is why families kept competing despite the exhaustion it produced. The families perceived as losing experienced the inverse. fewer invitations, reduced respect, marginal positions in community life. Their circumstances were discussed with pity or with judgment. Their children's friendships were affected. The stakes were real enough that opting out felt impossible, even for families who could see clearly how destructive the competition had become. The collective exhaustion of everyone trying to keep up with everyone else produced communities where no one was fully satisfied. Achievement of the current standard simply raised the expectation for the next one. The finish line kept moving, regardless of how much ground you covered. There was no winning the keeping up game in any final sense. There was only continuing to play until you couldn't. The psychological toll accumulated beneath the pleasant surfaces that suburban life presented. The anxiety of potential status loss. The exhaustion of continuous performance. The resentment of being measured by superficial markers. Women might privately wonder whether any of this was worth the cost, whether different arrangements might be possible somewhere. But these questions stayed private, because asking them publicly would itself be read as a competitive weakness, an admission that you couldn't handle what everyone around you appeared to be managing effortlessly. And so the competitive values were passed down. Daughters watched their mothers compete, and they absorbed the logic of it, entering their own marriages and households prepared to take up the same positions their mothers had occupied. The competition was rarely questioned because it was simply how things were done. It was, to borrow a phrase that captures it well, the water suburban families swam in without recognizing it as water. The specific markers of status varied somewhat by community and region, but certain patterns remained consistent. Newness mattered. New furniture communicated prosperity more effectively than older pieces, regardless of quality. Brand names visible in homes and driveways communicated purchasing power and taste simultaneously. Improvements made to properties, additions built, remodeling projects completed, served as tangible evidence of forward progress that neighbors could observe and evaluate. The entertaining done by households extended competitive display beyond ordinary social obligations. The family that threw the best parties, that served the finest food, that created the most genuinely memorable evenings, earned status that careful house maintenance alone couldn't achieve. Each hostess tried to exceed what had come before. This escalation benefited no one while exhausting everyone. But stopping meant conceding the competition to others who would simply continue. The clothing worn during public appearances carried competitive weight that went beyond simply dressing appropriately. The quality of fabrics, the currentness of styles, the overall polish of presentation communicated family resources and taste. A family that appeared consistently well-dressed earned assumptions about prosperity that might or might not reflect reality. A family that appeared shabby or dated faced assumptions about limited resources that were similarly not necessarily accurate. Either way, the assumptions would be made. Vacation destinations became competitive currency discussed casually among neighbors. The family that could afford distant travel gained status the family taking local day trips couldn't easily match. The activities undertaken during vacation, the experiences accumulated, the photographs displayed in the living room afterward, all contributed to competitive positioning. Even rest, even recreation, became a performance opportunity in the relentless contest for standing. Membership in clubs and organizations provided status that required both money and social acceptance to achieve. The country club membership, the prestigious women's organization, the select invitation-only groups, communicated position in ways that simply having money couldn't automatically buy. Working toward acceptance in these groups consumed social energy that might otherwise have gone toward pursuits less exhausting and more genuinely satisfying. Children's activities and educational trajectories projected competitive positioning into the future. The child in the right programs, with the right accomplishments, headed toward the right college, reflected glory back onto parents whose competitive success extended through their offspring. This investment began early and continued without natural stopping point. The social landscape this created was one where genuine friendship was difficult to distinguish from strategic alliance. The neighbor who seemed warm might also be gathering information for competitive use. The compliment offered might contain a subtle comparison, an implied superiority folded inside apparent praise. The relationship that appeared mutual might be quietly hierarchical in ways never openly acknowledged. Navigating this required constant attention to subtext and implication, a kind of perpetual low-level vigilance that never fully switched off. The seasons each brought their own competitive rhythms. Spring brought lawn competitions and garden preparations. Summer brought outdoor entertaining and the careful exchange of vacation plans. Autumn brought back-to-school displays and the enrollment of children in appropriate activities. Winter brought the decoration wars and the holiday entertaining obligations. Each season had its particular pressure, and falling behind in any one of them meant spending the following months trying to recover the ground that had been lost. The newcomer to a competitive neighborhood faced a delicate problem. Coming in too strong, displaying resources too aggressively, risked being resented as someone showing off. Coming in too modestly risked being positioned at the bottom of the hierarchy from the start, struggling to rise from a disadvantaged initial position. Finding the right entry point required observation, social intelligence, and often a few mistakes before the appropriate level became clear. Moving away from a neighborhood where standing had been carefully built meant losing everything that had been accumulated. Starting over in a new community required rebuilding from the beginning, establishing reputation through fresh demonstrations, navigating hierarchies that were unfamiliar. Post-war mobility meant many families went through this cycle more than once, never quite settling into the kind of established position that might have made all the effort feel worthwhile. Long-established neighborhoods contained their own particular complexity. Women who had competed with each other for decades developed relationships that combined genuine knowledge of one another with accumulated histories of old grievances. Past victories and defeats colored every present interaction. The older established neighborhood might seem calmer on the surface, while containing deeper and more intricate competitive patterns beneath it. And sometimes the financial strain simply caught up with families entirely. The foreclosure, the bankruptcy, the forced downsizing. These dramatic failures became neighborhood events that everyone knew about, regardless of how carefully the affected family tried to manage the information. The family that had competed successfully for years and then visibly collapsed provided cautionary tales that other families absorbed as reasons to redouble their own efforts. What strikes me, thinking about this honestly, is that the women who managed all of these pressures while maintaining the appearance of effortless success were performing something genuinely extraordinary. The performance they sustained required skills that went entirely unrecognized precisely because success meant making everything look natural. They were competing while pretending not to compete, maintaining facades while denying that facades existed, working with tremendous effort while appearing to barely try. That is not a small thing. The toll on communities as whole systems became visible only with distance. Neighborhoods where everyone competed with everyone lacked the cooperative spirit that might have made daily life genuinely easier. Resources that might have been shared were hoarded for competitive advantage. Information that might have helped was withheld for strategic purposes. The zero-sum logic of competition made everyone quietly worse off while appearing to improve the position of individual families. The alternative arrangements that might have existed, communities organized around cooperation rather than competition, mutual support rather than mutual surveillance, genuine connection rather than strategic alliance, were largely unimaginable within the 1950s suburban context. The competitive model was so thoroughly naturalized that questioning it felt almost impossible. Women who might have preferred something different could rarely find others willing to say so openly, because expressing dissatisfaction with competition was, itself, a competitive weakness. The eventual loosening of these pressures came not from a conscious collective decision that the system was wrong. It came from circumstances that made the system impossible to sustain. Women entering the workforce simply didn't have time for competitive lawn maintenance. Changing expectations made the housewife role less universal. Economic pressures made keeping up financially impossible for more and more families. The competitive system didn't end because people decided it was harmful. It ended because the conditions that had produced it changed until it could no longer hold its shape. And so there it is, all of it, laid out in the quiet of this late hour. The elaborate and exhausting and occasionally absurd set of expectations that governed the daily life of the 1950s housewife. The pre-dawn transformation, the military precision of meal planning, the accessory arsenal, the constant cleaning and the relentless social obligations, the telephone performances and the culinary theater, the facade maintenance and the in-law navigation, and the child training and the neighborhood competition that held all of it in a frame of perpetual evaluation. Every single day was a performance with no intermission, and an audience that never quite stopped watching. These women were not simply keeping house. They were executing a complex social role with standards so demanding that meeting all of them simultaneously was essentially impossible, while failing to meet them carried consequences serious enough that trying remained essential anyway. The invisible labor that made everything look effortless while being anything but. That deserves to be seen, even now, even from this distance. The next time someone suggests that staying home was the easier path, the simpler one, the less demanding arrangement, perhaps the details we've followed across these 10 parts might offer a gentle correction. And on that note, let the history rest for tonight. You have followed it a long way, through all 10 parts of a world that was stranger and more demanding than it often gets credit for being. Your pillow is there. Your blankets are warm. Tomorrow will bring its own quiet requirements, none of which will involve matching your gloves to your hat for a trip to the post office. Sleep well. Wherever you are, whatever the hour, I hope the dreams that find you tonight are easy ones, full of rest, free from performance, free from the particular exhaustion of always being watched. Good night. Sleep well tonight. Wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, the story will still be here in the morning. Sleep well.